30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Yeah, rock and roll time.
Woo!
Oh God, that pumps me up, gets me juiced. How's it going, rookie?
Going good. Oh yeah.
Are you ready to rock?
I'm ready to rock.
You ready?
I'm ready.
I love Jim Brewer's impersonation of AC/DC because it's a comedic yet a true fan. It's beautiful. Funny stuff, rookie. It's funny stuff. Now, I am not for cancel culture, but on the sideline, I can definitely laugh about it when it happens to my enemies. Have you heard of a recent cancellation?
No.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
I'm a little behind.
Oh, man, I just found out thanks to Joy on Twitter tagged me, and then I'm scrolling, I see it on John Delro's website, Fandom Pulse, and we're going to be looking at that. That's why I rebranded the stream a bit. I'll have to update the thumbnail.
C2E2. What's that?
C2E2.
R2C2E2. I don't know.
Oh, I'm about to show it. What's up, Papa Cotton? Hail, friend. I got a clip for you. Where is it? Probably towards the bottom. Here you go.
What up, nigga?
What's that from?
It's from Hangover.
That alone kind of makes me want to watch it, actually. That's pretty fun.
Dude, no, Hangover's great. Yeah, Hangover trilogy, like it kind of recycles itself.
I think I've only seen like 20 minutes of The Hangover.
It recycles itself in the second and third one. They pretty much do the same plots in different spots, and they have a little bit different shenanigans, but it's mainly, man, we got fucking drugged. What the hell happened? They have to like retrace their steps. and
Who's in it again? So it's Zach Galifianakis. Who's the other two?
Bradley Cooper, Ed Helms from The Office, and I don't know the third guy. Bradley Cooper's there, but I don't know the fourth guy. The first one is about a wedding. They're having a bachelor party in Vegas, 4 guys, and Galifianakis, trying to be cool, roofies them. He thought he got ecstasy.
Yeah.
And so they all like, what the fuck happened? They wake up like with a tiger in the bedroom and stuff, and it turns out it was Mike Tyson's tiger. And yeah, it's pretty wacky.
Stony Mike says, "What's good, neighbor?"
Neighbor.
Howdy, neighbor.
Oh, a lot is good today. Goodness gracious. But before we dig into the juicy news of the day, hot off the press from Phantom Pulse, we have a little thing we do over here. Rookie, you better get your camera ready because it's time for
the Horn of Ceremony.
The cat's on my lap. I can't get the camera on.
Cat piss. I don't care. Drink something.
I'm drinking something.
As we imbibe, turn your fucking camera on, bitch.
Glug, 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 glug.
Oh, that is a good horn. That is a good horn indeed. I need to get Chris Fist to make that second. The other horn of ceremony. This is me drinking blueberry wheat ale from Ellicotteville Brewing Company. I think it's from New York. And that is tasty. I don't drink a lot. I do enjoy it. And anyway,
this concludes the Horn of Ceremony.
All right,
okay, good. You
properly christened this stream. Hopefully, the chat have imbibed as well, whether it's alcoholic or not. So yeah, let's look at this juicy story. I've just seen the headline. I don't know anything about it. So, from John Della Rosa's Fandom Pulse, C2E2 revokes Anna, That's Star Wars Girl's press pass after removing EVS, John Malin, and Shane Davis. Oh man, what goes around cometh around. Am I right?
Is C2E2 like a comic convention?
Yeah, apparently it's fucking huge. It's for like comics specifically. Like the Boys Cast is going to be there. And they got some big names. I just scrolling C2E2's Twitter. It's like, fuck, this is a big deal. No wonder they got to cancel the Nazis. I'm saying that quote like I'm in this sphere, so like I would be canceled too. But it gets worse for C2E2 after their odd cancellation. EVS, John Malin, and Shane from displaying an exhibitor table at the upcoming convention. Now they've taken cancel culture a step further and moved the press pass of Anna, That Star Wars Girl, under nebulous circumstances. In 2023, EVS, Malin, and Shane Davis announced they would be banding together to host an exhibitor table at the coming event, creating special variant covers of their beloved independent properties to commemorate the event. It was all ripped away just weeks before C2E2 as Davis received an email canceling the table, claiming he was subletting the space, even though the shared tables had been and are standard for the conventions. Davis said they were given no way to remedy the situation. C2E2 remains firm. It's odd since the convention posted their website that the three would be in one unified table, meaning they didn't seem to have any problem with these three being there until recently. Man posted a Twitter that C2E2 also referenced nebulous offensive comments. If offensive, dangerous comments were something C2E2 care about, they wouldn't be hosting Marvel artist Mark Brooks, I guess, who threatened violence against EVS on a live stream. Seems the convention terms of service applies to some and not others, and the only link appears to be political affiliation.
Wait. So they care about comments that are just outside of...
EVS comment, like they said something like, I guess trans would be in fear of their lives if they were there. This stupid.
Last I checked, they beat the shit out of the quartering at a convention. So I don't know what they're talking about. The only evidence that there's been danger is by trans 1, incel 0. That's
Mark Davis or Mark Brooks threatened EVS, and
I remember that, but I didn't think that went anywhere.
then he kind of pussed out, and then Gabe LT popped up to kind of hop on that train, and Brooks pussed out and acted like a victim. It's crazy because Mark Brooks is a phenomenal artist. Cover work is brilliant.
Well, I guess so. I remember Mark Brooks's spaz out a little, like you will fight pussy, whatever, all that stuff. But it's like when do they think EVS is gonna like throw a punch at somebody? Like look at him, like it just he seems like he wants to sit in the chair and chill. Like you know?
I don't think EVS even wanted to go to this. It was just for fans, really.
If he was going to.
I don't want to fucking go to Chicago, and now I just got a reason to not to, but
yeah.
Well, it's like they're trying to, I guess, they're canceled because they're naughty people. They're comics gay. You can't promote these people, so you got to have these like wishy-washy reasons, these nebulous, vague, Eric July kind of reasoning.
Yeah, you have to say that they're banned for blank reason when that's not the reason they don't want him there.
He's EVS is wearing something on his belt. I don't know what this symbol is, but I am omniscient and see everything. That was C2E2. They were channeling RippaVerse logic. But yeah, they're invoking this to be like, well, this guy's going to be there and he's directly threatened violence, but they say like trans people are weird, or whatever, and they're right wing. And I mean, there's that Chinese joke about put them on the wall, which is hilarious. Obvious dumb things like that will get invoked. Oh yeah, let me send you the link, Rich. You'll be an interesting person to comment on this. Let me find you.
Yeah, I don't know much about it, honestly. So
on the Twitter, I'm surprised you're behind on Trashcast. That's the problem.
A little. I think I had one of them on where he was talking about this, but I wasn't really listening, so I wasn't absorbing any of the details.
You must listen to the Frog Father if you were
to. I thought he was talking about when he was trying to go to the Seattle one or something. I don't know. There's a difference.
No, it's Emerald City. C2E2 Chicago. Comic-Con is San Diego, I think. But yeah, political matters worse, and as a cultural content Anna that starts to posted to Twitter that they removed her press pass just days after situation with EVS. Got the email. C2 canceled my press pass. It's on. Like, what are you?
I'm imagining her stomping her feet.
What are you gonna do? Like, actual.
Well, you're right. So next action is to complain to them and ask for it back. Or I don't know.
It's funny.
It's
funny. I don't know because I don't follow this bitch, but I remember my war campaign days. Kind of what like triggered what became the fall of Rome and the ousting war campaign by EVS was the critical sight, vision, whatever you will, at seeing. Bring them in while I'm talking. At seeing, you got Malin and company, worthwhile artists, but then she gets approached by Dynamite, and at the time it seemed like, is this like some sort of like cronyism, and she got that Vampirella cover for Dynamite, and then later Cecil gets like some sort of deal with Dynamite to like cross over, at least for covers, his characters with some of the Dynamite girls that I'm assuming from Chaos Comics. But then like the hate mob canceled Cecil. All right. And then there was a tweet. I have it somewhere on my phone in the deep recesses. It's like, yeah, it sucks what happened to Cecil. My campaign's still good, so like whatever. And so it's just like, I know EVS thinks fondly of her. I think he's repeatedly said, on these streams, like, yeah, she's one of the few friends I consider on the internet, along with Malin and Shane. And I don't know, man. I think she's fair weather. She's out for herself. Fairly fair weather. And it's like I don't know. Show me if if it's there, but I don't know if her like hooting and hollering about C2E2 with EVS and company, but then it happens to her. Oh, now it's a problem. Now the Simps are going to come out, And there's a lot of simps that are RippaVerse people that follow Anna still, in their connection with the Jack show. So blurring the lines with the Rippatards again. And it's just funny. I don't support canceling her. I hate her. I don't support canceling anybody. But it is funny. I will laugh because this bitch essentially tried to cancel me on that EVS stream by being a monster. Like, Angus is a snake and he did this and he blocked me. And it's like, no, I blocked you way before any of that because I don't fucking like you.
She blocks a lot of people though. Like, blocking shouldn't be the issue. You live by the block, you die by the block. You know?
Yeah. Well, it's funny because she brings it up 4 years later when she's about to get married. And so it's like, little old me, it's blocked you 4 years ago. It's still on your mind.
On a wedding night. She thought about Angus on a wedding night. Like, that motherfucker. Like, blocked me.
What's funny, I don't know if you saw that video I did, but because me and Ricky are hanging out offline on stream or watching EVS's stream, and I'm like, I got the idea, like, hey, super chat, show my posters. And then she says this comment. I'll have to dig it up and find it, but it's like, he's a snake, this and that, boo-hoo. And so then I, after 4 years, unblock her, tag her, because I'm like, hey, I'm talking about you. So, it's not really nice to block you if you're talking about you directly. I'm like, hey, I'm talking about you, blocked.
Gotcha.
It's like if she watched it, she has nothing to say against what I said, like I went in detail, gave all these, laid it out completely different than her narrative, which is a lie. And so it's a little nice. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of relishing the gnashing of teeth of this fucking harpy.
It's like you're sitting back and like, this could be a learning experience.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't.
A moment for growth.
Try to cancel people and sharing like a little fucking campaign to a bigger channel. Like, hey, he's showing me off, and then like you completely try to kneecap me with unrelated shit. By the way,
I think her simps though are more powerful than the RippaVerse, because when the Yaira trailer came out, when she went pretty in on him, like, hey man, what's up with that accent? He just that was pretty funny, man. That was I don't know, man. That was humorous. He was like, "Oh, he didn't really have an answer." And like, she's like, "I couldn't even tell that. I didn't even." And everyone else in the room was, or on that stream was,
we can't say anything.
Yeah, and she's confident. She's like, "I'm the only one that doesn't need you. I got simps."
I love that clip. That clip's hilarious. And I here's the thing, I give people props if I like hate them. Like I truly try to be objective, and like subjectively, I'm like, ha ha, bitch, you got canceled, ha ha, sucks, doesn't it? It's not, it doesn't feel good, even though it's not really going to affect her like YouTube or anything, at least in current state of things. The future might stack up.
Gave her a month of
C2E2 cancel you. Oh, you must, YouTube will see that and be like, oh, well, we don't want people that are canceled with C2E2 on our platform. If it became like a network trickle down, that'd be.
They didn't cancel her though. They said, "Listen, we're taking away your pass. Pay. We don't see you as valid press."
That's funny too. That's funny
too. Just
go
pay for it. You got the super chats. Go pay for it. Oh, I don't want to give free. And I guess there probably is some press passes.
I gotta pay for it. Symbol.
Is there a difference between a press pass and having a booth, or is that the same thing?
A booth would mean like people are coming to see you.
Yeah, or at least cancel. They said you can't come in here. You can buy a ticket, but you can't sell in here. We're refusing to let you. That's different. Press pass, they have a little bit more access to like a press room where they can use the internet and have like free coffee and stuff like that and stuff like that. But
really quick, let me catch you the checks. I got a super chat from Sloan. Backy says, "Hey guys." Well, hello, Backy. You, Richard, said trans are 1-0 versus Jeremy.
Yeah, that's I was saying. Well, that's I checked.
They're like Jake Paul almost, man. They got
Nobody's even in the playing field yet. So.
Yeah.
We got Slevin Kolevra here, $2 saying, "Hope all is well, homie. It is indeed, and you receive a super chat stinger."
I'm not a detractor.
Don't shoot, Eric. I miss Doc Solo. We need more Doc Solo in our life, man.
Oh, that Luke.
He's a funny person.
Tony. Oh man! All right, let me continue. Where am I? Papa Khan says, "I heard they were doing the Surfer again. He was my favorite growing up, and they're botched him every time so far." Now, I need to rewatch Fantastic Four 2.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I have fond memories of it. It's fine. It's nothing like Avengers or Batman or something.
Nothing about the Silver Surfer though really stood out to me in those movies.
It's because Galactus doesn't have a presence, so it undercuts him being the herald of a fart from space.
Well, if I remember, he just kind of flies into it, and it's like, all right, he took care of it, I guess.
Yeah. Now,
okay.
Galactus, I guess, projects however he wants you to see him, from what I understand, but it was probably either like a comic thing where it's like, all right, Galactus crosses over clearly in Fantastic Four, which Fox owns, but maybe they didn't have the rights because that was actually Marvel Studios. However, wherever they were at that point,
I figure it's just more of a timing and pacing thing. They had a better climax for Doctor Doom stuff, and then they're like, okay, but there's also Galactus, that's why Surfer's here. Let's have a huge cloud, and that's good enough. Screw it.
Well, it's probably because my guess, not having researched, I think it's because like his first appearance is actually in Thor, and so he might fall under a Thor character technically, even though he's mainly a Fantastic Four villain, and so they probably couldn't like show him. So it's like, Galactus, you can use the name. That's my guess. They probably couldn't use the imagery of him. Yeah. Also, the CGI of like they already put it all in, all the effects, and then Silver Surfer, his visuals. But yeah, I disagree. I think he's fine. I would love to have seen him in Infinity War instead of Hulk. I appreciate how they like retooled the story with what they had, but that's Hulk crashing. That's supposed to be Silver Surfer. Because Thanos and Thanos Quest like takes him on a little journey and totally shakes his world. He brings him like this peaceful like teddy bear planet, and he's like, "Oh, look how beautiful it is," and stuff. And he's like, "Well, actually, Silver Surfer, you carry something that will infect and kill all these people. You are their doom." He really like broadens his.
He did it. He did a North Sentinelese Island thing where the indigenous people there are so primitive. If like they brought a kid or a couple people onto their ships, the British at one point, and they died within a few days of illnesses. It's like, nope, they
had no immunity.
Not have any immunities for the outside diseases.
Yeah, but no, I'm fine. I think we'll be getting into the casting and some retards, some zeros on the internet. We got Summer Swan, who I think is also Joy on Twitter. Says, Angus, Anna posted something that shows they said they took away her press pass because they wanted diversity of outlets. She thinks they mean racial diversity, so now she's posting all of her racial and ethnic background. Some people think diversity of outlets means type of press, not racial or ethnicity.
Well, I wonder what they view her as. Do they view her as press, or
isn't she like
Latina? Cosplay?
Latina.
Maybe, I don't know.
But the company she hangs with is like, well, you're white. Eric, effectively, he's a white guy. This channel and all his rhetoric over the years.
But do they view her as a cosplayer with the YouTube, like, or do they view her as like JDA? He actually has a website. He actually posts, is well documented. Maybe they're like, okay, you know what, we want to get more, people that actually have blogs, and maybe blogs that aren't as big as JDA's, there, because they're actually covering it and doing things, blah blah blah, rather than getting a free pass to do content, and that's how they could be looking at it. Like, you're coming here to do content.
Yeah, they're probably looking at her channel. You're like, well, she got a big channel, and then like they actually look at it, it's like, oh, she just bitches about every fucking media. So
yeah, it's like,
no thanks. We don't need one of those retards here. We don't need another zero.
But she could look at it like, hey, I'm bringing attention to it, and I have this many viewers. And so, I mean, there could be the argument for that. Like, look how many viewers I have, people that want to meet me and see me there,
Well, at the end of the day, unless you're like Mr. Beast, being a YouTuber is trash.
Oh, yeah,
they still view it as the basement.
I think the only YouTuber that would matter would be Comics Explained. Like that would be like look at my comics.
You just
look at my YouTube presence. It is
it's non-dramatic.
I keep the beacon lit in between films. Like he's worthwhile to be at a comic convention with being a YouTuber. He's well learned and he's exposed more and more people to the medium. He actually blew up because of the intersection of comics lore with the upcoming Age of Ultron and Scarlet Witch first appearance. That's what like blew up his channel.
Yeah.
Because he just happened to do like, what are Scarlet Witch's powers? And and the rest is history. Now he's like, what, 2 or 3 million subs? He's awesome.
But here's the thing, like this. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Bro.
You go ahead. You go ahead.
I was gonna say, so it's one thing to revoke a press pass because so they have 2 different types of passes, right, at these conventions usually, and the bigger ones like the New York, the C2E2, WonderCon, Comic-Con, they have professional passes and they have press passes. So they have guidelines for each one. So I wonder if they're looking at the fine print and kind of using like well, you're not really press. If she would have applied for a professional pass and that got taken away, then it's like, whoa, that's kind of, you gave her that. Like she is a professional. She makes a living off of YouTube. She makes a living off of cosplay. It's a different kind of thing, like, I think the requirement was to have a website, have your name on the website, and have a comic book with your name in the credit, and then you consider it a professional. If you have all of those, then you would.
She has a artist credit for a variant cover, so it doesn't really count, I don't think.
But if she were to bring that in, like, hey, this is my cover, I did it for Dynamite, blah 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 blah, and maybe she like, and they revoked that professional pass, that would be like, dang, she got canceled. But I don't know what the stipulations on press pass.
If Kevin Smith is going to be there, doesn't he hate her or something?
He gets Kevin Smith. He gets a professional pass.
Well, it's like
no, but I'm saying there's like he doesn't like that Star Wars girl or something.
I have no idea. I didn't keep up with the He-Man shit. I know everyone was crying about He-Man because
they clashed. Yeah, you're right.
There's some type of
they
clashing of them, and so like, what if he's gonna like? That's what I'm looking at. Maybe if there's, because you said there might be others, like a lot of celebrities there, movie people, whatever. Could be there's people there that don't like her. They're just like, yeah, but does she have a professional pass? No. All right, well then,
like, don't stop with Melee and get the whole Jack show, man. You gotta get the Triple Crown, bro. You know what I mean?
No, it's legitimately weird to cancel them because they're creators, but it makes sense for whatever like fine print excuse because they're Comicsgate. You don't want to promote them at like a legitimate mainstream event. I get it. However,
and they could have done the courtesy of, hey, we're gonna switch your press pass to professional pass. Like if they like you, they might do that. That sounds like the more professional thing to do. But again, they're like, hey, you know what? Maybe we don't have to. Maybe we, get away with it. She canceled Angus.
Yeah, what goes around karma. It's come
karma
for you.
Carl.
Karma Carl. Wait, it's funny you say that really quick before I get back to the chat. I don't know if I was on stream with you, if you were here or whatever, but I have an idea. It'll be down the line, a few issues in for Meth Gator. Because I gotta set up stuff to get to this point, but I want to have essentially an Eric insert. I don't know what I'm going to name him, but I'm going to have him be like some sort of like failed Marine or attempted Spec Ops guy. He's always like, he's great at weapons. He is a good soldier, for like war or whatever, but he just like can't make everything work to be in rank and stay on a team. Cause he's, he's fucking cracked. And what I'm going to do is like, you're going to see inside his mind in between scenes where it's like, oh, this explains everything, because like he has an imaginary, not friend, but like persona that is influencing him his whole life. This is the whole underpinning of all of his failures, is a nemesis in his mind, a luchador mask. Think of like Bane from animated series, called Disrespecto. And he's always like, oh, you see how they disrespected you? He's like, what, nigga, what you want to, you know? And so this is, so like he'll end up being on a group of meth gear, but it's always like, what is up with this guy? Like,
and another one to add to the universe is Captain Obvious, because every time he says something that he learned, he repeats it like no one else.
Bro, that fucking Yaira card where he's like, she's got no wonder he spun that in the fucking trailer, where it's like, it's a bit archaic. It's like biology paired with archaeology. It's like, yeah, there's literally like a subgroup field of archaeology. It's like biological archaeology. Idiot. People, it's like, I'm in an archaeology class and they talk about the different subgroups, and it's like essentially, especially like studying apes, but animals in general, and applying like, how does this reflect our like base function as animals with society in history? Like, what are those kind of biological underpinnings for history? So it's not crazy at all. It'd be like, what's the study of plants? Herbology? Is that? Let me look this up. Study of plants. Let me find the name. Botany.
But yeah,
botanist.
I'm a herbology. There's probably some weed store out in Kentucky.
Yeah, so it's like botany and chemistry. That's a bit archaic. It's like biochemistry, you idiot. Like
biochemist. The biochemist. Well,
it's like
call this dropout, man. You know what I mean? He's like the Kanye of comics.
Like there's
he's the Kamala Harris of comics.
There's astrobiologists that study that they have 4 masters. There's like archaeology, there's geography, chemistry, and astronomy. That's like 4 different things you gotta learn in one lifetime.
4 lifetimes, Ricky.
One lifetime.
That is such a great window into Eric. This fucking retard thinks you have to live completely different lives to have 2 degrees. Oh my God. Yeah, he was a fucking track star at a student. It makes sense now. Yeah. He couldn't pass the bullshit classes they just like place you in to get you grades to like stay on the team, stay on the track team, whatever. That's a big problem with collegiate athletes. You get a lot of retards that are just there for the sport, and so they get a lot of like dummy classes that they may not even show up to. It just goes on their record, which does no service for these people, these athletes. I'm very much a big athlete guy. Did
he get the record in college though?
I have no idea.
They're like, he broke the record. Like, we don't have to tutor him no more.
We got the hardware to kick him.
We got it. We got now. We're bringing in smart kids, man. Come on,
Yeah, but Papa says, I've been dreaming of good Silver Surfer since Terminator 2. It's an interesting comparison, especially aesthetically. That is kind of like a 1-for-1 image-wise. Let me see. Where are we? Starting Energy says, I'm not really up to date on all the drama, but I would like to say this. Women have feelings, and feelings are gay. Therefore, women are gay. I do like seeing that rationale comedically spun, where it's like, you're attracted to women?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you like girly shit? That's gay, bro. Like... Robco guy, what's up, man? Says normally she just does selfies. She doesn't do interviews or document anything. Yeah, what a waste of a fucking. They're like, this is stupid. And also, if you look at your fucking YouTube, like a recent video is like, oh my god, the Acolyte trailer. And so it's like, why would they want that? They're having the boys cast there on top of a bunch of other stars out in multimedia. Why would they want? What does this help? Does this help? No, it's probably gonna be like, oh, look at this woke person. They're promoting this woke thing. I don't want that.
We don't need this person taking up the oxygen here. Get out of here, or pay a ticket.
Yeah, that's like
paid oxygen.
Yeah, it's like look at this is another factor. It's like, yeah, the whole cancel thing, which is arguable right now because it's a press pass and we don't know what the circumstance was. But yeah, your body of work says something about you, and so they look at YouTube and see like what's your biggest videos, and it's probably like, oh my god, Star Wars rant, Star Wars songs, and it's like you're that Star Wars girl, but all your Star Wars content is just crapping on Star Wars, and so it's like, do you want this energy there? Like, gatekeep.
Gatekeep the fuck out of him.
Quoting Eric. I love it. We're going to be talking about Eric. There's been a lot. You've seen in the chat. There's a lot of rip-petardation going on lately with Eric directly and the Saskas. It's gonna be great.
I like
Eldridge,
to say we started that, man. Me and you. We
started
that.
We've
just joking around.
It's fucking off. Like, oh yeah, Yari's gonna be woke, and I'm like, whoa.
There's a lot of female energy, women power.
We really are ambassadors. Like, we're probably second.
We don't get
tier.
enough credit. We're
probably second tier after Dick and Vito. We really were like kind of solo at this. Like, yeah, it kind of sucks.
Did Chris Bacon put you in the Hall of Fame? Like,
no, surprisingly, I don't think I've ever been offered.
I mean, at least nominate me, man.
Yeah, yeah, I feel like DiCaprio. It's like I'm always snubbed.
Yeah.
We got Eldridge, KNTDC. Says Eric made a video denouncing C2E2 for canceling Star Wars Girl. We'll see. Probably tomorrow. Although maybe she's on his shit list for EVS covering that video for like asking him like, what are you at? He's like, 1.2 million. And it doesn't sound like a confident 1.2 million. It's like, yeah, we're at 1.2 million. Like,
he's not able to say multi-million yet.
Hey, we rip a goalpost. Shout out. Wow.
Our trilogy.
I got you. I got a new clip. Way back for me and Ricky. Let me find it. Where did I? Because
it's like we're getting the band back together.
I assume
if Rook wasn't at work, he would probably be part of this band too. Our detractor roots. Like, we paid in our dues, man. That was our bones, right?
All right, I'll have to dig for it because I don't know if I upload it here, but here you go.
But wow, how the turntables.
Shout out.
How the turntables.
Yeah, he pulled a Michael Scott on accident. Eldridge says, ain't much, but it's honest detracting.
Right.
She says she's part Azorian. Wait, is this like some fucking Game of Thrones shit? She just making up ethnicities?
I thought her main thing she went with was like Persian or something. I have no idea.
Azores. So she's from the Caribbean. I'm looking up Azores when I type in Azorian. When I say that, okay, so it's Atlantic off of Portugal.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Portuguese.
Huh. Okay.
Portuguese. Yeah, that makes sense. She said that before, I think.
Danish, African. This bitch is a nigga? Are you kidding me?
Black on
and
black
other
crime,
stuff,
bro. I never knew.
And other stuff. Oh, none of it else is worth mentioning.
Dang.
You know? Oh, you're Irish, etc. Whatever. Catch all white. Normally in interacts with celebs, it's usually negative. Lizzo, Mark Hamill, Eliza Blue. Well, Eliza Blue is a dumb cunt that was pretending to be trafficked because she was in rap videos. Busted. So I'll give her, see, again, I'm objective. I'll totally give her slack on that one. Like, we should all bully Eliza Blue. It might have something to do with it. Yeah, she's like, oh, the Barbie movie, blah, blah. And then she's like, oh my god, look who I met, Margot Robbie.
That's what got me totally because I said
fucking Two-Face.
Yeah, I said these people are undercover groupies. They talk about this shit on Hollywood, but they're never invited to the cool people table. And the minute they get there, they turn into a fucking groupie.
Shout out. Exactly, Elridge. Did I just hear the Boondocks? Call the Eric stand-in H.A. Rhodes. Wait, what would H.A. Rhodes Oh, ho-ass roads. I get it.
That's good writing.
That is great. H.A. Rhodes. Oh,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, and that's a play
writing.
on Rhodey, too, from... that's great. That's layered. I love it. I might do that.
That's
and I'm going to show... God, Straight Beans did something fucking awesome for me. We gotta shout out to Stray Beans. Go follow him on Twitter. And I don't know if he has any content. Someone investigate if he doesn't say so himself. But he definitely needs our love. He did an awesome Super Killer Dark Knight Returns style cover piece. It was fucking awesome. And that's why I'm like, fuck. And yeah. I know a Boondocks impression when I hear one, the prison dude. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, says Eldridge. Is RippaVerse actually closing? No, I'm just.
No, we have a video.
I gotta sell my video. I gotta have a interesting tagline. Like
they apparently released a video like an hour ago talking about their plans. I guess some more again for the RippaVerse. Like
I love that video after he settled the lawsuit, which means losing to some degree. Because you don't settle if you are the defendant. Like that's only offered out of like niceties from the accuser, the plaintiff.
They showed mercy.
Yeah, it was a mercy play for because they're a church. They're like, well,
yeah, they took the knee off the neck, bro.
just give us, thousands upon thousands of dollars and put a little tag on your website and get rid of your stupid ISOM hat and we'll call it even. But no, Nav, it is not closing. It's just me embellishing to get you to click. Which
it worked.
Excuse me. With these people and the way they spin stuff, like I don't feel any amount of guilt doing it to them.
You should put they hate you.
They hate you. Well, yeah, it's funny. That's like the whole spiel to sell themselves, but then everyone that says anything block on Twitter. It's like people are like, I'm actually a fan. I'm just like, yeah, actually this was kind of dumb. Block as you make your enemies, Eric, from your own audience. That's what's crazy.
Yeah. Look at Chris Bacon. That was like one of his hugest supporters, and he wanted to help and he had the knowledge to help. And he just,
have I seen the interviews with that guy since he got released, the Booty Warrior? I have no idea what that is. I'm looking this up. The Booty Warrior.
Booty Warrior. Sounds like Eric's dance video. The one with popping cheeks.
Oh, okay. So Jerome Fleece Johnson from the Boondocks. Quote, don't make me ruin that butt, Chris. I'm a warrior. That's a quote from apparently him raping Chris Hansen. I haven't watched a lot of Boondocks, but there's this one episode early on where it's like the grandpas remembering the civil rights movement and they're all like soaked from getting hosed by fire hoses, which is not just like, oh man, we got wet. No, those are high pressure. They can break your bones with that shit. You can kill people arguably with those. So it's not like a splash park. It's terrorism by the state. Anyway, he's in an alleyway and he sees all his like buddies that are like run away from the protest that got hosed. And like, where were you? And he's like, well, they're using fire hoses, so like I got a rain jacket. What a nice little twist of humor by black people on the civil rights movement. And it's like, well, why wouldn't any of these people smart enough to wear a rain jacket? So it is a good show. I just haven't watched a lot of it. But thank you for that, Eldridge. I'm gonna have to dig into this. Streaming thumbs up. That's the dude parodied. Yeah, I thought so. Just wondering, referring RippaVerse closing. Thought you may have heard something. Oh God, I'm not Doomcock. I don't make up sources.
They're just there for the clickbait.
Yeah, I'm just trolling a bit.
Did you see Anna's post about it? I put it in your message. If you
I can't go. I have to use my other account to investigate. So let me switch over.
No. I sent someone clipped took a screenshot. And I sent it to you.
my messages. Okay, let me see. It's probably the same thing.
Right on the link you sent me. So
we gotta go back to my main account. Messages. The reason C2 gave me for canceling was diversity requirements. I'm Azorian, Danish, African, and few others. A true mutt. Azori's population is 200,000. California. Azorian is 350,000. World population is 8 billion. Oh, so she's like less than Jews. So she's like super duper special. You want to believe you care about diversity minorities? I'm probably one of the most diverse women that applied for press. You were full of shit. Well, I mean, that's
where you messed up, man. You should have said, instead of saying RippaVerse clothing, you should have said Anna plays the race car.
Well, I could just do a video tomorrow about that. Like, woke Star Wars girl plays race car to guilt private corporation. See how easy it is to like spin things. It's just funny too that's like how like the knee jerk to go woke and invoke diversity of self when we're in like this is effectively a conservative space. Even if you're like Democrat voter, this is like common sense. So you're like de facto conservative. And so, like, again, it's why I hate the African American conservative channel, like EVS and Eric July went on, because, first they try to guilt EVS out of nowhere, kind of blindside with the puppets and blame him for it, and say it's racist, and then front loading conservative with race. It's like, well, you're clearly a racial supremacist.
Eric calling people crackers.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Tim? River Goalpost asks you, is a sequel to Blood and Sword? Where is it?
Well, you should see my response under.
You're spotted under it.
Oh yeah, I put where's Yaira?
Oh.
Where's Yaira? My book's out. My book's out and being celebrated. Where's Yaira?
Yeah, I mean, I bought it. Oh, that's what's crazy too, is the Kane White cover is the exclusive one. I mean, maybe the other ones are, and there's only gonna be like one cover. It's like, but like they say explicitly that cover is the limited edition that's only like this campaign. And like we'll let you know the numbers in April of how rare it is. Where's the problem as a collector, because that's the best cover artistically anyway, is it's almost double any of the other covers. So what's the collectability of the resale of the exclusive cover when it's actually arguably going to be printed more than any other Yaira cover?
Yeah.
Idiot. You want to do limited, you'd be like, there's only 100 copies of this. I think
that's what I'm going to do with my next campaign. I got a couple artists that they like the book. They just want to show it love. So like, let me do a cover.
I haven't gotten around.
And I was like, man, I like doing these bigger runs. Covers confuse them, but if I did just 100, like you're saying, because that's like, oh shit, only 100, and it's really only going to be 95 because I'm gonna buy the first 5. So, I mean,
Well, I'm like way behind because someone emailed me a link to their comic and I read it. Crumb Dog. I think Luke Stone was a part of that. Yeah. I read it. I liked it. Good. Me and Ricky read it together, and cool. I read your book like right away, and like, dude, you got a really good pace, and it's like surprisingly, what is it, 32 pages or 20 pages?
20 pages, man.
20 pages.
You get a lot done.
You get a lot done in 20 pages.
You know what you're doing, man.
Well, it's not only that, but like you specifically with your story got a lot done. I really liked it, and you still have like a concise introductory chapter, and you got a nice hook to like, unicorn, what? Like
spoiler, man, spoiler. RippaVerse Goalpost didn't get theirs yet, man. I want to give them a couple comps.
NDAs, man.
Sorry, we didn't have No Dick Andrew here to stop me.
If RippaVerse Goalpost sends me their address, I'll give them some comps.
Sorry, maybe about that.
Maybe Riley would deliver it to him.
Yaira fell on the sword, and there was blood.
Yeah,
I don't know, because like Dokumon thinks ice comes from her pores. So,
was it meant to be a death blow?
It's meant to be death blow. That shit makes me laugh all day thinking about how horrible that trailer is and how proud he seems to be.
Who was the speech specialist?
Dude, the speech specialist was like some woke professor.
Bro,
or
fire that person, hire him and fire him again. Just to like, man, dude, that was horrible, man.
Yeah, it's an Icelandic professor of like, I don't know. They do like a master. I'm not able to like find it to read, but I've seen like the abstract. It's like some woke commie paper about like
Professor DEI.
About perfume and like Marxism and shit. And it's like, what the fuck?
Hell
like,
yeah.
Jesus Christ. That's who Eric hired or snagged to be his vocal language consultant.
Well, I mean, that's what was funny. The trailer could be as bad as it is, but what I found worse was the behind the scenes, because they could have explained why they chose to do the decisions they made for the trailer, which could have been interesting, but all they did was go, it was great working with each other and everything, and it's like, oh, no information. Great.
Yeah, that's why I love the RippaVerse, because it's like, you know, if you're trying to pitch like the state we're at now, it's like, the way I would summarize is like, all right, what if you had a comic company that's actually building a multimedia that was ran by Kamala Harris, which would be Eric, and Tommy Wiseau behind the camera, which would be the Soska sisters. And there you go. That's the RippaVerse.
The Wachowski brothers or Wachowskis?
Sisters.
Now that needs to be at WrestleMania. The Wachowski sisters versus the Soska sisters.
They love trans people, so yeah, you get in the ring with them. They're women. That's fucking great. I love this digital jazz we got going on. Yeah, this is great.
This is great.
All right, let's finish this article so we can get into some RippaVerse shit. And Tyrone Magnus has caught my attention as well. This retard. He's already got my attention before. Anyway, when Fandom Pulse asked her about the reason for banning, she posted a snippet of the email sent to her, which says, "See to his requirements, make sure you have a wide range of diverse outlets, both local and national, 10 each year." So it might just be, hey, actually, we overbooked press people, and so you're like bumped because you're way low on the list. It might be that simple.
Well, yeah, I was gonna think maybe there was somebody else that they got a hold of, and they're like, "Ooh, well, we're all pulled up on our spots." But
actually, Dan Rather is here.
Something. So. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Tom Brokaw covering C2E2.
Well, so wait, you said with the press pass, they just are. So they made it sound like she signed up for it for free or something, or
that's how
she
it goes.
Pay for it.
You sign up, and then you
sounds like a lottery.
The reason why, you know, like, and it's usually your website, you're this, you're that, and then you look at your social media accounts, and okay, like De La Rose, right? If he's like, yo, JDA wants to go there, this is my thing, this is my articles, you know, it's in digital form, it's currently still up. They can look at it and be like, confirm, okay, yeah, he's a journalist, like, because this is, you know,
it's funny enough. It's
now,
funny because
with the YouTube, they might, maybe not, you know.
Well, it's funny because like diverse outlets, wide range of diverse outlets, both local and national, attending the event. So like they're meaning channels, like news, possibly, big like shows. You know, Kevin Smith might have a booth or coverage for like whatever his YouTube is, because he's had a show like on Amazon or whatever, like comic stuff. So, you know, groups like that are like media entities, Collider, John Camp, you know, something like that. You know, that's my guess. Or it's like they're a website that hosts like big access media YouTube channels, Grace Randall, something like that. That's my guess.
Who's getting the pass? StarWarsGirl or IGN?
Right.
They're gonna give the person to IGN. You know what I mean? Or GameSpot or you know.
Well, wait. You know what'll fix this, Richard? I'm glad you said it this way, because Stuttering Craig is making a game award thing where you pay to vote, and that's going to fix fighting access media.
No.
So
Hell yeah.
That's what we need to do. We need to just get Setting Craig to make the next IGN that you have to pay for. It's brilliant, right?
I gotta pay extra for Prime now, let alone that, man. Times is hard, man. I just don't want commercials, man.
He went like less than a week. He went from like the main vote access of like $60. He cut it in half in a week.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Clearly he didn't have fucking any actual interest, because it's like I can see the Oscars, the epitome, the prime tippy top of award shows, and no one wants to fucking watch that. They might tune in to see like best actor, best picture. No one cares about the shenanigans. No one cares about John Cena. That was a PR stunt. That's for free. Why would I pay for a fucking retarded middle-aged YouTuber to ice out actual like game journalism because his feelings are hurt because they like Last of Us 2 or something, This is why, yes. But anyway, diverse outlets. I think they mean entities like Collider and stuff, legitimate YouTubers that like their whole career is like actual like criticism and review and access and interviewing, like a Grace Randolph. So that's my guess, is like she's probably low on the list. And or also the association with EVS may factor, but what's funny is, so it's diverse outlets, and then the spin is somehow she's not diverse enough for their convention. And it's like they're totally zoning in on DEI woke with diverse, and they're stuck in this conservative understanding of diversity and not, oh yeah, we
either we tokenism or we don't tokenism.
Right.
That's what.
But they're zoning in on that, and we're like, well, she's super diverse. We got DEI at the wazoo with that Star Wars girl. She's actually more rare than Jews.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, no, she literally posted like stats. We're like, there's only many in the world. And it's like, wow, that's actually way less than Jews. Crazy. That is super rare. And that says a lot too, where it's like, oh, I can't get it. Look, I'm diverse. Look how diverse I am. When that's like all they cry about all the time with their channels, which I agree with the sentiment about like complaining about that. But like, I'm not gonna like say X, Y, and Z against diversity stuff and then be like, whoa, I'm black. I don't do that.
That's what I'm saying. You live by the tokenism, you die by the tokenism.
Right. Yeah. And you can't have it both ways. And the fact that they're instantly cutting to this is like, this shows you how much Overton window is shifted into even like conservatives. They're like, oh, I want immigrants to go through legally. It's like we're all collectively stuck in like a left sphere of thought. They've taken over, they've won. We're just arguing like degrees of leftism now.
Jeremy's chocolate.
Right. Pronoun chocolate. Guess how we're going to fight trans pronoun chocolate from Hershey's? We're going to make pronoun chocolate.
Which is what they'd want. They'd perfectly want that. They'd be like, all right, thank you. Sweet.
Hey,
like,
man,
well, this is the correct pronoun.
It's like male chocolate. That's weird. That might sound
like I've never thought about gender in any capacity with chocolate, unless it's specifically like, hey, here's chocolate's sex partner. Hopefully this like helps me like seal the deal,
versus like how do you know one's gay if it has nuts or something or whatever. That one's type of jokes.
Yeah.
Hey, so that means Forrest Gump was like preaching trans rights. You don't like a box of chocolates. You don't know what sex you get.
Hey, give it time. There's going to be a college article that ends up seeping into mainstream publication like The Guardian or something, where it's like, how Forrest Gump is a trans allegory. When Forrest Gump says life's like a box of chocolates, he's invoking the reality of the innumerable amount of gender in the world. And even a simple man can reconcile this problem that bigots can't. God, I love this energy we got. This is fun. It's creative. She further stated in reply to Umbrella Guy, another 0. They had previously approved it, then put it under review when they found out I was friends with John, Shane, and Ethan. It's Tobias. It was doing great.
That's subject. I mean, that's subjective. You don't know. You can't.
There's no proof.
Yeah, you can't really say that. They can't say like,
even EVS is like, well, like, he's all talking through assumptions. It's very clear. It's like, I don't know what the reason, because it doesn't make sense, because they were approved. This wasn't even like a press thing. It's like we were hosting a table at their convention.
Yeah, it's the right to sell, the right to be on there and sell, and that's real cancel culture. You're taking away John's right to sell, and the people that pay tickets right to go see him.
Yeah.
And you can say, well, is it all right? Because it's private property. They can do whatever they want. They're a private-owned business, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. But they already gave him the access. They already approved it. Then they reneged on it. And then it wasn't going to be refunded, it seemed at first. So it's very murky.
Well, that does seem messed up, too, because if they were approved and then they start making flight trips and stuff, then it's like a whole lot of other things are set in motion when you approved it and then take it back. That's like, yeah, if anything, you can take it back, but you've got to compensate what pay what they paid for whatever stuff, if anything.
It's all in the wording too, because I remember when I got a booth at WonderCon, it was a big old contract, and honestly I didn't read it. Like, I was just like, okay, but if you could say in that contract that like, yo, this is pending any approval, basically we keep all the power stays in the house, and if you look at us wrong, we can just refund you right away. It's They can do that. They're not going to give away the power, and they got top-notch lawyers, bro, to just make sure that happens. And
Rockstar lawyers?
No, top-notch.
Yeah.
Rockstar lawyers.
No, legitimate lawyers, legitimate practitioners of law, not rockstar lawyers.
with the comic book site.
But yeah, so many people targeted that have similar associations and yet embattled and controversial leftists like Mark Brooks still being on the guest list for C2E2. It's appearing more and more like the convention is targeting people based on politics rather than upholding any actual standards for the convention. Some fans of UES posted that they requested refunds and were granted refunds. This goes against the C2E2 policy, stating that they don't do refunds for tickets, which is another thing that the convention understands what it's doing is wrong. Fan Impulse reached out to
control.
C2E2, and so it could be a guilt by association cancellation, but again, it doesn't seem that there's no clear verbiage that they've banned her from the event, that like she's just not a press person.
I was about to say, so her being revoked is different than them being revoked.
Oh,
essentially.
It's night and day.
Like I assume
she's trying to grift off of their actual cancellation.
Oh, I assume like with them, they're not like, are they even allowed to be in the building at all? Or
they're denying them to be a paying customer. Like, I'm trying to pay for a table, and they said no, absolutely not. We already paid. No, here's your money back. Actually, they didn't want to give them the money back at first. So
I don't mind Anna.
We don't want your business.
I don't mind Anna like this. Where I can just imagine there's no voice, there's no idiocy. It's just fucking big knockers on a fit body.
And my wife's gonna walk in like, what the fuck? What happened was Angus had control of it.
Not me, I swear.
If you see a tattooed hand smack me in the back of the head with a fist, and I go down, know that I might, be off the internet for a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, I hate this. I hate this gun, but no, she's pretty. And it's like, fuck, it's this, at least with like this get up, like knockers, hello. Nice, so
and that's why it's okay if the calendar doesn't arrive, beginning of the year
or ever.
Oh shit, I gotta change my calendar. Actually, both of them. I got the safe for work and then the not safe for work Razor Candy cosplay. Glad you said calendar.
It's that's a whole different ball game with them. Like, it's like, now we're exercising our right to refuse business, to even do business with you. We don't even want to be associated with you. That's even though we took your money, but now things change. We don't want it. That's just weird. You know what? Press pass is, you apply for it. sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. I think, but like I said, if she had a professional pass and then they took it away, that would be, But a lot of things too, it's like people, they even with tables like WonderCon, they said, "Did you have a table last year?" "Oh yeah, I had a table last year." "Okay, cool. We can get one this year," because they know you're gonna show up. They don't want to sell a table, then it's just an empty spot. They don't want to give a press pass out and this and that. So they hold all the cards. I don't know. I think Anna's giving them too much power.
Oh yeah, but she wants to play victim to,
They always do, man.
It's a way to get sympathy super chats.
Well, she got content out of them. Props to her. She was gonna go there and get content, but they're like, "Listen, we're gonna save you the plane ticket. We're gonna give you content. Here's your content."
Flights and hotel can be sticky, says Tim.
Yeah.
Conservative kind of the name. They need to protect their cultural, in many ways, proxy for moral values. They fall at different degrees. Sure. I think I agree with that comment. What is the absolute best sci-fi art and story in any comics, graphic novels? Your own opinions, of course. Art is fucking Cyberfrog, legitimately. EVS is and I'm not a fan of Cyberfrog 2. It's not like bad, but I'm just like, what the fuck was this? I plan to do a live stream review of Cyberfrog 1 and then Cyberfrog 2, make it an event or something, because I fucking love Cyberfrog. I feel what hooked me in that Blood Honey, I think on hindsight, was the narrative of Chelsen, and then Cyberfrog's just like a dumb frog man that wants to punch bugs, and eat chicken, and so, and then like there's some things that come out to me kind of nowhere, where it's like I know there's like alien wasps coming to infest Earth, but I didn't foresee it going in certain angles, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, feels like some like real Cyberfrog's like just like a real art, story wise. I mean, like Evis's actual art, but it's like it has like a real voice to it. And then I just feel very let down narrative, where it's like just kind of like he's leaning into like just standard like Green Lantern Flash shit, what I see in DC, where it's just like, I don't know if I buy this, I'm gonna keep buying his stuff, but I'm very like disappointed from the initial hook is where I'm at. Story, I'd have to go probably Infinitel Chronicles. I'm very interested to see where that goes. The first issue is really good by Chris Fisk. I like Magic Cop too. I do have a limited range of knowledge of CG books though, because I can only back so much, so I haven't got to get as much as I wanted. But what about you, Rich? What's your standouts?
Man, I like Andy Smith's book. That's
Kozar.
Yeah,
I
know it's not sci-fi. I just buy what I really like out there, and Graham Nolan's one. Like Graham Nolan's was funny. I liked it. Like the first 30 pages are fucking beautiful. It's like it's just I didn't like the ending. It's I wanted it to be like a ghost story, and I see what he did with it, and it was good, but it's just like some questions. I think I'm gonna do a review on it and like kind of to say like kind of what I didn't really like about it, but overall, like I'm happy with my purchase. I did it's just the ending. Some of the ending it was kind of questionable. Hell
so
yeah.
You see this cover?
What's up with that T-Rex? It's pretty dope.
Oh, this is from this is Batman's cave. This is some of his like goodies. He's got like a giant penny and then a T-Rex. It's like classic.
Yeah.
Cool. Bat cave Easter egg lore, whatever. You'll see time and time again through the comics. All right. So keep this image in mind of Bane's appearance in Nightfall.
Uh-oh.
All right. Keep this in mind, because I was talking about stray beans. So I asked him to do a meth gator breaking Isom's back.
Oh,
and look what he did.
Oh, Yeah.
Is that not fucking awesome,
bro? Is that gonna be your variant cover? Please tell me that.
Maybe I asked.
Dude,
like I just asked him like, hey, what do you
get sued? Because that's where he'll come after you, DMCA you.
I'll be like, likeness, I've pulled, well, I could pull parody law. So, haha, gotcha. So he's just breaking someone that looks like Ice On's back.
Allegedly.
The ministry would have the problems, Angus. That's
I like how he titled it RippaFall.
No. Baron's pretty reasonable. Because here's the thing, man. The real owners of ISOM, man, they just, they got to protect their trademark. And if you were to pay up front or something, or maybe do a GoFundMe, that's all going to go to nonprofit helping a Christian ministry.
Well, they wouldn't want, Meth Gator. Like, that's.
Well, no, it really hurt. It really hurt Eric because there's tweets from like 2 years ago before Vito and Dick were ever talking about ISOM.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
People were like, what is ISOM? Does this have to do with the ministry? Like, he's got a cross on his belt.
See, and the NDA ruined him. If he would have said my grandfather, blah, blah, this and that, it just stupid NDA.
But yeah, I'm thinking about making this like a shirt on like Teespring and maybe some other merch,
Yeah, that makes more sense.
He says go for it. Yeah, and hey, you know what? He didn't ask for anything, but I want to give Stray Beans money. So if you back whatever merch I make of this, he's getting a cut for sure.
Dude, I gotta get that.
This is great. And I'm going to tweet it tomorrow and be like, I wonder if Chuck Dixon will like my fan art I got done by Stray Beans.
Hey, Chuck Dixon or Graham Nolan?
Well, Chuck, because he's a creator of Bane, which this is totally playing on.
Yeah, but didn't Graham, isn't he the other creator?
I guess artistically, I don't care. Like,
I
it's
think
like, it's whatever.
Graham's an old school dude, man. If it's funny, he'll laugh, but you're not disrespecting him. You're a homage to him, man.
Well, yeah, because I'm like, hey, what's a cool cover? I'm like, oh, dude, Nightfall. And then hindsight's like, oh, Chuck Dixon made Bane. This is great.
Yeah. And Graham Nolan. That's what it's like 2 for 1.
And what's cool too is if you look here, he labeled it CG. Yeah. He put this gator here. This is not his gator. This is TJ Laser's fan art of Meth Gator.
Oh man, it looks cool.
So the fact that he incorporated that, let me see. Oh yeah, and he made this cool logo for Meth Gator, like
approved by Moonlight. Oh, this is so good, man.
This is so and the fact he made a new retro style logo, which I love. Honestly, Meth Gator's logo is retro because the guy Ryan Maggs, I got to make it. I really like Ghost Rider 71 Marvel Spotlight appearance logo. Can you make it Gatory? That's literally what I said. And then he made. I was expecting maybe him to do like a paw, and then put fit Meth Gator somehow into a paw of like a gator, but he actually made a fucking sick logo with a gator head in it, and it looks like Ghost Rider style.
Dude, that looks cool, man.
It's easy to read. It's got character. It's kind of friendly looking, so it can kind of, instead of looking like Battle Chasers or something like Ghost Rider, like new Ghost Rider, it's like fucking just looks evil. It looks kind of happy. Yeah. So you don't know what to expect from the title. Image wise,
there's those old school comics, man. When you look at them, they have that just nostalgia, the warm feelings, the feels come. And when I saw that, I was like, that's the first thing that happened. I was like, oh, that looks so cool.
And then he also did a retro looking one where it looks like beat up.
Oh god,
it's fucking awesome,
amazing,
right,
bro? Yeah. That's Stray
he
Beans
exceeded my expectations.
Hey, let me ask you this, Angus. In the Detractor Hall of Fame, Stray Beans jumps over us and gets in there for that cover. I'm cool with it. Are you?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me look, because I want to. What got him on my radar artistically, he did Sturgis
Yeah, he did some things for Tony, I think.
Yeah,
I don't know for Tony, but just like
for Vito.
Sturgis.
Well, I guess he did for Tony too, but yeah, we're going to look through his images to show you the majesty of Stray Beans. All right, so he did the Fabulous Frogman against the Croc tentacle thing. All right,
there's me. I said that's awesome.
And then he did Super Killer. He's here. The Q-Tip Crusader faces two foes. What it is, the unabated egotism of Pull Up and the battling repressed gay urges. Sturgis, the rat simp.
Oh, man.
Oh, look. Eric's wearing the Trucks Me shirt. Oh. I didn't realize that. It's so layered.
Hey, these need to be trading cards. You know how that dude, that Adam guy, he's doing Iron, Iron Age, trading cards. All these classic covers in a trading card like this. That'd be cool, man.
I just realized what this says. So he did Dark Knight style Super Killer, which looks fucking sick. But it says by Vito Gesualdi and Keeper LeBeau. # where is Super Killer? This is what got him on my I think I seen the Sturgis. I saw him, but I didn't it didn't resonate that this is the same guy. And then he did this one.
Yeah, I saw this one.
Detractor Comics Group. Sturgis, sad troll urgently requesting gay intimacy and sex. It's like MODOK.
That's just your opinion, bud.
Oh God, what if mom is right? Arguing online isn't a career option. And then he's got core. Essential premiere issue. Witness the responding agent battle his greatest foe yet. His choices in life so far.
He has a Yaira shirt on. Look at.
Oh, he's got Yaira.
Eric July with lotion.
Look how tiny his legs are.
Let's look at his eyes. Yeah, that's enough pathetic. I say, when you do Sturgis, you have to draw pathetic.
It's like he's melting or something.
The fact that he made an acronym out of Sturgis.
Oh God. They gotta get along, Straight Beans, man. I don't want to be
Detractor Comics Group.
This guy's too talented to beef with, bro. He's too talented to beef with. Man.
Oh my God!
Tough,
and then,
man.
he did some elephant mastodon looking woolly mammoth thing. Oh my God, this guy's awesome. Oh, he did a Yaira piece, or maybe that's a screenshot. Oh, he said it's a troll, and it's like Yaira is holding the car, and then Eric by the neck. All right, let me see. This is we can detract now. Let me see. Moving from detracting Anna to detracting Rippa.
I got to do just a little bit of detracting because I gotta get going pretty
soon.
All
right. So I said Rippa killing his sales, removing campaign numbers. So he says, I'm thankful that I get to wake up every day and do what I love. After Yaira 1, we have a complete overhaul of the website, launch of our app, and a new release format. No longer will we have to wait for campaigns to put items up for sale or pre-order. Not giving negativity the time of day so I can focus on the fans was the best decision I could have made. I'm as focused and inspired as I've ever been.
Focus on blocking the fans.
It's like I'm a day one backer and I'm blocked. So
blocked.
Which I've said this and I stand by this even with Eric. It's like I don't think being a customer entitles you to my Twitter. So if something happens and you end up blocked, maybe it can be rectified through a third party, but just because you back me does not give you the right to my Twitter. These are two different things, so that's been my stance since I came into CG. So nothing's changing. Not that I hope to block any backers, but that's where I'm at. But yeah, what do you think of that post?
Man, it always reeks passive aggressive. You can't go aggressive anymore.
I'm happy waking up to this, doing what I love for my fans.
Flying on the internet.
Happy for it. Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm catching up. I'm trying to look at the chat really quick. Summer Swan says, I'm 20 minutes behind now because work. Anyway, fun fact, my mother was once interviewed over the phone by Dan Rather. that would be interesting to chat with him.
Yeah.
He says, thanks for the kind words, boys. Richard, I might do a blood and sword drawing next.
Ooh,
fuck. Nice.
Dang. Please, man. That'd be awesome.
Are you playing Halo, awesome, Ricky?
Sorta.
Gay gaming. I get it. That's why I was late today, because I was playing Rome so much after work.
What, Rome Total War?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good game.
I'm addicted. Well, here's the problem is like I always like make a mess of things and it gets so spread out. Yeah. Like, what the fuck was I doing? So I'm like, let me restart. And then I'm like, sometimes I'm I'll play Rome, but I'm like, I never get to like seed the area enough. Because I figured out from watching this one guy, Mini a True Nerd. He did like a whole walkthrough, like 50 video thing of beating Rome and taking all the land. And he's a classicist too, so he's got like info comparing and contrasting the game with real history and stuff. And he gave me a little insight where it's like, oh, you know how like little settlements take forever to build up to get to like your first level of recruiting. Well, you can funnel peasants and disperse them in that territory, and that boosts your population every turn. So I do that, so it makes it a little more administrative problem. And then another thing to do with your allies is if you have allies, especially if you're Rome, you get your other two allies. When they're campaigning in other areas that like the Senate sends them, send like one horse unit, so you can go so far, and you can join battles, and you can essentially like throw the game. And so they're like stalling while you keep building.
How many horsemen come with a horse unit?
How many horsemen, indeed? Well, I play medium, so 54 in the unit. But no, I'm playing as Mastodon because I love Alexander. I listen to so much Hellenic history while I'm playing. And so I'm trying to recreate the Hellenic campaign into Persia, what is of the map on Rome. But as always, I'm trying to build, I could just fucking sweep the area. Once you like get into Asia Minor, you just start sweeping the area. But I actually want to have like the best units. I've never had companion cavalry in the game, so that takes forever to build your cities up to get them. So I'm like playing really slow, really building my economy. And I'm like keeping myself out of Asia Minor until I can get the best units, and then I'm going to like make a super 20 unit army and like a new general and just fucking recreate Alexander, crossing both points of the Hellespont, taking Asia Minor, then making my way into Egypt. It's annoying as the Seleucid Empire, they're always taken out early because the game's kind of rigged against them because of history.
Yeah, read that chat. It says, how many horsemen come?
Good one, Eldridge.
Minor, I'm like, I'm giggling like a schoolgirl, bro. Like, you gotta that, man.
I love the game,
guard, bro.
Greece is fun too, but they're spread out, so it's a little hectic to start out with Greece. Rome is just so easy because the game's set up to be Rome wins. So, but what's crazy is I also found mods. And so I found this mod where it's like a lot more realistic. And they got more units and stuff, and they got more intrigue with the religions and stuff. Like wherever you're at, there's like a predisposition for like even parts of Rome are like Ionic or Ionian, whatever. So they're like Greek centric settlements. But they made it where instead of like 5-6 settlements on Italy, it's like 50 little towns that you have to manage. And so it's like I went from Pokemon to D&D. And so I'm like, let me beat main Rome finally, and then I'll come back and start playing this very in-depth. Like if you get the Seleucid Empire, you already got like 80 cities across Asia Minor and Persia. It's fucking, if not more, it's so in-depth.
That's crazy.
So that's what I've been wasting my time on. Again,
that's
I hate
not a waste, man. That's entertainment, man. That's
well, I mean, I do make use of the time by like kind of in the background listening to Hellenic history, and I retain a lot, as Ricky knows. So
cool.
It's very interesting, like understanding the time. It's all started because of Assassin's Creed, and I started listening to documentaries I played, Odyssey, and then I started realizing, okay, Thermopylae, defeat Persia, Peloponnesian War. About 150 years later, Alexander pops up. Alexander does his shit, Hellenizes the world, dies. And all of his successors can't agree. And this sets up for Rome to just sweep in because they've already been pummeled by Carthage multiple times.
Yeah, with Hannibal.
And so they're like, they've built a navy thanks to the Carthaginians. And they're like a hardy people that have made it through Carthage. So now the world is their oyster. You got these bickering Greeks and Macedonians that can't ever unify. What's crazy too is them sleeping in Macedon was a large part because of Greece couldn't like come to terms with Macedonian rule, and so they were just like trying to neg them. And it's like you set yourselves up fucking horrible because eventually Rome owns you. It's very interesting to like actually understand the history and start digging into more little tangents within that. If I could do anything, I would love to do a proper film trilogy of the Iliad. Because cool, Troy, I used to love Troy, and then like I just read the first few chapters of the Iliad, and it's like, wait, the gods are here at the very fucking start. They're through this whole book, and Troy. Me and Ricky just rewatched it recently. They do this like Hollywood atheist backhandedness of religion, where it's like all the heroes are just like, oh yeah, the gods, whatever. Like even Achilles, who is like born of like a water goddess, I think a daughter of Zeus, and Apollo, the plague is from Apollo, Troy is essentially, or Helen is essentially a gift by Aphrodite to Paris. Like they're so intertwined with the story of man. And then you watch that movie and it's like a total desecration of that story. In my opinion, it's so. And then like I love the Alexander movie. Learning about Alexander makes me love the movie more. Have you watched it? It's Colin Farrell.
It was one of those where like I watched it but wasn't really paying attention to it. Like you're on Twitter, you're like, okay, this, and then like something comes up or this and that, or you're texting or something. It's just, and then, so I didn't give it a proper watch, to be honest. It's when
definitely watch the final cut, watch the final director's cut. It's fucking worth it. People try to neg it, so like, oh, it's like a meandering story because it like keeps going backward and forward in time, but it's like, it's so good. Because everything he's doing, like the current buildup in his in his campaign, are in the narrative of Oliver Stone. This has all been layered by his parents and by the state of Macedon. What's crazy too is like he went to Delphi to the Oracle, but like it wasn't the season or the time for her to be there to like read omens or whatever. So he like supposedly pulled her into the area to give him like a fortune or whatever. And it's like, you are invincible. And he's like, oh, awesome.
Like, damn, get that motherfucker killed. And
and it's like arguable, like, was this all rigged? But then what's crazy is like he literally almost bankrupted Macedon to make this campaign happen. He put everything. He was like Kevin Smith. He literally like maxed out every credit card. He maxed out every credit card
30K
to make clerks, and then Alexander like mortgaged every piece of anything he owned to fund this shit. And then it turns out the money sent back to Macedon was like so many thousands of like talents, and like this equals like so many pounds of silver. And it's like, oh yeah, he became a billionaire. He became like Elon Musk by doing this campaign, and still had like a revenue source of the empire,
That's crazy.
And it's just, so the Alexander movie, it's like, when you watch the history, like you watch Kings and Generals on YouTube or something, it's so interesting and immersive, but within the time limit of like 3.5 hours, Oliver Stone knocked it out of the park, really getting the main bits of Alexander you need to get. Yeah. And I suggest
I'm gonna
rewatch
check that out. I'm gonna look for it on
because if you're like a Rome bro, if you're an Ancients guy, God, yeah, Alexander's like probably the most. I want to say Stone researched like 10 years to make it. It was like his Passion of the Christ.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah, because Mel Gibson took like 10 years to make that.
Yeah, it was proper, man. Proper. Hey, but I gotta get going.
Yeah, man. Really quick before you leave, what's coming up? You stream usually on Saturdays, right?
Yeah.
What do you got coming up?
Coming up tomorrow. So I've been game streaming. You know, I'm gonna be game streaming the WWE 2K24 all the way to WrestleMania because I got back into wrestling, man, and I've been having fun watching it. Kids been watching it, so I'm gonna be streaming that tomorrow at 5, and then throughout the weekend, and then we got the Jimmy Show. The damn, I'm really scared for the Nerd Hangover on Sunday. So it's WrestleMania, some game streaming, and just having a good time, man. And I got to get you on Classy Talk, bro. We got to talk about Meth Gator and just creating in general. You know, just we put the we can still do detracting, but you know, I want to pick the brain, and you know, I love talking to creators and just the creative process, and like hearing what you're talking about with history and stuff. It's fascinating, man, and that's how I listen and podcasts or watch movies, books, or whatever, and it inspires ideas because stories, emotions, and then you take stuff and make it your own. Yeah, so
yeah, I'm reading a science. Well, I don't know if it counts as science, but I'm reading a book that is at least scientific about eels because I got an idea, and so I'm like, let me research eels. And what's crazy, the first chapter gives you like the synopsis of eels. It's crazy. They can live like 80 years, and they're like trout though. They're born in the sea. They come into fresh water, unless you're talking about like sea eels specifically, I guess, but come into like Europe, whatever. And they might live like 50 years in like a bog or something. And then all of a sudden they like morph when it's time to mate. Something snaps, and their bodies change. Their like sexual identifying fins and whatnot change, and they just swim in the ocean. And then they like, I don't know if they have like proper sex.
Non-binary until they like 50 years later.
Well, it's like they're probably male or female, but like they don't really develop that until it's time. And then they're like octopus. They have their sex or their reproduction phase, and then they die. Like trout.
Shit, that's sad.
They're like a one shot, but they can live like 80 years, or some have been said to 100. You know, so it's all
40,
just learning.
40-year-old virgin is a freaking real eel.
Yeah, just learning this quick blurb is like, oh man, this really expands. Yeah, that's my idea. Like I bought a collegiate book about alligators. Have you ever seen the Nat Geo from the like 80s or 90s about alligators? The guy in the swamp swimming with gators, that is an actual like herpetologist from the University of Florida. And so he's got like at least it's like a college level book that I bought. Because I couldn't find anywhere to like download or read PDF, so I had to buy it for $50. So that's my angle. Is like when I have ideas, I'm such a like a literal guy. I actually like research shit.
Yeah,
so.
I do. I get on. I think you do a little bit more far research. Me, I hit a couple YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
I'll hit the like button so I can go back to them. Yeah.
YouTube, the algorithm really skews the search where it's hard to find. Once you find a few like good things, but you need more in depth, those aren't like the big videos. And so it's unless you know
then I go
name.
to Google. Yeah, it's weird because then I'll go to a Google search and come up with different videos that are on YouTube that were more informative.
Yeah. But you get out of here.
Yeah.
And
thank you
get
guys
ready
for having me. Yeah, we'll talk again soon, man. I'll get you on next week or something.
Yeah,
I don't know about next week, but maybe the following week, you know. And good meeting, good meeting, Rook. I see you, I hear about you, but I never get to actually stream with you. So
yeah, that's all good. I usually work whenever he's got to stream half the time. So
I got to level up today. That's cool, man.
That's cool.
You guys have a good night, and hail to the chat, man.
Thank you, man. Making that was very cathartic. That's awesome, Stray Beans. Eldridge asks, Perhaps you can answer this one regarding Cyberfrog. I have the original Foil Blood Honey. Do you know when he switched paper to the thicker stuff like in Wreck Planet? It's night and day difference. That's a detail I would not know.
I can't tell you. It's paper and doesn't feel like the same paper as other comics sometimes. It's about as much as I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, when you get like a floppy at the comic store for $5, it's like, okay, this is like a standard level. And then like EVS is like, okay, this is more prime.
Like, okay, more sturdy.
Then you get like Duck to Naples Bigfoot Bill template, and it's like, fuck, this is prestige.
Yeah.
But overall, if the story is not good, I don't really give a fuck. So I put Cyberfrog and Bigfoot Bill on the same plane, even though EVS went for, the standard floppy style, which is underwhelming compared to Bigfoot Bill's presentation. Effectively, they have the same mystique to me of story and fun. But yeah, that's not generally that's not a detail I care about or comment on. Besides an unboxing, you're never gonna be like, oh wow, the paper, ooh, oh the ink, or people were crying about EVSK like black pages that were like smudging or something. It's like that sucks, I guess, but that has no bearing on the story and the artistry. Sturgis is Rasputin. Find any Rasputin in any comic and you found a Sturgis. Yeah, seems kind words. Stoney says, I just want to say the white Huns are the superior. God damn it. Ricky, can you take over for a second?
Yeah, you gotta quit smoking stuff, of course. But I don't know where your comment was with that, but yeah. Hello, chat. Hello, Timmy in the chat here as well. I was playing a video game while it's happening, so now I'm going to die. But that's okay. I shall do that for the chat. What's up, Karen? In the chat. Hello, hello. Let me scroll up here. Okay, that's where you are. So let me read that again. So I just want to say the whole white Huns are the superior Huns. I guess so. I don't know what that's referring to. I'm totally blanking out right now on that. The bottom of your pictures need to be the bottom line. Need to be in line with the bottom of that tiny flag on your wall so that you're not cropping them out, Bangus. Let me see. I don't have my glasses on, so if I fudged a word, my bad. Angus be like, Pompeii, my hood now.
Oh, wait, what was I saw that comment, but what was Papa crying about? Yeah, the thing is, this is like the ideal placement. I need to lower my pictures of the Owl and Athena, but this is the camera placement and the zoom. This is like the right dimension. Where you get,
I've commented on it before. I commented on it before where sometimes your head looks like it's just on the bottom a little bit, and I'm like always commenting on that because you're like, hey, cool, like you need a little help up to sit up the rest of the way or something. A little step stool.
Oh well. Pompeii's my hood. It's not new. I've had it for a while. Tim. But yeah, that is Neytiri from the only Avatar I care about. Last Airbender does not.
Last Airbender's fine, but you will give it a chance. You're weird that way. Yeah.
Will not. What's up, Karen? I don't have a clip for you. Cancel culture is objectively bad for everyone. Well, yeah, I agree.
I agree too.
Clearly I agree, but I also think it's funny when it happens to that bitch because again, she tried to steer the narrative about me over dumb shit that she also got wrong, and then couldn't face heat when I finally did a video since she wanted to bring this shit up. Couldn't face the heat. So fuck you. So yeah, I will relish in her misery, even though I don't agree with what is causing the misery. See that distinction? So the first run, he said the paper stock thickness was on the thin side, so it's slightly saturated and has ripples. The Wreck Planet paper is glossy and thick like a typical trade paperback. Huh. No, you changed the prints. Oh well. The Hun comment was a reference to a Total War Attila. Yeah, I've only played Rome 1.
Oh, the Total War. Oh, okay. Cool.
I have
not played Rome.
I have the pack for the 3 original Romes of Alexander, Rome Total War, and then Barbarian Invasion. Have not played any of Alexander or Barbarian because I'm dead set. Again, like I generally hate gaming, and I hate how much time I spend on this. But again, I try to make some use of it by, again, the history podcasts and whatnot. We're actually learning stuff and comparing, contrasting with the game. Like, you know, I try to look at the little details. Like, for instance, they don't get it perfect, but I think overall they like get regions right. Whereas like Epirus, Thessaly, Sparta, and Asia Minor's got like Cappadocia, Lycia, I think, Pergamum, you know, Coeli, Syria. So it's like when you start looking in on like rebels in certain spots where it's like, I don't know, there's some weird ones. Like generally it's like Etruscan, but there's region specific. So then you start looking like, oh, they actually put the detail of like, these are not just this province, but this is like a specific area of the province, rebels or whatever. And you start looking at stuff like, oh, certain troops units you can recruit mercenaries like Cretan archers. Like, oh yeah, they were actually like highly revered archers. They're like the tippy top prime in their time and place. Rhodian slingers, Balearic slingers. There's little details like that. You start investigating, like, well, why are they special? What is the history of X thing? And you just get little tangents. Like I love learning. And yeah, it's through a few years now, off and on, getting into this where it's like, oh yeah, that little timeline I was talking about of from Thermopylae to Rome, taking out the Seleucid Empire and whatnot. It's all causal, it's all related and intertwined. And it's just really fun to, I don't know, it's fun to learn. It's interesting too how people try to like complicate, or like, you know, watch like dramas or something and people think like a new show is the thing, you know, nothing's ever crossed this line or gotten to this point of like humanity. And then you read the histories, and these are only fragments of what actually happened, and they're probably hundreds of years later recounted from old scrolls that are gone. And you see how dramatic humanity's always been, the intrigue, the politics, the backstabbing. It's all been there. This is just Game of Thrones has happened in history.
Yep.
I've been away. Nice to see you both. Yeah, I've been wondering. I saw you post a picture of wine, Karen.
I
yeah.
assume she wants to drink it.
So a little fun for y'all. Me and Ricky were looking over this last week. I forgot to bring it up last week. And interesting article from the New York Post. Again, they always have great little twists in their pitch titles and whatnot. So this comes off the Animal Kingdom's LGBT community. Humpback whales caught enjoying gay sex romp in first documented photos of whale humping.
I like how they imply they're enjoying it as well when it's probably, you know, one not consensual.
And they're having fun too. It's like they put the hump in humpback whale. Scientists documented humpback whales making whoopee on camera for the first time ever, as well as the first same-sex penetration by the species at the same time. The copulating cetaceans, I hope I said that right, photographed by researchers off the coast of Hawaii were both males, according to a report of the findings published in Marine Mammal Science. This is like a legitimate essay or whatever. Mating and non-reproductive sexual encounters between the giant marine mammals have been rarely observed in the wild, never before captured on camera. Whales gone wild. The male-on-male action was photographed near the Malunki crater off the island of Maui in January after a private boat spotted a pair of whales. The photographs, however, reveal a darker story than the revelation of an LGBT-friendly species. A healthy humpback adult was observed chasing an injured and visibly emaciated adult humpback in circles around the boat. The healthy male had its penis extruded instead of hidden with its genital flap like normal. This is a degenerate well. Think about the children, you degenerate. While it pursued the slow-moving male whale, according to the research, the strong whale penetrated the weaker whale's genital flap multiple times while grasping with its pectoral fins, as seen in the photographs. This is a booty warrior.
Apparently.
Yeah, I've seen the photos before diving into the depths of the sea. The humpbacks were later identified by their tail flukes, and prior biopsy samples collected by researchers confirmed that both whales were male. Here we have the first documentation of a humpback whale male sexually penetrating another humpback whale, but also the case of an animal that's injured and unhealthy being penetrated by what appears to be a healthy and strong whale. Scientists said it was difficult to know the exact explanation for the behavior, but provided a few possibilities. The stronger humpback may have mistakenly tried to mate with the ailing one, could have been reinforcing a social relationship with an injured conspecific, or it could have been expressing dominance over the weaker competitor. The antagonized behavior theory is backed by the ailing whale's posture during the encounter, bent in a way to resemble the letter S, which would have been observed previously during the threatening interactions among humpbacks. Researchers have also once before witnessed a humpback with its penis extruded adjacent to the floating body of a male humpback that died during a fight shortly before. It is striking that the only two observations of such behaviors in scientific literature involve ailing or deceased whales. Scientists do not know if similar sexual behavior would or has occurred between two healthy males, but sexual encounters between the same-sex pairs have been documented in a wide range of species, including other marine mammals like walruses, common bottlenose dolphins, killer whales, and gray seals. So we may have seen on camera our first whale rape in the humpback species. What do y'all think of that?
They are. My theory is that the whales are trying to be ninjas, so because the first time they got caught, one of them was just slipping up. I guess every time there's a camera, they try to make sure they don't get caught on camera for it. Apparently,
Ripper Goalpost says, "Do you think directors and executive producers of failed shows, movies, are oblivious to the terrible writing and acting, or do you think they're aware of how bad it will be but run with it anyway?" Well, again, a lot of these people, they might have had a vision, but then there's a lot of corporate mandates, oversight. For some producer that helped fund this is like, well, we got to give them a bone here, so we got to put, like a producer or whatever, a studio at with Warner Brothers really wanted a spider with Superman, and so they had to work the plot around Superman fighting a worthy alien spider. Not a comic thing. So it doesn't have a precedent necessarily. So that's a quick example that comes to mind. There's always, movies are usually a compromise. That's why you should if you like Snyderverse, not even if you like the idea of a creator actually having pure vision unmeddled with. You see how the theater Justice League came out where it's this is not fair to Snyder or Joss Whedon, because you have Joss Whedon on a deadline trying to carve up an already made movie and get emergency reshoots to try to make sense of a theatrical cut. Yeah, that's why you should support stuff like Barbie, because Barbie seems to be pretty much organic to the writer-director, Greta Gerwig. Because they were going to do, it seems like some sort of more woke, actually woke Amy Schumer film, and they weren't going woke enough for her, so that's why it didn't follow through. Yeah, I don't know.
My answer's kind of just simple with it, where if they're aware of the terrible writing or acting and stuff, I feel like that's not the highest of their concern. They probably put that on number 5 or lower on their concerns. So whenever it gets down to that, it's just what if you turn it in, that's fine. But I mean, since they have turned down some movies, I guess, I don't know how much they actually dropped, but there was a Game of Thrones thing that was going to be made, and that was scrapped entirely. and what else was there? It was Batgirl or something, right? Like they made the movie and we're like, we're not going to put this out there. So I think they're somewhat aware, but to the degree they're aware, I don't know. Especially with a lot of the failed ones. I mean, they keep on going with the rhetoric that everybody's just hating it or something, or because women and all that stuff. But that alone seems to be a tactic to try to drum up some kind of extra support for the movie too. So I don't know. But they did that even with Captain Marvel when that made $1 billion, and we're still like claiming to be like negative bombed.
No, it made money. It's just, did they rig it? Did they buy their own tickets to boost it for narratives? That's fun speculation at the least.
Well, yeah, but I mean, regardless of whether they made it honestly or not, the stats show $1 billion. And they also were like, but people are also being meanie heads trying to bomb our movie. So that's like a weird one where they succeeded in a thing. The movie is still terrible in writing and acting and stuff, but like they, you know, the reaction, it's that's why it's hard for me to kind of gauge what they know, executives and directors and stuff. I have no idea. And do they give a shit about like social media? Some, I guess, but I don't know. You see more actors tweet out than you do directors and executives.
People, like when Mark Millar was talking about how only like, I think less than 5% of the customers are actually like vocal on Twitter, for instance, or social media. It's like, yeah, but unless you're hearing anecdotally through comic store owners in like some sort of convention for feedback for comic creating entities like Dark Horse, DC, and whatnot, you got to go with what you're seeing. And so, but then you got something like the Snyder Cut where it's like, oh yeah, it's like a whole giant bot campaign outside of whatever organic retards are pushing this. There's a huge bot campaign. It got like a fucking vote Oscar by bot voting. You know, and so it's like, again, this is where you get like this whole like fuck the fans. Go watch Misery, because that movie is fuck fans.
Yeah,
from Stephen King, and
it's it's a good.
I kind of agree. Kinda. Like even if it's like such a preposterous,
it's the extremist of extreme.
Even if it's an extreme, completely unlikely chance this ever happens, even with a crazy fan. Like this is what's going through the creatives' heads when
it doesn't hit the cock-a-doodle door or whatever.
When they get crazy people, you know, feedback, and they're so irate because you did this to, I was a fan for this, and then you did this thing.
See, like if Dick Masterson happened to be the lady in Misery, I could see where the complaints would be of his faith a little. Be like, wow, you're gonna break my legs over this? Like, Jesus. You know, because what's funny, I think she was like, that wouldn't happen, sir.
Yeah, think about this. This is perfect actually, because Game of Thrones guys, they came out with a statement recently about the ending. I haven't read anything further besides the quick blur on Twitter, but we're gonna look at that. So remember this, Ricky, Game of Thrones. But yeah, like when you got, it came to mind because Game of Thrones had like over 1 million people sign that petition and remake the last season, and it's like when you're the creative and you see that, you're seeing 1 million miseries.
Yeah,
it's like oh god, these freaks are trying.
They might as well be clubbing his legs, and he's just like,
it's kind of cancel culture. That was it's you know, you can argue this is hey, these people were paid by studio to make an artistic adaptation of Game of Thrones. They trusted them, whether it was good or not. You know, objectively, I think we can all kind of agree they really shit the bed the last season for all the hype and the buildup and what we were loving. We were fine with Daenerys turning bad. It just didn't make sense so abruptly. Yes, there was the layering, but it doesn't make sense when she snaps. Jon Snow being a fucking pussy out of nowhere. No closure with him directly with the Night King. Giving it to Arya and trying to rope in.
Well, the actual film editing and like filmography, everything started to seem like it was different in that season. And that was like, oh, what the fuck? But
yeah, but as far as creative, it's like you see this. First of all, they've already cashed their checks. They're already paid. It's over. They're done. Do they hate the legacy they have because of the bad thing? Probably deep down inside, they probably don't like that they have like such a bad reputation now, and it's probably directly got them fired from Star Wars, which would have been awesome to see what they could have made with Star Wars. Say what you want about Dave and Dan with the last half of Game of Thrones, especially the end of it, where it's pretty much all in their hands and they clearly don't know what they're doing. They adapted the shit out of that show, like bringing that to life. I mean, it helps that George R. R. Martin has worked on film already as a writer, so he wrote it.
And it seemed like it seemed like Martin was. I assume that he was giving a lot of word to
he would write
filmmakers, so he would
write one episode every season for the first 4 seasons.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing when the author creator is like also trying to help the film side to make it as good as they can. That's good.
Yeah, like cry all you want about Invincible and little things they've gone woke with, but Kirkman is a producer on that show.
Mm-hmm.
Garth Ennis is a producer to some extent with The Boys. And they're doing new things with that series where it's like The Invincible and The Boys. What's interesting what Amazon's doing, a little twists and stuff where it's like, oh, well, they changed that. So like this long term will have a trickle down at the end of the show. Like Black Noir in the show, this is complete ramifications that change what the show's going to be from the comic, which gives you a nice surprise. You're like, what are they going to do? Because they're making a new comic essentially off of the main storyline. So, it's like, yeah, some of these creators are influenced by DEI, wokeness, or whatever. They're woke people. Like, there just wasn't. Some of it might just be they're paying lip service because they don't want to be canceled. They can't. They're too, like their paycheck relies on going along with the vocal culture.
It's the what you wanted Gina Carano to potentially do to gain a bigger voice instead of having a smaller voice, but with what she did.
At some point, this is like what the Charlemagne the God or whoever that fuck. He has some. I didn't see the whole thing, but he's saying like DEI and whatnot. This is like bad. I think he had an even more woke spin about why it sucks because it's not enough to like probably some reparations narratives, my guess, but
probably
yeah, like even the wokies aren't satisfied with the wokeness.
Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, it's a tough question all around, I'd say, officially. And then, like, if you're one of the creators, what do you determine is the main problem? I know writing, I think, is one of the bigger parts of it. But when there are so many other elements that I guess go to it, and however Hollywood is supposed to be ran and structured, I guess, I don't know. That just goes into a whole mess of different things. That's like, in my head, it's like, just make the thing. What do you mean? But they have all their hurdles, I guess, to jump through, whatever dicks they got to suck, whatever quotas they got to meet, I guess is what I'm looking for the wording with that.
Well, it's just funny you say that because it's just not a phrase I expect to hear from you.
I guess so. Well, I mean, you almost say that. You almost say it half the time for me. It's under whatever. A lot of things that I also think you say too. So it's like, all right, so don't need to repeat it. Do you think they are aware of how bad it will be? Anyway, yeah, I think some probably are aware of how bad it is. Do you think the boys are aware with it, or do you think they believe that they're more with the stuff? A lot of people had that complaint with the boys that they're like, the girl power thing, that they make fun of it, but then also do it, and then the Trump sort of things where they hate Trump, sort of, or.
Oh yeah, they're definitely layering a lot of like Trump hate through Homelander, but it's like, you idiots, like we love Homelander because Homelander is such a fractured, fragile character, and he's got a lot of innocence to him, even with all of his like evils. It's like it's a whole like he's a nurture nature narrative. So when you've had him be a product for a drug company. He's never had his own agency. And so now he's like starting to take control, and he's being bad because he's a little child acting out with power now. When he's trying to vilify him as Trump with like how you think of Trump, you're only making a sympathetic villain at worst.
But I assume when it comes up to him lasering that guy, that's like what people are referring to.
Yeah,
like, that's
he could kill people in broad daylight. People would cheer him on. It's like no, like if Trump would have got found out on the Epstein list, like I wouldn't like renege on my 2020 vote for him, but it'd be like, well, that's bad. But also, like, he's a great politician for what I want.
Point out things that he does bad, but then again, what politician is squeaky clean at this?
It's like Kevin Spacey, more than likely, because all these accusers mysteriously die when court's coming up.
Right,
he's probably guilty, and he's probably a dirtbag. But what an amazing actor, So like, he's a great artist with his craft. So you both think Gary Glitter, the rock and roll guy, he's a bad guy, but fuck, he made a couple bangers that I will not apologize for playing.
I think history shows that a lot of people that do bad things are pretty talented sometimes at certain stuff. That's seems to be the case. Okay,
so this is a YouTube, I guess, interview. Let me see.
Well, one of our guys in the chat has something about an update thing. It's for the Jack show.
Still playing the race card. Oh my god! Even her chat is trying to correct her. Like, you retard. They're talking about entities of media, not that you are not colored enough. You fucking wokey.
R. Kelly made bangers for years, said Scott.
Yeah.
I'll piss on
I was just thinking about R. Kelly. I was thinking
about
watching Space Jam because I was thinking about making a meme of P. Diddy where it's like he only did what his handlers instructed him to, his masters, and make allusions in the meme to a certain tribe in the Levantine area of the world, and then say free Diddy. see if that would catch on, because like everyone was free R. Kelly. They made jokes and boondocks about that and stuff, and it became true.
Right.
People actually doing that. All right, so this is Josh Horowitz, probably a Jew. Who would have known? Oh man, damn it! This is
what's his last name?
Horowitz.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I've heard that kind of name. All right.
So he's got okay, so it's only like 2 minutes. So he's chaptered his videos. It's like a 48-minute stream or interview, but he's chaptered it, so it's pretty much a couple minutes. They're pertain to Dan and Didio, or not Dan and Didio. It's a DC guy. Dave and Dan, D&D. Let me get rid of this and share this. All right, so here's old Horowitz, and this is them talking about Game of Thrones ending.
Maybe I'll alienate my own audience, but I'm going to say I love the ending of Lost, and I love the ending of Game of Thrones. Okay, I'm not saying it just because you guys are here. I've lost all my fans, but it's true.
It was totally worth losing all of your fans to say
it
that.
Is, yeah, just to make you guys happy for 30 seconds.
Yeah, totally.
Were you taken aback by the discourse? Did you see it coming?
I think we knew it would be controversial. I think we hoped that it would be a little more 50-50.
They're hoping for Ryan Johnson status with
I instantly thought of Ryan.
Yeah.
Quite so much hate. We're prepared for some of it, but
I guess I hadn't really taken into account the network effects.
But they call them detractors.
Which is the network effects that can help a show when they're working in your favor, is a positive feedback loop that kind of
the exponential, just like feeding on each other. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was maybe referring to before when I was like, it's.
He kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet.
Hypocritical to love it when it's blowing in your direction, and to and to decide it's the end of the world when it's going the other way. But it's like, yeah, I think that maybe that was the part of it that we hadn't really accounted for in knowing that some people were gonna like it and some people weren't.
David, is this why you're on the move right now? That Game of Thrones fans are chasing you
yes.
at the ending?
It's like Hard Day's Night, except they have blades and hammers.
But to your point,
traffic noise, but I will say the only positive moment I've ever had with Homeland Security was going through LAX a few months ago, and the guy saw my driver's license and he's like, "Are you Dave and Dan?" I was like, "What?" I'm one of them. Yes, I'm one of them. I love the final season. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. So it was a really sweet moment in a situation where
he's got some fat loser at LAX TSA. Like, I really liked the ending.
Really great.
It's like he has this in his back pocket to like bring up like, oh yeah, I had a really good fan interaction randomly about the ending to like pat himself on the back. But it's like, right, but like everyone on the internet that like came into your show and loved it, they hate you for how you ended it.
Well, and when you say there's a million, and then it's like the amount, like
a million people.
Well, you said like
interested enough to get online.
To not only that, you said like 5% of people like are on Twitter or something. And it's like a million, like however much of the fan base of Game of Thrones, a million decided to vote, like to do a petition thing. I didn't even do a petition thing, but it's like, you know, the amount of fans that's been around for 10 years with it. That's an insane amount.
That's only 5%.
And honestly, in season 8,
that means like 20 million people could like actually rally to like
do real things in real life.
If we're gonna like a simple stat, yeah.
Oh, I feel like they'd all starve because they like run whatever town they're in dry or something. Be like, oh, we didn't plan for that. But only episode 2 of season 8 was like the only standout good episode, I'd say, in that season. That was like good.
I'd say 1 and 2. There's a lot of chess pieces being moved on the board when you're thinking like this is the not only is the final season, but like this is like the end. Like this was the Game of Thrones was a distraction to like the real threat of death from the Night King, and it's like, oh no, actually, yeah, it is the Game of Thrones. That's the whole point. Even with impending death, people can't unite, and I think that is a Martin rebuke of fantasy like Lord of the Rings.
Again, I'd still be fine if they aren't fully united by it, but I'd still rather it be a much longer dealing with the Night King stuff.
It's the
falling of their things. But,
it's the story as old as time. Like again, Alexander, you know, largely thanks to his father laying the groundwork with subduing all the Greek cities. And then reforming his military and coming on top financially, doing all this, set up Alexander. But because like this, I'm going to start walking through this like professor lectures that the 3-hour videos are based on, his lectures about Alexander. He does them like segments, so it's easy to digest. But he talks about like modern historical consensus. Like there's like this argument. A lot of people lean into this idea that they want to give all of his generals a lot of credit. And he's like, I'm someone that thinks Alexander really was a like magician. He really was this godlike being managing all these personalities. Cause like once he goes, you see what happens. You get like 3 major kingdoms all vying for control. And then they help make everything splinter, and all this infighting for decades decimates everybody, sets up to, you know, get squandered by Rome. But Athens and Sparta before that with Persia, they unite. And of course, the Thebans and everybody else, Greece collectively, as we think of them, unite against the Persian threat. And then right after, they get right back to it. So you got to think of like Persia threatening to invade on their doorstep, coming through Macedon down through Thermopylae. This is effectively they could like annihilate these people because, you know, in Ionia, Asia Minor, the Greek colonists revolted, and then Persia decimated, like razed the city in recompense. And so this was really in their head, like this could be death for our whole culture. And they all united, and it worked out. Also, they're on the home front. Well, and then they splinter right after with the Peloponnesian War, And then there's America with Russia. We were funneling them what would be trillions today to fight the Nazis in Germany. And then right after, we divvy up Germany, and they take over all of like the Eastern Bloc that was Nazified beforehand, fill that void, and then we're having like a 50-year Cold War with proxy wars like Vietnam and Korea.
All I'm saying is part of it that might have helped is the distance between the North and the South. And Game of Thrones would have maybe made it a little easier for them to not have even going to there to ask for support for a while. Would have been a better strategy, because they just kind of go there and show them the zombie, and it's like, you just went there. Look, they seem to travel around much faster in the last season, and it was I feel like if it was, they are trying to go and get support from the North, but it's such a long trek, but they're also trying to defend the South, and the enemies at the gate right there right now. You can't, like, I feel like that would be a more like dramatic divide of distance of the world, and the only faster ways through the dragons or whatever. So you can only do so much. Like, that'd be interesting to me.
I want to say the journey from King's Landing to Winterfell takes like months. It's such a long.
Yeah, but then how quick is it on Dragonback?
Right.
Days.
Now I don't mind a narrative device of like, all right, yeah, you understand how arduous this is, but we got all these people to juggle now, so we're just like cutting out the travel, and you're getting like the key points.
No, I understand that too, but I'm saying that having the travel be effective in the difficulty of fighting the enemy, I think would be especially established through the first 4 seasons, where it takes a whole, it takes them forever to get from one end to the other. Like, I feel like that would just be better way to execute it in the last season.
Oh, Elridge, I just saw this. Yeah, the Jews are living in the sewer. He was like,
he told me about that.
To uploading that, and it's funny as fuck. I guess. Well, it's funny because he posts, it's probably him, but on the Biggest Problem account, they posted like, "What should we do for Biggest Problem in April?" And I said, "Jews." The biggest problem, they got to bring 4 problems about the Jews. Will they do it?
Such a short list.
Long fucking list, dude. You're talking about 6,000 years at least of problems. These fucking people.
Anyway, let's finish out this video. It's really short.
You're not expecting sweetness, so there are people out there who like the last season. You're not the only one. There are like 11 of you.
Yeah, I was going to say, to quote Arrested Development, there are dozens of us. We exist. I would imagine it. I know this is a project that you probably can't say much of because it's never going to happen, presumably, or maybe not. But
I guess they're switching to Star Wars. I guess they address at least a little bit about the Star Wars cancellation. I'll have to look into this video later. But yeah, I just thought that.
Well, yeah, I think it's an interesting commentary perspective, and I think yours and mine opinion might have changed a bit since we entered the sphere a long time ago. 5 or 6 years ago now. Where it was like, listen to the fans, listen to the fans, listen to the fans. And it's like, half of me agrees with that, but the other half really doesn't. And because it's like, if you're a creator and you're trying to make something, you want people to enjoy it, but
you're not organic.
I feel like if you are trying to make like let's just even say the Snyder, as bad as Snyder's honest, true vision is, as horrible as it is to me, honestly, with his Rebel Moon and Snyder cut, like, he made what he wanted, so that's neat, but he shouldn't expect everybody to be on board with it necessarily, especially with the quality of it. But I don't know. I feel like it's that kind of thing where, with like the Ryan Johnson response, it's like, I haven't heard anything that was good. Like, I haven't heard any response that was good to mine. That's like, okay, from the creator part, you need to, get off your high horse a little. But from the fan part, there's kind of a divide that I have between a creator and a fan now, that both kind of need to be 50-50. The creator and the fan need to have some bit of 50-50 in check, if you know what I mean. A little bit.
I think like, people are really gonna like, if I can get the right networking for eyes on meth kit. I think a lot of people are gonna be excited for the idea.
Yeah.
And they probably won't listen to me go in detail about like the actual idea and the span I want to play with and the direction I want to take the very silly idea. So many people are going to see it and they get excited because they think cocaine bear. They think stupid drug animal creation. And it's like, no, it's a stupid story that inspired this. And I offer it to you as like an origin of creative inspiration. But I'm making a real character story. Now, is it going to be fucking Godfather? I don't think so. I would love to try to get to that. If people could piece that out of what I do, like awesome. I'm not aiming that high, but I'm when I see RippaVerse, you know, it's like it is fun to detract because it is dog shit. But then there's like a legitimate creative side of me where I'm like, dude, you had so much good faith from everybody that would give you a chance, and you clearly were just, again, niggonomics. You saw a get rich quick scheme and you took no fucking effort, and it's like that part of it is legitimately infuriating looking at the RippaVerse of what the money on hand that people were throwing at him to just it can suck, man. Just like we want to like fund your seed money to make a bastion against wokeness in this medium, and you can get better over time. And then he is like Rian Johnson, but at least Rian Johnson, as much as I hate Last Jedi, it is a real work of art, and I can totally see the interpretations. It is a biblical kind of, it is a schismatic work of art within a franchise. It is like the schism of the church of Catholicism and Orthodoxy. It really is an interpretive dividing line, and it is bold in a lot of ways. On that level, I really appreciate someone like Rian Johnson that's like, oh yeah, this move, I can't come back from this. These have long-standing ramifications for people's investment.
He's now a benchmark in terms of quality that people will use forever, even if they haven't seen TLJ. Probably they'll have that as a benchmark.
And it is biblical again, and it's like interpretive standing for the franchise, where it's like there is a religious fervor of this fandom because it means something, because that maybe not how people are arguing it, but Lucas did mean for this to have like religious importance in its more or less simple ethics it was trying to delineate through entertainment. So for us to have this like religious argument over this fantasy, it's kind of inbuilt by Lucas somewhat on accident. Again, he had the intent of like morality tale, but I don't think he envisioned the media juggernaut the name Star Wars would become, and the benchmark it is. And so now it's like idiots arguing over like, oh, no, the X-Wing can't do that, cockpits, and like that's not the fucking point. Like, it's not the importance, it's like that's all. Again, it's the cosmic. It's the Force and the Father Son. You got to know those two aspects to make Star Wars. That's another thing with Andor. There's like no Father Son angle there.
We'll see as we continue it.
I know they're trying to do something with like his bounty spy guy or whatever, but it's not there.
No, you'll see. You'll see.
You'll all see. You'll see. All right, so let's line up with some more detracting. This is a new target. I've talked about this Chucklehead before as like a marker, a face for the anti-Last of Us shenanigans of the zero sphere of YouTube. Tyrone Magnus, you are now to be judged.
He's a reactor.
And it's such a gay fucking profession.
there's some people that do breakdown reacting that I'm
like
fine
Grace
with
Randolph.
that.
Like that is informative. That is speculative.
Well, I'm referring to EFAP and Knox Hill and other people that like break down and give information and context onto things. If you're not as well informed on something, they can explain it as it goes and break down a video. I haven't seen any of this guy's reactions. I've seen other reactors I swear were this guy, but I guess they're not. There's a lot of black reactors or whatever.
It's the like lowest
that look the same.
It's like
looking at the videos.
Dick talking about like game journalism. It's like it's like journalists are already dog shit, and when you're a game journalist, like you're the worst. And so it's like, yeah, like I'm a YouTuber. This is my profession that pays the bills. It's like, oh, what are you doing? It's like, oh, like I'm a Rome bro. I'm a do-it-yourself fixer-upper guy. I'm a car maintenance informative channel. Teach you like tips and tricks and tools. I'm a fucking hiking guide channel. Get you into like motivational fitness. I'm a relationship. I'm a political analyst. I do a Joe Rogan thing. Like any of these things I'm saying, like, oh, that's like worthwhile. Takes craft, on top of like the initial pitch imagery to work in the algorithm to get seen in the ether of all your competitors. Reactor. This is like the lowest fucking form of life. This is like single cell bacteria. This is not. What is this? Why is this a thing? Why is this? Where and talking about like societal decay, people want to bring up like Wet Ass Pussy by Nicki Minaj as like a marker. It's like, yeah, this is capitalism. This is the downside of capitalism, is that you can just have the lowest fucking form of artistry or reporting or whatever you want to call, whatever this fits in, of transformative, because you're just, oh, I don't like that.
Well, yeah, there's the guy Jinx. There's
no
SS
fucking
Sniper. There's SS Sniper Wolf, who they'll just watch things, and even if they say things, sometimes it's just completely unsubstantive. It's not really. They don't credit things half the time. There's all these other elements that are like, what is going on here? What are you doing?
It's one thing if a movie reviewer who's like devoted themselves to the craft of informative, introspective critiquing of film and the art and the craft of making film and the merits of a film at the time they're, that takes craft and knowledge. The more you watch, the more you can compare and contrast and see like, oh, that's a copycat of actually a very obscure French film. This is actually, why are we praising this? Whatever. Or reacting in the sense of like, hey, I'm a professional, like a professional sword fighter.
Well, no, I was gonna say, even so to
watch
epic rap
Star Wars,
to epic rap battles of history, there will be a various different amount of reacting channels that react to their channel, because they're either whatever, like there's a kaiju, like guys who are super into kaiju that don't give a crap about rap battles,
or like rap professionals.
And then there's different rap professionals that'll talk about it for whatever reasons. There's historians that'll look at it for when they have historical battles and stuff. Like there's such a variety that'll react to their stuff that have half an hour long or more videos breaking down their 2-minute rap essentially.
Yeah, that's worthwhile, and it inspires and informs in various ways. Just reacting, this is like the lowest life form to me. So I already just have like an ill view of this profession, if you will. But look, let's just get in aesthetically. What are we getting into? All right, so we got,
which video are we watching?
We're gonna watch Rip Disney. All right, this is about Silver Surfer. So you haven't seen it, but you really love Breaking Bad. I don't know if you like it more or less, but when we start watching Ozark, this girl is a very key actress in the entire series of the show. She has
who's the actress?
I don't know her name, but she plays, I think, Ruth in Ozark, and she's a very foundational character in that show. Through the whole show, pretty much episode 1. Maybe she comes in episode 2, but she's in the whole show. And it's kind of an odd casting, given that's my first perception of her is like a very in-depth role of like a crime drama, of like a hick redneck getting in way over her head with someone way above her in Jason Bateman. But that is like a groundbreaking role for her career. I don't know if it's like she's going to be judged anything she does off of that role. All right. And so I don't know if they're making this female Silver Surfer off of an iteration in Marvel Comics that there's a female Silver Surfer. I know, was it Noran Red? I think's his name. He's got like girlfriend Harold or whatever. Nova.
I think they could do it where the main Silver Surfer passes on his powers to save her. Or
black guy. I just saw looking this up. A black guy was, I guess, in the final running for casting, and he posted on Instagram. I thought it was going to be me. And so he's very shocked by a white.
I thought I was going to be the female Silver Surfer.
And apparently he deleted his post, but people got it, of course. But
that sounds like Dakota Johnson. And I was like, I thought I was going to be in the MCU.
Aesthetically, all right, you got cute white girl and then Silver Surfer with female Silver Surfer art. And then you have a black guy making the cut your throat sign angrily. So it's just like aesthetically, this is, oh wow, angry black man talking about a white woman. This is like the climate we're in, where everyone promotes all these like violent black men videos and talking about. There's like this new trend on TikTok of girls saying they got hit by people that are probably black in New York or like migrants, whatever. It's just like, this guy's an idiot. He's not really thinking about the climate, you know. And even though he's on like conservative sphere, where it's with his commentary, it doesn't fit with black as a monolith politically. It's just like you reduce it down to, again, why are black people being talked about in media lately? Either it's like, oh, they're stealing roles by diversity hiring, or they're mongrels terrorizing us. This is what's being permeated in media right now, and so it's just not a good look. Not a good look. But let's see what this chucklehead says.
Darling Arna, when the ship crashed.
It's cartoon Joker's laugh, I think. Mark Hamill's. He's doing a little skit. Grandma's vase. He's not happy.
Disney, rest in peace. Oh, yes!
I don't know if he's doing a character of some kind. Is he doing a character?
What? Like, okay, like, what am I supposed to get from this? Because it's like, all right, I'm carrying flowers, which is like a sign of respect for the dead.
But with the bells, make me think.
But then he's like mocking death in the same fucking 20 seconds. So it's like, what?
The bells also make me think, yeah, like, oh, I'm putting this on your gravestone, I guess.
Makes me think of like, yep, you're doomed to hell or something. Like,
all right.
I have been getting so many emails today. So I've been tagged in so many things. People have commented. I saw the news when you did. I wasn't going to make a video about it.
I hate it when people say they're not going to make videos about things. That's one of the
they make a video,
uninformative. I'm sorry. It's not just him. I've seen this a lot where people, this preempt is like, a lot of people told me about something and now I'm going to talk about it. Like, that's all he needs to pretty much say, I guess. If he's going to preempt it, just, yeah, but that's all right. Just go. That's fine. This is a common thing they do, but it's annoying.
Man, a minute in this is like, why have I not subbed to this guy? I can't figure it out. Like,
fans kept requesting that I say something about it. I'm going to tell you my initial reaction. My initial reaction was, wow, absolute, complete insanity. stupid decision after stupid decision
Why?
after stupid decision after stupid decision made
just Disney in
by
general.
very intelligent people. Now, I've said this before. When you're bringing a beloved character to the silver screen, you want to be as close to that character as possible.
I gotta, I don't know if Pop Console was about Silver Surfer, but gotta interject. You've already had him in Fantastic Four 2, and everyone craps on that movie. And so then they're sprucing it up with a new take, or a more obscure comic take, is my assumption, given this artwork looks like it's by Alex Ross, who's a famous comic artist, best known for Kingdom
It's a good picture of them. If I never knew what they were,
and also it's like, look at this gorgeous little white lady. She's,
I mean,
like,
so far it
Tinkerbell.
Doesn't look bad if these are what we have to go on so far. For
yeah, it's like her body type's like she's a little white girl with Tinkerbell hair, blonde. It's not a race swap. I mean, Silver Surfer, I don't know what his like normal form is before he became a Silver Surfer, but assume he was like a white guy or a strange colored alien.
I mean, anything Disney does, I would be hesitant to think it's going to be good these days. That's true, but I don't know.
But it's like, this is a great actress, so it's like,
don't know if I think
she's coming to the
Insanity,
MCU.
so
I'm like, whoa, that's like, this is very odd casting, in my opinion, given like what she did with Ozark, or it's like, fuck, that was a really good role and very in depth. And then she's going to the MCU when it's like a train wreck right now, and it's got like no good juju lately, box office wise. You know, it's like maybe she's an opportunity. Maybe it's a challenge to like. It's just a lot of things going on.
Are they marketing it as it's the female silver surfer, or is there more to the marketing with it? Well, is he going to play a video with it?
I have no idea. I've not seen this. I've only seen the thumbnail.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm reacting with you.
Okay.
You want to bring the most beloved version of that character to the silver screen, and you have to be fundamentally sound. It doesn't matter whether this character in some obscure comic was this or that, or it doesn't matter. You need to do what the fans want and love. That's if you want to make some money. If you don't want to make any money,
so don't take chances and be inventive. Joker was like, what the fuck is this? You saw the image of him in like a wacky suit in the 80s, and it's like, what the fuck is this? And it's like, $1 billion hit, only cost $50 million.
I was about to say, I mean, you could even look at the 3 different Spider-Mans. I mean, each one of them has their own different attempt at Spider-Man.
Everyone's triggered about fucking, still to this day, people cry about organic web shooters, which makes the most fucking sense to me.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, regardless, like, yeah, I mean, the attempts aren't, I don't think those should all be shut down because they're not at 100, like as close as possible to the original. I do agree that
Joker, Michael Keaton is Batman. Everyone was fucking triggered, and like they're icons.
Well, and Wolverine too. That was a big one.
He's too tall to be Wolverine. Like,
so it's like when he says this, I get his sentiment, but I feel like the pre-woke era proves that there's been a lot of stuff that they took risks on that were successful and people use as a standard now for a lot of things. So I don't know. Let's continue, I guess.
You do what Disney's been doing. And like I've said in the past, there's not too many characters you can make fundamental changes in that will work. I, for example, did work, but that doesn't happen all the time. And while I am an agent of chaos, Disney, you are complete chaos.
Has he said what the problem is yet with the anything? I'm actually kind of confused on what he's referring to. I don't know what he's talking about. What are they talking about?
We're 3 minutes into this. Ricky's like, what is his point?
he says that he was told to respond to something. He's like being as vague as Rippa is with this.
Well, yeah, he's a Rippa shill. If you don't know,
I know that he's got the images on screen, so we know this is what he's going to talk about. But the video is called Rip Disney, so I actually don't know if that's what he's going to talk about. Why didn't
you?
And he's like preempting a thing. And he's saying Disney's screwed, but I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about yet, so I don't know whether to agree with you or not.
He's got almost 2 million fucking subs.
What are you talking about yet?
If it's just a rando us being retards and like, oh, you know what I'm doing Joker, but it's like you have 2 million subs. Why don't you have a fucking get up? You got all this
I was
nerd
confused.
shit.
I was confused what he was doing because he did a different voice when he started, and I don't know what that was like mimicking. And then he's doing this one, and I'm okay. I guess you're doing Joker.
Yeah. So I'm looking into this in the background. So what they're adapting is Shala Ball, fictional character in Marvel, the immortal empress of Zen Law and the lover of Nor and Rad the Silver Surfer, becomes the herald of Galactus in exchange for his planet being spared. Let me see. Yeah, so I don't know if this is a her first appearance is from Stan Lee and John Buscema, 1968. So you talk about respecting fans. This is fucking old school. I know original Silver Surfer predates her, but this is like deep lore that, again, you're showing what a normie you are. I don't know this. I'm not pretending to, but I do a quick Google search, go on Wiki, find her specific page on Wiki, and it's like, oh, 1968. That's fucking old school. This is a 60-year-old character.
Oh, wow.
So when you're acting like, when you're conflating this as like, oh, look, they went woke and made this classic obscure Marvel character a black woman in the Marvels, it's like, that's eye rolling. This is like, they've already introduced the multiverse as well, which all of these people like Magus and Nerdrox stuff hate. And so we don't know what they're going to do, especially the Fantastic Four. Looks like they're going to do 60s in like the imagery. And so you're expecting they're going to shoehorn them in through the multiverse of like, they're in the 60s and they're going to fast forward through our multiverse mainline Marvel and be like the Brady Bunch in the 90s movies. That's my guess.
Okay, that'd be something.
And so they're gonna come this
that'd
one.
be interesting premise.
We have
Brady Bunch.
Our universe has its own Galactus and it's over. That's my guess what they're gonna do.
Maybe. What's up, Angel Straven in the chat? What's up, man?
Yeah, I'll be catching up with y'all once we react to this. I'm just like,
okay,
Jesus Christ.
Of Iger beating out Peltz in the same day. So
ready for a lifestyle?
Fuck me.
Oh boy,
fuck ads. No, I hate you
Screw
ads.
the
I don't
ads.
want to transform my life with an Aeon razor or laser.
Of Disney, however, it's kind of like when a friend or someone you really love or care about passes away. And it's like I'm getting that news today. No one's going to survive news like this, you know. It's such a sliver of hope at this point that I have. It's almost non-existent at this point. I believe that I should just cover it.
I wish that he said what he was going to talk about first and then talk about this.
Even in covering the travesty, the controversy, just the downhill slide of what is happening to this company and their entertainment. So I brought them flowers. It is what it is. Many people are saying that this is not a legit win, that it has bots written all over.
What's not a legit win? I don't know.
Dude, Fantastic Four is going to
be what he said yet.
Like just
this is all like, preemptive. I don't
like
know
off the cuff. I legitimately think Fantastic Four will make $1 billion. It'll be because like fans want Fantastic Four, and they want it in mainline MCU with other characters. This is like the founding family of Marvel as we know it. People fucking want this. They want it right. And
that's true. And that's good.
They're hungry for this. And so, despite all the like hiccups of the last few years of Marvel, like I think this is going to be a huge, barring them like review embargoing and setting it up where it's like this sounds like Aquaman 2 or something. Train wreck. I really think this is going to be a resurgence for Marvel. Whether it'll like last, I don't know, but just the name Fantastic Four, I think people are fucking ready.
I don't know. At most, I think it would get people to the theater for that one movie, maybe, and that's about it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't know the longevity, especially given
it might be a bump up from their last couple movies, but that's about it.
It might be a Yaira.
We'll
might
see.
Be a little pick up for them. I saw your goal post. I don't know if you're still here, but it might be a Yaira for them. We'll see.
Over it, I don't know, but people were writing me telling me, "Hey, the same thing." Bots for Captain Marvel, bots for this. At this point, I don't put anything past them. But you're not going to see me rant and rave and lose my mind over this because I've prepared my mind for it. See,
he's trained his body to do things no normal human can do. He's trotting differently.
Yes.
If you have, they'll tell you that if you have, you might hear a friend got some bad news that they may be terminally ill, something like that. They tell your family to prepare, prepare yourself, this and that. I've already prepared my mind for the death of Disney just in case it does happen. So when I saw it, I was just like, okay, still continuing to do it. It's just funny that I heard it on the same day that they're keeping Iger. And Iger said he would fix things. However, this is not a fix. This is a fail. This is a fail. I know you guys watch us. I've never, ever directed any hate toward you, Disney, or any of your employees or any actors. I don't preach hate. I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. I know there's a lot of fans out there that do. But the bad things are already happening. The billions lost, the millions lost in subscribers. The
Why have billions when we can have millions?
Dr. Evil, of course. Yes.
I couldn't help myself. I fucking love
that was good. Yep.
Because he went down. It's like, what? Wait, what? You go millions, then you go billions. It's just you've done two different contexts. It's like you sound.
I can see off the cuff though. I guess I'm getting it mixed up on accident, but
right. It's just
not going to re-record it.
Even mainstream media is talking about it. Like it's pretty much as bad as it gets. So I am extremely surprised that they went forward with this. So should I read the article? Okay.
We're almost done with the video. Okay, we're all.
See, this is why reacting crap, no fucking substance. He's basically said nothing for 6 minutes. Just
he said a lot of people told him about something, and
it's just, Mike Zero. Especially that thumbnail. It's like I'm expecting some real fucking heat.
I thought the thumbnail was with those two posters that are up. He put those posters up there. They're above the flowers. He put those up there to be the subject of conversation. I would assume. If he's talking about Disney, he'd have something Disney up there to.
Let's investigate. Look at this. I'm simping for ISOM.
He goes on live streams with Critical Drinker and stuff.
You see the sad downfall of Tyrone Magnus, blocking and grifting. Interesting. Oh, look, he's excited for pronouns.
Let's just finish the video. I actually wanted to hear what the article was now that we finally got
there. I found the article.
We finally got to the article part.
Oh, God. Jesus. You wonder why I'm not Subus guy. Let me talk to you.
Does he give context? Does he give like commentary after he reads the article?
Not worth it, man. Fucking halfway through and I got nothing. Like, it's one thing if you're doing this like off the cuff, I'm reading an article, here's my thoughts. Like, hey, here's the topic. And then you might go on a diatribe about like, I really like this and that, and here's a grand scale of the topic that it's like this video topic's related.
Here's the problem. Let me tell you how I think about the problem before we actually get to it, and then set it up that way. A format, if you will.
God. Yeah, it's up in Jill's stream. I know. But I am looking at the chat now. It's done to cater to large audiences if you don't create anything about it. Exactly. You got to take risks. You got to be daring. Again, Alexander, fortune favors the bold. Him and Napoleon, those should be your spectrums. Maybe Pyrrhus as well. King Pyrrhus. It's Pyrrhic victory, where you decimate yourself so bad that the win you have is actually a loss, arguably. Those should be like your fortune favors the bold, your left and right, your dichotomy of like winning and losing. Take chances. Swing for the again. People love to try to vilify Trump, where it's like he's had bankruptcies. It's like, yeah, because he's a businessman. He takes chances. He made the USFL a legitimate competitor to the NFL, and then he's like, okay, this is a nice venture to try to get an NFL team, and it didn't really pan out, so I'm just done. It's over. And yeah, without Trump folding that, you would never have Jim Kelly at the Buffalo Bills. Excuse me. Eric July in a nutshell. Different angle, same methodology. Eric has to wake up in the morning and run business to an extent to he gets more of a pass than someone who only sits at a table. The zero count EVS made months ago has fair validity in many aspects of YouTube. It's varying levels of comedian attempting to comment on stories in public discourse. The issue is she's a female Silver Surfer instead of having Rad as a Silver Surfer, then later introducing her. Well, again, here, if you didn't hear, this is my angle. This is my guess. Not knowing a lot of Fantastic Four stuff. The imagery seems that they're in the 60s. We've already introduced the multiverse. I'm assuming we're going to see them in their own solo world, and then somehow space shit happens, and then poof, they're in Maine.
They pop into Spider-Man No Way Home or something. There you go. Whoops.
Yeah.
Oops. Who knows?
Because that would be a way to get a new Spider-Man too, is to the multiverse thing, have like 60s Spider make a cameo. Have like a new Peter Parker, and then you just have that in your back pocket.
Just have Robert Downey Jr. Have Robert Downey Jr. play 60s Spider-Man or something. Get him back in the MC.
EDC. Oh, okay, you're talking about Eric July only run as fast back in his old days. It's just his fatty diet made him a piece of shit. The real question is, when did she actually become a Silver Surfer first, not the person's first introduction? Let me see if it has. It's only a couple paragraphs.
I don't know. Yeah, so we are going to get to that after we look at the comments here, right? Because now I want to know what was Tyrone talking about for 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
He doesn't use a higher quality production setup because he is staying consistent, playing to the nostalgia of his viewers. No major changes, keeps same people watching. It is. Was that an accident?
That is. I think he did that on purpose, but no, I think I know that is why a lot of the reacting YouTubers don't change anything, because people are used to it. But I'd say to add some flair and to. If he has passion for it, I would assume he'd want to at least, keep the camera the same if you want, but at least keep the commentary a little bit more substantive than just what that was, Maybe his other videos, he's more substantive, but I don't know. That was
also that like like it's one thing if you're live stream and it's like comfort, that's like the best spot to put the camera so you at least see the person, like Richard does. But you're by yourself and you're talking to me, it just like it just makes it already feel dismissive aesthetically.
Yeah, like I might talk to you a little bit, but I'm playing my game.
Got me crying right now. I hate this, and I want no part of this garbage. Surfer was my favorite character. I'm not going through this again like Star Wars. You will. I'm gonna bring you here. I'm gonna bring you there, Papa. I'm gonna boost this movie like no tomorrow. This is my RippaVerse. This is the greatest thing since sliced bread. I actually hope it's good. Like I have faith given the actress, because this is an odd casting given like what she could be doing in the state of Marvel. It's like, And you got Pedro Pascal, who, yeah, he's kind of like over. I wouldn't say he's overhyped. He's a great actor, but he's like just in everything now, major. It's just him and Chris Pratt. They keep putting them two in like everything. Where it's like, find new people. Like it's getting stale. Or it's like, I like seeing the progression of film, but it's like he's Joel in Last of Us, and he's Mandalorian, and now he's Reed Richards. It's like fucking enough.
Well, let's have him be a character that is different. Otherwise, he'll be like The Rock or something that always plays the same archetype.
They already screwed Fantasy 4 in the MC with Krasinski, making him look like an idiot. I loved them casting Krasinski.
I think he's saying what they did to him.
Sure, I guess I was fine with it.
Well, because like his. I'm gonna stretch at you and then I die. Like I assume that's what he's.
No, it just turns him into like Swiss cheese slices or something. It kills him.
Well, yeah, but like it's more his action was I'm gonna stretch my arm at you and then I'm gonna be turned into cheese slices. It's like he's supposed to be smarter than that, I guess.
Also, Scarlet Witch is fucking an OP character. She could probably destroy the universe.
Well, I guess a lot of people implied that it would take more than that to kill him, I guess, because he's rubber or something. I don't know.
Unless you're a smart, intelligent, sharp individual, you can't just talk about shit with no preface. Who is this dude?
Well, it's like, so my issue
2
is
million
like,
sub, and Bob is like,
my thing is like, I can understand him like building up to what he wants to talk about, but maybe edit it a little to be like, or add something at the beginning that leads into it better. I don't think there's any cuts in it, so I don't think he edited it. There's all one take, I assume, and that was it. Just, cut and upload. It's just like, at least, re-record it maybe with a little bit more fine-tuned.
See what you're talking about, Ricky, is effort, which reactor YouTubers put none in. They're the lowest form of YouTube.
Remember, you saw when I was trying to react to the Yaira trailer, you saw how many freaking takes I was doing on our
thing?
I had like 2 hours worth of me trying to do reactions to it. I recorded a whole reaction and I was like, I don't like it. I'm too indecisive on certain parts, and
so now you're
fudge some things, and
now you're
acting to chop it up, and then so I had to do it again.
Baker. What's up, Jedi Bill? I don't know if you've been in my chat before, but hello. Thank you for joining.
What's up? What is
her as a character is fine, but she isn't the OG surfer. My guess again is that she's not, that she's just one of many surfers in the multiverse. And so
that's what they're going to do.
Also, this is like aesthetically just a night. Okay, here's my thing and why originally I titled it like homosexuals mad at Bob Iger. Because I'm calling everyone like F and T and stuff that have triggered fags. Because this is like the Grand Theft Auto argument where it's like someone saying like there's some like NPC meme they're trying to point towards gamers saying yes to like playing as a girl in Grand Theft Auto. It's like, yeah, actually NPCs are right on this one. I would rather, as a man that likes women and asses, I'd rather, it's just like a nice little boost to the game if I can look at like Lara Croft's ass versus Indiana Jones ass for however many hours the game is. And so it's like, oh no, not a female Silver Surfer, not boobs of a white woman. Oh no. You sound kind of gay, actually, when you're lamenting this. I get the like comic angle. You want like just the straight, the original, blah, blah. Okay. But there's also an angle it's like, are you gay? Like, do you not want to see women? Oh man, God, I would hate. It would be super woke if Marvel had Invisible Woman and female Silver Surfer's boobs touch. That would just be horrible. I would hate woke Disney for doing that. So there's that element where I'm like, huh, female Silver Surfer, nice shiny tits on screen for 2 hours. Oh, the horror.
Watch them make a female Silver Surfer, and they pull Sydney Sweeney and Madam Web and just like clothe her up, make her unattractive and unappealing and just lame.
Well, it's funny you try to make Sydney Sweeney it's like everyone got triggered about Harley Quinn movie because she had more control, and with the director, it's like, we're gonna make it less Mel Gazy. It's like, you can't hide the sex appeal of Margot Robbie. She is a fucking goddess, one of many in the world, but you can't, unless you just put her in a burqa. Like, it's like, ooh, who's that lady? If anything, not putting her in a skimpy outfit makes it more attractive, because it's like, what's under there? What's she hiding? And so, yeah, even with like a woke attempt, you can't like truly mute. It's like when they made Sydney Sweeney, like, it's like, oh, she's like lame karate nerd in a schoolgirl outfit with fucking thigh high socks, and you try to make her dopey, but it's like, it's fucking Sydney Sweeney in thigh high socks and a short skirt. This is great. I'm loving this. If anything, she's even hotter because you got the other two girls that are more skimpy clad, and you got her. It's like, ooh, it's the virgin.
she's the we're gonna give her a makeover and make her beautiful by taking off her glasses and just changing her outfit.
Then they put her in a fucking
she's
like
totally fine.
They put her in like a symbiote like Spider Woman suit. And it turns it's funny. Watch Biggest Problems last episode. Dick and V were talking about apparently they cast Sydney Sweeney, who's all the talk this year with her tits everywhere on SNL
and then cast her as a teenager.
They cast her as like an underage teenager. It's like, what are you doing? This is like a modern sex icon. She's like famous for her tits out having sex scenes in HBO. And we're all loving her tits online, and people are crying about it. People are getting community noted about her boobs. And it's like the community is like, no, her boobs are fucking big. Like, and then it's like, oh, she's underage. And it's like, whoa. Are you trying to like make me not attracted to her? Are you trying to like gay up my brain or something? Or are you trying to make everyone attracted to minors? Like, what is the angle?
It's kind of funny too how Dakota Johnson is like only known for being in a sex trilogy, essentially.
Yeah, 50 Shades. I haven't. Yeah. Wait, did they even do the other movies? I saw
they did 3. They only did 3 of them.
They did 3. Okay, so there's 3 books. So
I don't know if there's more than that.
Okay, I didn't realize like there was like the craze of the first movie because it's mommy porn, and then like no one talked about the other 2.
I mean, they're all kind of lame, honestly. So
well, it's like there's like the appeal of the idea, and then it's like they actually made it fucking like.
I went on a date and saw that with a girl who wanted to see it, and I was just like, I mean, I should like stuff. Like, this is so lame, though. It's not even. They're like, oh, it's so intimate, isn't it? I'm like, it's not really anything. So what? And the guy's super rich, so it's like a complete fantasy. Might as well be something else. It's just like what you think some rich dude. I guess that's the element, right? The rich dude takes interest in this lowly girl or whatever. Anyway, they cast that in a Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, Stellar Boy is going to destroy it. Because it has an attractive lady in it. This, in my opinion, is DOA. Wait,
maybe I don't know anything about it yet. Can we get to the article now? What have they even announced about it? Like,
I'm trying to understand what Stellar Blade. I'm trying to understand.
There's been video
of like the jiggle mechanics
Twitter,
of all the
like
butts
yeah,
and boobs.
I think that's what he's referring to. I actually don't know.
Right, but I don't understand his comment in connection with that. It's going to destroy because it has an attractive lady.
And then I think he's commenting on what I was saying. How they'll probably cover up this Silver Surfer and make her mute in terms of sexual appeal. Maybe I think is what he's referring to.
Well, the Silver Surfer is basically a naked person with no There's like boob orb shapes, but it's not.
Yeah, but with
it's
Disney,
a skin suit.
But with Disney,
well, I don't know. They went a little bit into the sex appeal with Captain Marvel in the second one. They showed a little bit of her midriff. She's got a more feminine haircut. You know, she's a little more. It's a lot less bitchy of a movie. With like feminism, because it's like, please.
Well, yeah, but look at, but that movie also bombed, so I don't know what they'll take from it. You know.
Oh yeah, see that's the thing. Like listening to fans, because it's like, oh, you hate like woke feminism attempts in movies, so here's a non-feminist girl movie, girl superhero movie, and then it bombs. So I guess we're gonna go back.
Like,
we made $1 billion with the woke movie,
which is dumb too. That they boil it down to those attributes as to why it fails, and it's like there's so many more reasons why it could fail. Of course.
Yeah, I am leaving him hanging. He can investigate. I can't watch any more of that retard. I'm sorry,
but I'm just in general, like, can we at least see the article? Because I don't know what is this about Silver Surfer? What is it about Silver Surfer?
But I will share this Deadline article, legitimate entertainment news.
Yeah,
that's why I always got a kick out of fucking Bounty to Comics when in their heyday, because for a while my whole thing was like, I get the like angle of like conservative entertainment media, but we don't have like the access, so we have to rely on the legitimate trades like Deadline, Hollywood Reporter, Variety, which I think are all owned by one company. I think it's Penske Media or something, and they would have the hyperlink like other, like if Collider reports on IGN breaking news, they would hyperlink the original article in like some like sentence. And Bounty Comics used to do that, but then they started hiding the like source, where it's like, oh, it's in the news, but they wouldn't like source their source of legitimate, so it was like obfuscating the truth. And that's what first started like waking me up to Bounty to Comics, where I'm like, and then you start getting those op-eds, but they're like sold as like legitimate reviews, where John Trent's trying to force his like stringent Catholicism, very specific blend of Catholicism of Hellfire and stuff into movie reviews, and in a way that has no fucking bearing on the movie, you know? And so it's I don't know, I see a connection there. Anyway, Fantastic Four, Julia Garner. Look at this gorgeous white woman. You know, you need to accept the positives. You know, we're in the sphere where people cry about, oh, look, they race swapped, blah, blah, blah. Look, here's a gorgeous blonde white woman cast in a Marvel movie. We're getting white people again, and you can only bemoan because it's a female version of a character that has multiple heralds. So like, so it's never enough, you know. It's just like wokies. With the 4 actors set to play the iconic members of the super team Marvel Studios of Fantastic Four, now is its sights set on who will play Silver Surfer. It looks like they're going with one of the town's biggest rising stars. Rising star. We should get Ryan Roger Ethe to interview Julia Garner. Let's get that petition going on Twitter.
Sure.
And he can interview her and ask her, like, were there any tranny demons in the casting room with you? I would love that. I would love if Ryan somehow hoodwinked like a Galifianakis kind of like between two ferns interviews with people. Mm-hmm. That would be fucking great. Because like he's a pretty good interviewer, even though he like sticks with the script to like guide him. I wish it was more organic like Rogan, but he's a good interviewer outside of like the like scripting. You know, that would be funny as fuck. I gotta hit him up about that. That's funny as fuck. Sources tell Deadline that Emmy winner Julia Garner is set to play iconic comic book character with these other people. And WandaVision helmer Matt Shankman is directing Fantastic Four off a script by Josh Friedman, Jeff Kaplan, and Eric Pearson, and Ian Springer. Marvel Studios has no comment. While plot details for the film are unknown, sources say Garner will play Shala Ball, a version of the Silver Surfer from the comics. Garner's stars been on the rise ever since she won her first of 3 Emmys for playing Ruth on Netflix crime drama Ozark. She also landed an Emmy nomination for her portrayal of Anna Delvey on the limited series Inventing Anna. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about that show, and I'm just like, I don't care. Like, I don't. when it's like woman lead, I'm not interested, generally speaking. Women aren't interesting unless they do like wacky crimes, but it's probably for a guy or get a guy's attention, or they're lesbian. Then it's just, yeah. Since the end of Ozark, Garner's built out her film slate starting with the recent release, The Royal Hotel. Next up, she has the Blumhouse and Universal pick Wolfman, not to be confused with Horseman, in which she will star opposite Christopher Abbott. So that's what we know. So
wait. So that's all. That's all this was.
That's all we know is cute, adorable Ruth from Ozark, gorgeous little white lady. It's going to be Shala Ball from Marvel Comics 1968 by Stan Lee.
Have they announced other cast members? Did they say?
Oh yeah, they already cast. Yeah, they got Pedro as Reed Richards. They got Vanessa Kirby as Sue Storm, Joseph Quinn as Johnny Storm, and then Eben Moss Backrack is Ben Grimm. So Eben Moss, if you watch season 2 of, maybe season 1, but definitely season 2 of, no, I think it was season 1 of the seasons of Punisher, he is was it Q or M? Micro. He's Micro for Punisher. He's a computer guy that Punisher has to help, and then he helps Punisher.
It's been a while. I don't remember.
He's a computer guy. It's like he can't see his family because they're trying to kill him. And so he's in like that compound with Punisher.
Okay.
That guy. That is going to be.
He's going to be the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is like, I don't see, but I mean, yeah, he's in, he's like that doubter guy in Andor at like the rebel crew at like the weird planet. They do the heist thing. Yeah. He's in the cast of that. So that's your familiarity if you're not Punisher. But I don't know Vanessa Kirby. Let me look her up. What has she done? Vanessa Kirby. She's all right.
I mean, so far, I mean, I'm really surprised how little is even in this article too. There isn't really anything.
That's from Deadline.
I thought I was expecting like plot details or
no one knows anything
something that they said about her character. What
here's
she's going to do.
Here's what I know. It's coming out next year.
Wow, that article has no information.
I think it's coming out 2025.
Well, so why was Tyrone angry about this article?
Because it's a woman. That's it. I'm just he like, knows nothing about the Fantastic Four because I did again a quick Google search. Who she cast as. I looked at female Silver Surfer, and then it's like, oh yeah, 1968. So I think Fantastic Four came out in 63. I think so. 5 years in, they came up with this character, and at some point she becomes a herald of Galactus.
I was just really expecting there to be more like, and she pegs the main guy or whatever, pegs Pedro or something.
Oh shit! You know? Okay, I have seen this girl.
Like that.
I didn't realize it. Napoleon with Joaquin Phoenix, directed by Ridley Scott, which it's not a snooze fest, but it's a very misguided film. We'll talk about it. But she plays Empress Josephine, the longtime wife of Napoleon, before he dumps her to get a kid with another woman. I think she did fine. She had an interesting role. That movie, I might have to do like a more long form like essay. This movie bothered me because I was interested because really Scott, and then Joaquin Phoenix is such a weird choice. Just aesthetically, doesn't look like Napoleon really. So I was wondering what that would be like, given that he's a great actor. And Ridley Scott did Black Hawk Down, which is why I joined the army, because I wanted to fucking shoot people like in Somalia. I wanted to be in that kind of shithole war of like door-to-door urban conflict. That looked fucking cool. Even though Ridley Scott's like an anti-war guy, he understands conflict and war and the awesome macho bravado of war. And he's got all these different perceptions of war, you know, through the characters. Like some people do it for duty. So we're like, I'm just really good at killing people. This is my job. My job's killing people, and I'm good at Eric Bana's character. And then Gladiator, of course, even though he like kind of fictionalizes Marcus Aurelius and Commodus, tells a really good story of like revenge that you're vested with Maximus. And he understands the grandeur of Rome, even though he's probably like, well, they were fascists, so they're bad. Like, that's my guess. Napoleon one of them, he did things that hadn't been done for 2,000 years since Alexander with like troop movement and stuff. He was very inventive with the new weapons of war at the time, artillery and stuff, columns. Great tactician. Really bent most of Europe over a barrel, and just bit off too much. Tried to get Russia. That's just not a thing. And really wrecked his career afterward. And that got me interested to start investigating Napoleon historically. Like, I know his name, I know he's a big general, but he seems to be like a failure. And so I understand, like, oh, he became emperor, try to recreate Rome in France, and then also demise, and military demise. And you're talking about a guy that was scaring all of Europe, and he's a very lauded and complex figure in European history. And so even if you're like, well, arguably he's a bad guy because all the millions he helped get killed in Europe, you should either be showing Napoleon in the sense of what was the mind of a guy like that could lead such conquest with more modern machines of war, more mass killing versus just swordplay like Alexander, where it's all just might and brawn. Or you should be kind of like revering the mystique of his military prowess. Something. There needs to be an appeal for people that like learning about Napoleon, or this is the first window to start learning about Napoleon. So there's got to be something, because Napoleon going into Egypt, this helped Egyptology. This helped like archaic studies, with European entrenchment in Egypt. So he's, kind of foundational abstractly to other fields of science and history and study. There's none of that. It's just they really focus on, here's this little man that has impotency issues, and he's getting cucked by his wife repeatedly, and he's kind of like a joke. And so the angle, I assume, is the warring is trying to make up for his cuckoldry. And it's just like, it's not appealing. I don't know if you're a woman, if you're going to like Josephine, because like I don't think the average woman wants to be a bitch like that to a powerful man. Like, it's just, there's nothing inviting about the film besides the initial interest of the figure Napoleon. And it's just like, it's such a, but like she had an interesting role to play as an actress, but it was just like, I just can't believe I've actually seen a movie of her, because I haven't known of her, but God, it's such a weird movie. But again, I thank it for getting me in to start learning about Napoleon a bit, understanding European moves, building into the end of monarchy in Europe, leading into World War I and stuff. So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I have, realizing that I've seen her before, I feel a little more confident that she's actually gonna be a good actress. But I don't know. Angela says Disney has also destroyed a lot of people goodwill to even watch things going forward because of beating us over the head with the agenda for so long. What do you think of that, Rookie?
I mean, that's what I think the initial, that's what the Prentice stuff that he was talking about was. I assume that's what that sums up is, people have been burned so long with the things, well, and like Echo, everybody says it's like, it like all these different attempts at making characters, and they just make them dumber. She-Hulk was really lame, and Ahsoka,
She-Hulk had personality at least. I'll give it that. It definitely like felt alive. It's completely retarded who they picked to like make it, but it had, I don't know, there's something to it where it's like, yeah, it's bad, but like it's bad in like an artistic way. Like it's just a sore thumb for this universe, and then trying to like wag your finger at people, at males essentially, who are the bread and butter fandom that are going to make the money. They're the ones going to drag the girlfriend to go see the Marvel movie and get 2 tickets instead of 1. Like, it's like you got to be careful when you're chiding your audience if you even cross that line to begin with. I get that sentiment. But here's the thing. I think people are going to get set up really fucking bad with this movie. It's going to be a lot of YouTubers like Magnus. He'll sustain. He'll have his core audience. But like Nerdrotic, there's going to be all these people that start like digging into the creatives behind Fantastic Four or tweets of the actors or something and try to admonish and kneecap this movie with their presence online. And then it's going to be completely unwoke. It's going to be the best fucking thing. Marvel is back, baby. And men love Shala Ball. I think they're going to get set up horribly, and it's going to like undercut the fandom. On top of the fandom that they already have is getting undercut by obviously being grifters and shielding Eric because they hope to rub elbows with him. So you got to be careful, man. You can't just look at you can't fall in the woke trap of looking at identifiers and summarizing based on that.
I guess so. I could see it in terms of like if you went to a car and every time you try to get it fixed, you buy a part, you buy a car there, and every time there's something faulty wrong with it, and it's like, well, do you want to keep on going to that one, or do you want to like not go there anymore and waste time and money? Like I could see that being what he means. Yeah,
you didn't know Pedro. This was news for a while, for months now. Pedro is Reed Richards.
I feel like that was memed on as what it was going to be essentially before it was announced.
I can't remember who the other guy was, but it's like, why is like John Hamm not in the running? You already had John Krasinski, and people like that cast. Even if they don't like what they used him for in Doctor Strange 2, it's like you revealed him, and it's like it got us excited for Fantastic Four, but it got excited for Krasinski Fantastic Four.
I want to see.
We love Jim.
I want to see. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. I want to say Mikey from Breaking Bad, but I think I got the name wrong. The enforcer for Gus. I want to see him in some kind of role.
I think he was the voice. The like government liaison for the Incredibles, like when they got to relocate him.
Yeah, that guy.
I want to say the original voice actor is dead, or maybe he just didn't come out for the second. I want to say Mike from Breaking Bad is the voice of him in the sequel, I think.
Right. But I mean, I want him to play like a physical character in one of these series, because I feel like that'd be like, why you got a Breaking Bad guy in here? Let's see what he can do. Like, I feel like he'd be the kind of guy you can't just tell him what to do and he'll do it. Like
Eldridge, I gotta say, where they took Ruffalo over the years with Hulk. I mean, I did like how they kind of rejuvenated him a little bit in Ragnarok. I was hopeful to see what they'd do with him. But yeah, overall, Ruffalo was like a fucking letdown as Hulk. But go watch Avengers. Avengers 1.
Well, he's fine in Avengers, but yeah, beyond that, there's no moments that I think of where I'm like, oh yeah, and Bruce Banner. Like, yeah, there's nothing that he really does that stands out as anything. As much as I didn't really like the Jordan Levitt's casting for him, but I get more out of that character, out of him. Wasn't Levitt the one in Incredible Hulk? Joseph Gordon-Levitt?
No, he's Robin in Dark Knight Rises.
Who do you think was in Incredible Hulk?
Incredible Hulk is American History X guy. His name starts with E, right?
Am I tripping?
Yeah.
Angelus. Who am I talking about?
Incredible. Edward Norton.
Okay.
How do you mix him and Joseph Gordon-Levitt up? Jesus.
Well, you know,
they look totally different. Joseph Gordon-Levitt, he's got squinty eyes. I
don't know. Geez, they're not the actors that I typically think about, and I feel like
but they don't
they
look
can look
at all
similar
alike.
Enough in my memory. If they're not,
all white people look alike to you. Is that what you're saying? You fucking racist.
You don't understand how different your memory is compared to other people. You just unload what you hear. You can retain a lot of what is told to you, I could, if there's like a percentage, you probably retain like 85% of what's told to you. Other people's is way less than that of what is retained. So it's been a while.
Well, it's funny because like I was a co-lead. I retained so much, and that kind of just like circumstance helped build me up to be a co-lead at the job I was at, and I was good at it. And I only got fired for non-works, accusations that were unfounded. And then I'm at this new job at a new factory, and these guys have been there for like a decade or more. They're like really surprised at like what I'm retaining. And it's like, I'm just like, why? And I forget that like I'm working a blue collar job that's for fucking generally retards, that a lot of them are like ex-cons that like they're, they finally have unfucked themselves and they're trying, but they, it's hard to get a job. So like, this is a shitty job that like they accept cons in, because average people are probably better off to not work at this kind of job, or they don't have the like mental fortitude or the down luckness to have to do a job like this. And I just retain it pretty easy because it's like, it's just the speed of it, that's the only problem, is like reaction time, hitting the right button at the right time, not mixing them up on the fly. But it's not a hard job, and it's just funny, with you saying that. It's like, I guess I do have some mental gifts.
Well, and it's like, there's some things that like get brought up that like, okay, let's say I've never heard a certain word said before, and people like act surprised if you say a word wrong or something. It's like, well, it's not like a common, I don't know. Like, it's sometimes I feel like people are baffled by things that shouldn't be that baffling, with like, these are two actors I don't typically think about, care about. I don't pay attention to them, what they look like. I'm not gonna, in my head, I'm just thinking about who the face, and that was the name that came to mind.
Not, I guess if you actually saw
I don't have huge importance with them. There's no roles that they've done where I'm like, they are in my brain as that actor and that's who they are. I could watch a movie with them and just not even care who the actor's name was.
We got Niobe in the house.
Like, that's kind of, I mean, that's what's funny too with me being a movie guy. I don't keep so much of the information of who directed everything and who's all in the movie all the time. Sometimes, some people, but I don't know. I don't always keep them in my brain. It's just like,
you're a weird movie viewer, because it's like what I expect to like be like nourishment for you, or like, oh, that like really stood out, or that just says something. You're just like, and then the things that like wow you also don't investigate more.
Well, if you think about it too, we're like, I'm trying with the amount of, so I went from barely watching like a whole bunch of movies all the time to watching like 100 or more in a year. It's not a lot of retaining the actors or something. I'm trying to remember the movie, the plot, what I liked about them, like different aspects of it. I feel like knowing who the actor was is less relevant to what you're talking about in the actual story or something. So
yeah. Do you want to be emperor? I don't understand. But yeah, no, Deadpool 3, I'm excited. Just because like I'm hoping for just like fun comic stuff, wacky, and what better way to get us back on track than the contrast of Hugh Jackman's Wolverine that is so layered and gone through so much shit on screen for 9 films, with wacky, silly. It got the same power set of regeneration, they're kind of immortal characters and very different personalities. So it's just like an odd couple, it's grumpy old men. It's going to be, I expect it to be fun. And the fact that like the trailer and stuff, the way they did, not holding back, it's like, all right. But no, Eric Bana, I really love 2003's Hulk. I think Eric Bana's Hulk came out at the wrong time. It came out at a point when super films were not critically given a fair shake. And Ang Lee wanted to make a really cerebral film, and CGI is pretty good in it, honestly. Still like 20 years later, I just think it was a film ahead of its time. I think if that same film came out now, better CGI, maybe church up like the dog plot, or do something different with what is that character? The dad. What is Hulk 2003? I can't remember that character's name. It's gonna bug me if I don't find it.
He's the Absorbing Man. I remember
Absorbing Man. Yeah, because in Mortal Hulk, they make Absorbing Man a pretty key character for a while at least. Yeah, if you just would have churched up the Absorbing Man plot with like the dog thing, it did something different or more substantial, not make him so cartoony at least. I think that really undercut what is a just really good character film of origin of Hulk. It's like people still crap on that movie, but then it's like, dude, we got the Marvels, we got Madam Web and Morbius.
The scale has been shifted a bit.
I could really go for fuck. I wish an everyday normal blockbuster attempt was Hulk 2003. That's a fucking very underappreciated film. Public school for rookies, short-term memory. I went to public school, so
I want to.
You know what it is?
Short-term memory.
Rookie's mom did not make him eat peanut butter and jelly. That's the problem. That was the short. Don't blame the public school system. Blame Rookie's mother for his lack of nutrition. Rookie never ceases to amaze me with his lack of cuisine knowledge and enjoyment. But what's up, JD Maltman? Thank you for joining. I don't care who the actors are. Actors are dumb. No. Yeah. Actor. I don't know. See, that's even a loaded thing. Dismissing actors with being political, because like they're taking libtard stances because they're like arguably just living in decadence and they're not thinking about like everyday life. But at the same time, these people get to rub elbows with actual politicians and maybe have conversations behind the scenes like, hey, I really like what you're trying to do in DC. Let me fund your campaign. They have at least a window into opportunity of political engagement. The everyday person does not. And so they have an informed view in a different way.
Well, so I'll put it this way. What's more, if I'm trying to be a filmmaker, what's more important? Recognizing who Chris Evans is, or understanding how to write a character or a plot, or learn how to film things on a set? I feel like knowing who the actors are, or like, I feel like that's garbage information. It's like stuff I can look up online.
No. I think you're misappropriating. I think you're misattributing why this kind of thing sticks out, or it's like, oh, I know that. It's like because you see a body of work where it's like they are reliable and they've escalated their skill in the craft, and so you start like, oh, DiCaprio's doing a movie. Can't miss that, because that guy is not fucking missed since Gilbert Grape, which I hate that movie, but what a great role. Like, he's so good. If you never knew DiCaprio, you would think he's actually retarded, like he was that good. You would think he's just like, oh, they grabbed him from the retard school down the street and put him in they wrote a plot around him.
Well, it's like, for this example, like somebody listed down here like a bunch of movies that he's in.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any of them. I have seen 0 of them. So that actor is not going to be one that I'm going to pull from. You mentioned Jessica Alba. Well, I've seen a lot of stuff she's in. Catches my interest enough. There you go. That's something.
Most movies are dog shit.
Yes, but they stuck in my memory with that. I've seen her in them enough, and like I don't remember things specifically based on their quality.
You just remember her because you're just simping for Alba, which is fine.
But I mean, compared to Edward Norton or Joseph Gordon, where I've only seen maybe 1 or 2 of their movies. I don't know. I don't think I've seen particularly many of them.
Oh, Levinson, he's one of the crew in Inception.
Yep.
I know him all the way back from Third Rock from the Sun, which is amazing.
You see, again, and so for me, even in Inception, it's like, yeah, he was in there, fine.
Yeah, no, whatever. He's not a big factor.
He's not going to be. So if you told me Edward Norton or Joseph Gordon, it's like, well, okay.
Wait, isn't Red Dragon part of the Silence of the Lambs? Am I mistaken? Red
No idea.
Dragon. It's got Anthony Hopkins. So I don't know if it's.
It's like Anthony Hopkins was in Transformers like 5 or something. Like that doesn't mean.
Wait, so it's got Anthony Hopkins. Yeah, he's with Hannibal Lecter. Okay, so this is another Hannibal film. I watched Hannibal last year, and I think it got like a 50% or so Rotten Tomatoes or like critical consensus. And I definitely agree. Julianne Moore is such a weird casting to replace Jodie Foster. And it just second half just so lackluster. But they had redeeming qualities too. I can't quite remember. It's run of the mill. But fuck, if there's another Hannibal film, I gotta give this a chance because Ricky really likes Silence of the Lambs. It's a prequel. Interesting. Yeah, Third Rock films. I haven't seen 10 Things, but Third Rock is amazing. Anyway, Rookie, you sent me some Ripatard shit.
Yep, one is that, and the other one was a Twisters trailer because when I went to see Kong, there was a little Twisters trailer, and I was like, oh my god, I think were you and I just joking about if
we were talking about what
would they make a sequel about with this or something?
Like, I was talking about how
a Twister franchise or something.
I was talking about how I hate Twister partially because of him, but just legitimately science. It's such a retarded film because at the time they've changed the tornado scaling system. They had an initial Fujita scale, which is based on like I guess a Japanese scientist they named after him. And then they've made the enhanced Vegeta scale or whatever. So it's like it used to be F1 or I guess F0 to F5. F5 being the worst, like category 5 hurricane. But yeah, it's a film I saw a lot, and it's partially why I always like Dodge trucks aesthetically because it was in Twister because I saw that movie a lot, and so I wanted a Dodge truck when I was a kid. And also, I always wanted my mom to drive in the ditch because for some reason, can someone, if you've seen Twister, please explain what the fucking purpose was of leaving the stable highway, which gives you the most speed traction to get away from tornado, and veering into a ditch, which is going to slow your progression, and then crashing into a wood platform for tractors, and then somehow surviving a tornado. But my whole point that initially started our Twister talk was how Bill Paxton sucks, and I'm glad he's dead because every role that he's famous for is a bitch.
Except for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
And yeah, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is bitch made, so I'll never watch it.
Cute.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gay. That is like D-list comic shit. But yeah, Twisters is this. Wait, let me see. Is Twister?
So did you see a trailer for it in your showing?
No. Well,
okay.
I always go to movies late because
Yeah.
I purposely avoid trailers.
It tries to make it as epic as like like Transformer wrangling or something, but it's like with Twisters.
So it most likely is not a sequel or whatever because Twister what? Oh my god, I'm looking at the wiki. All right, because Twister is by Warner Brothers. All right, and it says it grossed almost 500 million worldwide and became the second highest grossing film of 1996.
Yep.
It won
everybody knows that movie. It's one of those movies everybody knows and has seen.
And yeah, so I'm reading the initial blurb at the top of Wiki page, and it says a standalone sequel, Twisters, releases it's with fucking Universal. So somehow it changed.
Yeah, it's a different studios. When I gave the trailer, it's Universal for some reason.
Well, yeah, but it's like, I mean, I love, there's a lot of movies as a kid I watched with Universal, but it's just like, what? Let's see.
We don't have to see the trailer, but I thought it'd be funny to see your reaction
fuck
to
you.
it. And there's no Bill Paxton in it, though. So.
Thank God. Hopefully a tornado killed him in this universe because he sucks. Bill Paxton sucks. I'm glad he's dead. He never had a role I cared about. Him in Aliens, worst fucking character. He should have died at the beginning. It's all over me. You're a fucking pussy. You're supposed to be a space marine. You're a pussy.
He's a
fucking
space pussy, okay? He's a space
hate Bill
pussy.
Paxton. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.'s pretty good until the time travel BS. I will never know. Maybe you can find me in a different universe where I do watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And in that universe, I'll probably tell you, yeah, I watched it and it sucked. I wish I was in a universe where I never watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Fuck you.
The only interest I've ever had to watch it is because Ghost Rider's in it. I love Ghost Rider, but it's what Robbie Ray is Ghost Rider, so it's a Mexican Ghost Rider. No one wants to see that. All of his comics are gay. Like the art sucks for Robbie Reyes. So it's like, why would you ruin Ghost Rider? Ghost Rider is fucking. He can take Galactus out. Like he's very underrated. Yeah, Ghost Rider stuff is cool. Yeah, looks cool. Never gonna watch it. There's just certain.
This is what I have to deal with, you guys. He's like, that's interesting. I'm not gonna look into it. What the fuck?
If there's a 1% chance I won't like it, I have to take it as an absolute.
He's
certainty.
like, I'm not gonna watch that last Avatar shit, even though it like I'd like 70% of it, but I'm not gonna because of the 30%. Not gonna give that any of my air. And then he watches She-Hulk. It's totally good.
It was fun. It was a fun, bad show to like, why did they give this money? It's like a train wreck where it's like, why did this happen? They could have avoided this completely by not funding it. All right. What was it? Oh, RippaVerse. Sorry, I had the fucking Twisters trailer up. Ugh. Fuck you for letting me know. See, I could have lived and not ever known this was.
See, I thought it'd be funny to capture your reaction to the Twisters trailer. And the
yeah, okay. The Twisters came up too because Bill Pax came up somehow, but also as bad as Twister is for like something like science, like plausible science and sci-fi or whatever. Ultimately, the plot. There's like two plots is like he needs to divorce his ex-wife. He needs to sign the paper so he can get with his fiance legally. And they used to chase tornadoes. And so he gets stuck chasing tornadoes with her in this attempt to try to divorce her. But then this ends up
love.
Yeah, it rekindles the love they always had thanks to tornadoes.
I think this movie has their children in it or something.
Why?
I don't remember though. There's like some cowboy who wants to like wrangle tornadoes or something. It's like
Pecos Bill.
It's like the plot. Well, I'm just saying, if you want to take a look, that's
Jesus Christ.
They'll be faster to go through than the RippaVerse video.
It's like there's redeeming qualities about Twister, even though it's like a stupid Hollywood film.
It's like a well-made, for its time movie for that stuff. We got cows. Oh, they have that reference in here too. We got cows.
Oh my god, it's fucking nostalgia.
They say that in there. It's like, oh no, really, you guys? And they even say we got sisters. Like they're just doing direct.
Here's the thing: Twister is probably the movie, Jaws.
So this is going to be worse than the first one, but you'll go. Twister actually wasn't that bad by compared to.
No, Twister's not bad. I just hate it for the connection with my mom, who is horrible. I hate her. And she was this like tornado chase LARPer. There was all these times through the years I go to these fucking like Votex and stuff convention areas for like a tornado class, and there's always like the same shit every year. It's always the same fucking handouts. For some reason I always like get interested. There's always like the excitement of like maybe me and my mom will chase tornadoes like the Twister movie, and then like, oh, we're always hiding in a fucking storm shelter for like 8 hours during a tornado watch, and nothing ever touches down.
How fun.
Yeah, it's like, let's go chase the tornado. Why am I hiding from? Let's go chase it. This is, and watching all these stupid tornado chase shows, and then no tornado chasing ever with my mom. It was like LARPing as she's going to chase and never fucking does. So yeah, but no, I can, again, objectively, I can say no. Twister is like a good, fun movie with like a dumb premise of tornado chasing, but Yeah, and there's like the science of like, hey, we got new tech where it's like, you know, if we can like validate this prototype Dorothy in a tornado and start mapping it, we can better predict tornadoes and save people. So it's like there's a good scientific premise within meteorology for the science part of the plot, and then there's like a human plot. It's fine. And
good night, Karen.
This came up because of fucking Godzilla Kong New Empire. Where we started with Godzilla 2014 to where we are now, like the first is like the dad is like lost his wife in a nuclear reactor malfunction or whatever, that's because of Godzilla or a Muto, and so he's just like kind of wrecked his personal life with his kid because of this tragedy, and then he dies, and so he leaves that kernel for his son. And you know, Godzilla is like this force, like the original 54 Godzilla in San Francisco, but he also has the benefit of taking out a worse threat. And there's all this like science implication. Then you get Kong as a prequel in Vietnam era, researching Hollow Earth. It's more silly, but there's still a science underpinning of like plausible science for this universe. King of the Monsters, like, oh, we've got this research where you know these loose stories of these kaiju through history, and these are like super alphas competing on our planet. We're just like the spectators. Cool premise. And now it's just like nothing. I wish dumb blockbusters could have the science of Twister. This is how bad it's gotten. You know, for every like Ex Machina, there's 50 fucking Kong New Empire films that don't give a fuck to even try to not only show you a cool monster world or whatever, but actually like try to like root it in some science that makes it just more fulfilling. You know, like Dune is so interesting because the Butlerian Jihad completely redefines sci-fi, where it's like, oh yeah, like sci-fi Star Trek and tech and lightsabers. Dune is like, actually we got rid of all that because they will control your brain and ruin your life, and so we have no computers. And so that's why you need the drugs. And it's like, fuck, wow, what a cool socioeconomic science story. Get nothing. And yeah, I just saw Dune before Godzilla Kong. I wish it came out opposite so I could be like, well, that was dumb. And I'm like, wow, Dune was even more amazing than I thought.
Yeah,
horrible.
No, and jealous. Like I can understand why people like a lot of the new ones, and our commentary isn't even about much of the human stuff because Kong alone seems like the protagonist character that you can follow. There was a good portion of the film where there was no dialogue that we can understand what's going on with Kong, and it's like I feel like with efforts like that, that's their closest to like really trying, but they could still try a little harder with it like that and trust the audience is understanding what's going on, and they can make it really good is what I'm kind of getting at too.
Well, here's the thing, Angelus. You can't show me, and yes, good night, Karen. You can't show me a trailer for a sequel to a great sci-fi trilogy in Planet of the Apes 2000s, which again has like a really good science plausible plot of like a guy trying to cure Alzheimer's through research on chimps, and then he indirectly creates the simian flu and decimates humanity and makes a whole new world that we are devolving, and thus you're following this intelligent ape and making more apes intelligent, and you show a sequel for that world 300 years in the future. It's like, what is the world like afterward, with like a very science aware film series that researched
and the history aware of the previous apes films from the old days. We have that in our mind going in, most of us. So
they show me this trailer for this sequel, and it's like, here's a dumb monkey that wears a glove and punches another monkey, and then he gets his hand hurt by an ice turtle. And what was the point? What was the plot? I don't know. But you saw the monkey punch another monkey. That was cool, right? And it's just like, and yeah, you try to make Kong like a character, and so there's no depth, and it feels like they're trying to do like with the little monkey a fucking Kratos and son kind of thing. for a minute, but then that's just like kind of forgotten. And then there's like the Jesus girl that
the chosen one.
Just-
Apparently
there's
in
nothing
apparently in the originals, there's like two twins that telepathically control Mothra or something. I don't know. It sounds
on the island
sounds like
they
an
worship
odd
Mothra.
premise. Oh, I know, but it's a weird premise. But Tom from Midnight's Edge on Physical Media Show, I brought up Kong x Godzilla and stuff, and he's a super like a Godzilla fan with this stuff, and was saying that, well, because I brought up the monkeys, like I was like, what are they doing with Scargiver? They're just like moving rocks. He's like, they're digging to try to find a way out. And
I guess that is a point.
I'm like, I guess you can have that, but I would imagine, see, that's where you start, and then make something interesting. What do you mean? They're just, they were buried and they're digging down more to get out.
But they're like the followers of Bad Monkey.
No, but not even that, because we show them go outside and chase Kong like all the way to a portal practically. They get out of it. They're not trapped down there at all. Like, they weren't trapped at all. They easily kind of
look.
They can just kind of get out because Kong just kind of falls in. Like, he doesn't even,
it was like in his house. It was like in the wall in his house.
I don't even understand that. So I was like,
how has he never heard them?
My main point is that you could, as a movie, and without going, it's a dumb, stupid movie, but you could try a little bit harder, like even just a little bit, to make it a little bit more believable or more understanding. The whole sub under the hollow earth thing was retarded too. Just it's the
you don't realize, Ricky,
underneath
under the hollow earth there
section.
is a hollower earth.
Yeah, and it's just like, I mean, because it's like saying, well, Transformers, what do you expect? It's dumb robots. It's like, well, yeah, but a lot of people thought Game of Thrones should be retarded too. But
no, see, that's dumb,
because
Transformers and He-Man, these are properties that literally started just as merchandise ads to sell bullshit toys they just made up. And then these same people also will say the Transformers cartoon film like wrecked them, made them cry because they were characters.
Right. Well,
so it's not just
that was actually, so the toy thing was actually brought up too. Fancy brought up that like the Godzilla and Kong, he brought his nephews there, they're like 7 and 3 or something, and they were quiet at the movie because they were watching the movie and engaged, and they want the toys of them and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, but like you just said, they've also been able to make them like emotionally stimulating in other versions and stuff. So I don't know. That's all I'm saying. You could, if you say,
I hate this
whenever you cave at it's for kids or it's a dumb blah blah blah, you've given up on trying to write anything interesting.
It's for kids.
You somehow think that you can't have something cool and like engaging, substantive. Like the Avengers, by all means, shouldn't have been by that logic, but they did. It was a bombastic, fighty superhero thing, and it achieved a lot of stuff there. So
what else is made for kids? Old Yeller and Fox and the Hound,
and that'll touch anybody of all ages. Yeah,
those are gut-wrenching movies. Those are character films about dumb animals, and they stand the test of time. Bambi, people still fucking harp about fucking Bambi's mom. Fuck her. She's food. That's a fucking commie film if there is one. Anyway, that's
sorry for
Twisters.
Sorry for the tangent.
No, it's a good one. It's organic. It's just like I always want to get this kind of conversation on stream when we have them.
Yeah, we talk about this kind of stuff all the time, so we'll just come up randomly with us anyway.
All right, so Rippatard Prime, Eric July has made a new video called True Aspirations. What's the end game? Well, hopefully it's
hopefully he can time travel and become an old man, and hopefully not be confused why he's an old man.
Hopefully it's eviction from the warehouse.
Angela says they have a Bambi horror movie coming out.
Wait, what?
Angela says they have a Bambi horror movie coming out by the guys who did the Winnie the Pooh one.
That's gonna be shit.
Probably.
Is there even an end game for us? I'd like to answer these questions. First and foremost, we are a comic book company. You hear me say that a lot. That will never change, and this will always be our focus. The goal.
I feel like he's doing that for EVS whenever EVS says that he's going to move on to something else.
To shipping.
He's like, no, we will be
a shipping company. You're a comic shipping company.
Build this fun sandbox for our fans to get lost in. A universe that doesn't.
Hey, it's Horseman, Cedric Gaucho.
Hey, do you want to explain why you think that might be him now?
If
or
you were
say
on my
video?
stream, I did a stream with Nerdway and fuck, I can't remember who else was on with me.
Anyway,
but we were talking about the dumb fucking names on the art book grift of Eric, his concept art book. And he has a whole thing about Cedric Gaucho, who is this guy that I don't think they ever say his name in the books thus far, which is weird. And I looked up Gaucho because I'm like, what is that? I feel like that's like, is that like another name for like chaps or something for like cowboys? No, it is another name for cowboys. All right, for horsemen in South America. And so my guess, and or Nerdways, maybe both guess this, is that like Norfrica is literally just Africa and Norse fused into one word, because Eric was like, let me research mythology. So he read Norse mythology. And so he's made this like African Norseman. My guess is that Chuck Dixon came in and looks at what Eric's got so far, and he's like, hey, what are you doing with Cedric Gaucho? Because when he takes him to his warehouse at Taylorsville to get his suit, he like preemptively threatens Isom, like, don't be trying anything because we have ways of putting you down. And it's like, well, what if Horseman has like except kryptonite? What if that's the angle of Horseman, is that he's like, because it's pretty much a Batman character. And what if it turns out it's on the nose, if you just were paying attention, Gaucho, Horseman, he is Horseman. So that's why I'm like, Cedric Gaucho, woohoo, Horseman.
You need to make a video like that guy who said that he has copycat powers and stuff. You know, I theorized that the Taylorsville man is actually going to be Horseman.
Dude, I'm gonna make it, and then everyone's gonna be like, "What? Hey, Eric, have you seen this video? Is this true?"
And you'd be like, "That's a good idea."
And they'll be like, "God damn it! Oh man, NDA." That's a funny joke 20,000 times in. Wasn't funny the first fucking time. Idiot. It's a weird hug box, man.
Universe that doesn't hold your hand but is relatively easy to keep up with, spanning across multiple genres. We want to ensure a healthy and
it's actually not easy to keep up because it makes no fucking sense.
It's funny too. So when he says not hold your hand and relatively easy to keep up with, I don't actually know what he means by that, because he never really
it's like, if
gives
you
a
don't
clear
hold
distinction.
My hand, that means it's more complex. And so I'm going to let you figure it out, because it's not easy to figure out.
But I would say that even complex things have very clear things as well. And then there's the subtext that you have to find out, but there's clear things up front, and then the subtext usually is what that infers. You know,
this fucking retard, man.
And thriving fandom. We believe that box has already been checked, but we want to continue to grow, and we are speeding up our release schedule so that books are coming out more frequently.
Oh, okay. This made me think about why I thought of Game of Thrones when Anna said Azorian, because there's the prophecy of Azor Ahai, which they think is Jon Snow or Daenerys. You know, it's the prophecy, and it's like, oh, it actually is not gendered. That's why I'm like, Azorian? What the fuck is this Game of Thrones shit?
Eventually, I love for us to get to the point to where a new book is being released each month. Because our books are high in page count, it won't be the same title, but a book a month is something that we hope.
Why would he want to do it? Hold on. Why would he want to do it monthly?
That's the problem with the comic industry, is that they just hawk out shit every month.
At that rate, I'm like, okay, if I were to want to be a customer, I don't think I can afford to spend that much money that often.
$600 plus shipping. You're talking about like maybe $1,000.
I'd be like, again, I still haven't backed Yaira yet, because I'm like, I mean, I backed a lot of stuff last year, you know. I don't really know. I need to get a car still, you know. Like there's payments like that I'm thinking of right now, and other creators that I want to support, and other creators I want to support. You know, that's what I'm kind of getting at. I'm like, I don't know. It's hard enough to keep up with the 3 or 4 you've made now, as far as like, you know, paying for it all. It's like you can have monthly, and having them not all be connected. Well, that's going to be even. Did he just say they're not going to be connected? What?
Different genres, at least what he said.
Hold on. Can you back that up a sec? Because if I'm hearing that right or wrong, is that a different universe or what?
Thriving
fandom. We believe that box has already been checked, but we want to continue to
checking boxes. That's why I thought the Azorian thing.
Okay.
Grow, and we are speeding up our release schedule so that books are coming out more frequently. Eventually, I love for us to get to the point to where a new book is being released each month. Because our books are high in page count, it won't be the same title, but a book a month is something that we hope to accomplish within the next few years. And with those books, we want to get legendary talent while also building up new talent. As the company grows,
this is the thing with other videos. He does not. I've seen this a lot with many. Those words that he put on screen were not necessary to put on screen. A lot of video essayists do that, where it's like they'll just put a word there.
The main points where it's like, we are
healthy fandom. It's like
fandom, comic book company.
It's just like, yeah, but it's not really adding anything really. So whatever. It's a Mahler and them point, like with all the stuff they cover, like there's at least like 50 times or more that happens, and it's like it's not really highlighting anything important. You know, it's what they want to stick in your head, like you said.
Which means more job opportunities from the creative to the warehousing. We also hope to make RippaSend a major player within the next couple of years. For those that don't know, this is our publishing and fulfillment wing of our company that takes on these creator-owned projects and things that are not part of the actual RippaVerse. We see a lot of potential.
So is the RippaVerse shipping and fulfillment separate from the RippaSend shipping and fulfillment? Is that a different warehouse or?
No, it's probably all one warehouse. But this just made me think this could be this Rockstar lawyers writing these contracts. I'm wondering if cash poor Eric, because again, simple math, he's got to be spending at least $1.5 million just on warehouse staff. That's not including any insurance for workers' comp or whatever for disability, everything, the maintain the warehouse, the equipment. I'm just wondering if in his contracts, when he hooks an idiot like Drunk 3PO, if he's got some sort of like snuck in clause, or it's like, actually, I'm like a part owner of your thing if you're printing through me. Like I could see it happen. I could see some funny
I thought that's what he wanted it to be, was that he would have a particular.
I remember him saying on a stream long ago before these books came out that he said something about like
he doesn't want it to be all separate.
I wouldn't entertain a book with RippaVerse unless I was like owned half of it.
Yeah, something like that.
And we think that it can be a very dynamic wing of RippaVerse publishing. We get to utilize our infrastructure and help other people be great. But as far as the RippaVerse
be great. See, if I say it, then I'm doing it. It's like the whole like for good or bad, like the like reinforcing yourself with like essentially a lie, or like smile even when you don't mean it, because eventually you'll smile when you mean it. Like
something
like that.
Usually the work would speak for itself before you label it as great.
Be great.
Is concerned, if we are thinking long term, there's so much that we love to do. And look, it's not going to happen next year or 5 years from now, but we have some dreams, and we're going to continue to work as if those dreams are.
I have a dream. And one day this warehouse will live to its creed.
Angela says, "Look, guys, he said the thing."
He said the thing. I love this idiot.
Why does it keep on going to black and white? Also, like, what is that? Just a style thing for the video? Because I don't.
It's just trying to shake it up, you know.
Okay.
Be creative, to be great. But no, that whole like we have dreams. And you got the black and white, and you're a black guy. It's like, how can I not lean into Martin Luther King? Come on, this is easy. And I guess I'll have to be the guy that leans into these racist jokes or these racially evocative undertones because everyone's too scared to.
Well, it's funny. Well, it's like for me, I don't notice half of them half the time. But the more I hang out with you, the more I kind of see them. I see them quicker than I used to. That's for dang sure. So.
Someone's got to meme his head on MLK at the Washington Monument. This is fucking gold.
Real possibilities for starters.
See, the words.
Wait, he
real
said
possibilities.
Real possibilities.
What is that?
Like,
why put that on the text? What does that matter? Like it does.
Well, it's like this feels like double speak or whatever. Real 1984, or it's like it's real ... possibilities, or it's like he's giving himself wiggle room when he fails. And it's like, well, I said it was possible.
I didn't say I will succeed. I said I possibly might be great.
That is very obtainable in the short term will be stepping into the toy and statue market. This is a high demand thing, and probably
at
one
this
of the
point,
most
just already, just like okay, and he can do what he wants. I'm not saying what he has to do, but like, I mean, you said you're trying to do comic books.
This
right?
is a great pause.
You're trying to do comic books, and he's only on his fourth one, which that's pretty good because a lot don't get that far. But it's like I don't know. I'd say maybe master the comic part first, and then try to really branch out more because you would have proof in the pudding of however it is, and then you can. I feel like people would be more on board as well to back the new stuff, but I don't know.
You remember this is totally not anything you're saying, but remember my Captain Marvel video that got banned on YouTube?
Yeah.
This is the
I was thinking that too.
Ooh, do we have some dreams here?
Ooh, oh my lucky stars.
Oh man. Hold on. I forgot to wait, I gotta see where it went. 1 second. Reveal output.
BX, he's like trying to do Rip Ascend. He's trying to do toys and statues and stuff, and those are probably going to be expensive to back. He's trying to have like an issue each month, and it's like, I mean, I just say maybe have 2 or 3 years of having success in the comic part, and all the ideas of those expenses and where your audience is, and then see if that's consistent, and then roll out some of the new stuff is what I would guess.
It's funny you say that because finally I snagged this for streams.
Oh, my lucky stars! A Negro!
Yeah.
I got it!
You could play that like next to Zach Galifianakis saying his line.
What's up, nigga? The way he just says it so fucking smooth.
Play his for Brendan Fraser and then his. Oh my lucky stars and stuff.
Where did I put it? It's I think I pulled it up while I'm looking. I got this.
Thanks a lot, Jews.
I love that clip because it's like out of nowhere on the.
Well, he's looking at the camera too. He's like serious.
It's fucking Garrick's Wormuloid from Wisecrack. I can't remember what video that is. What movie? I think it might have been The Godfather or something.
What up, nigga?
There we go.
All right. Requested things by our fans.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is he's like, oh, toys and statues. It's like, well, I hear in the rumor mill you didn't pay your statue guy when you snagged him to make a statue, because it's not just like, hey, like you're paying for like the artistry to like sculpt the statue, the concepting, all that, but also Eric has weaseled his way to try to if you look at Indiegogos, you have stretch goals. It's like, if we get funded to this point, you will get this extra goodie because I've made enough money to afford to add it for the price you've already
it won't cost
paid.
you anything extra. Yeah.
So you can be a day one backer and you just bought a book. And
this also solicits, this also implants why it's important to back early, because you can get a perk like that.
Yeah, and it's like you come in day one and you're like, oh boy, the comic. And then you get it, and it's like you maybe not followed the campaign. It's like, oh, they hit so high. I actually got all this extra crap. Cool, I got a keychain. What Eric does is it's like, hey, our goal is 400,000, and he's like, if we hit $1 million, you can also buy this thing, and if I hit $2 million, you can also buy a statue of Yaira. And it's like,
again, and he also wants to have monthly issues, and he wants to have the Ripazine and all this. It's like, I don't know, man.
He hit 1 million in under a day on Yaira, and then a couple weeks in, there's that infamous clip with Anna on that stream where she's like, "Where are you at?" And he's like, 1.2 million. Like, he didn't say like, I'm at 1.2 million. He was like 1.2 million. Like, it was like, yeah, I'm only there. And he's only really now hoping
to at least be at 2 after the first week.
We're almost at a month, rookie. Day one hits over $1 million, and we're almost a month, and he's only at 1.3. So it's very clear it's a floundering fucking fandom that wants to pay him.
Kind of funny too. After the trailer, I was like, I still haven't bought my thing yet. I still haven't bought it yet. Like, it's just like, I know it's funny to laugh at, but again, there's other campaigns I could put that money towards, and apply back 2 campaigns with the money.
No, what we're experiencing, rookie, is like, this is like the birth of Christendom. They didn't have the Bible for a couple centuries. They had to compile it. Like the Gospels, they're all written at least like 50 years after Jesus. So you're talking about like, this wasn't put to paper till like 80 AD roughly. There's like the Jewish books that have been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years at this point. But the new stuff, and what we're like, there's this cult called the RippaVerse, and we're getting each entry into the religion, the growing canon of the RippaVerse in real time every few months. Like, you got it back. You got to get this stuff. So you got to, like, it's fun to laugh at the cult. And so you need to know the text.
Yeah, I know, but it's funny because it's like he wants his campaigns to do well, right? He wants them to have high numbers, right? But if he keeps on adding all these extra things, the Ripazine, the memberships, the statues, the video, whatever, there's going to be less people probably giving a crap about the comic book part, And he said his main thing is to be a comic book company. So I would think that should be his main thing to focus on for the first 2 or 3 years to like, maybe have all the stuff that you're thinking of and trying to play around with. I get it. But like, as far as like EVS kind of played around with it with the action figures, like I get it. But like, as far as to get a consistent sea of your backers and make sure how much you have. I'd say at least 6 books would be a good minimum measuring stick.
My point with the statues is
further.
He like I think $4 million tier is like, I'll release the Eric sketch of ISOM so you can laugh at my bad drawing. This is like him trying to hype his people up. Is like, hey, see my bad art of this bad comic book series. And there's clearly no interest in that. And he's, the top one, the $5 million is like, hey, we'll make Yaira men's and women's booty shorts. And they're at least like a concept, and it's like the boobs on the butt look like balls because it's on underwear, so it's fucking weird. Because like if you're gonna put a person on underwear, if it's not like Batman where it's just like memes all over the thing, if it's just one image, you need to like put it on the leg so it's not mistaken.
I was gonna say like leggings, I think would make more sense. You can do that on Teesprings easily. So
yeah, but it's like if you're doing like boxer briefs or shorts, so you want to have like the character on, either have like spread the head on like one leg, or you do like the body along the leg. You don't splice, especially a woman with boobs, where the boobs are in the genital region.
I'm sorry. Like what is balls. I'm sorry. Why was that what he chose? That'd be something interesting to talk.
Yeah, that should be the statue tiers. Like if you give
that's
me
what I said.
We'll make the statue.
That's what I said. People would want an action figure or a statue of
but
her.
Even so at you gotta, 2 million,
that's not even grabbing the lowest one. It's when, like you said, even then when it's activated, none of you actually have it yet. Now it's available to buy. It's like that's like with. I don't know what type of
he's trying to funnel money to afford it. This is my point. It's like there's no interest to get it, and then he's also trying to use it as an incentive to funnel more money in other projects because he spread himself fucking thin. This is why he's opened RippaVerse to rip a sin.
This is why I don't understand that
Ponzi scheme,
because it's like he talks about. So like I'm not saying I'm a business expert, but I've seen. I feel like you should have at least, a guarantee. Again, he said it's not even like a full 2 years yet. It's by June, it'll be full 2 years or something, right? Since he officially launched, I guess. With this thing,
like,
I feel like
$8 or $9 million, and yet he hasn't paid himself, and it's because he's got no money. Somehow, this millionaire is broke. Is the point?
Well, I mean, I guess he's doing a lot of risky things, but my thing is you don't even know yet if you're really successful long term because again, I have my 6 minimum. Like with restaurants, if you like make changes to your restaurant and you go, oh, it's been 2 weeks and there's not enough here, you have to at least give it like a month to see a difference, to see word of mouth, to see advertising change, whatever. You have to give it a little bit more time to see the effectiveness of whatever changes you did to your thing alone. And so with him, like I'd say after 6 books at least, if not 3 years of making comics and shipping them, whatever, all that stuff, at least then he would have at least a better idea of his backer numbers by the 6th one.
He does.
No, I'm saying a more one with 2 more books on top of this. He'd have a better idea of where it's at and how much he can expect consistently. More likely, if not a dropping amount, maybe fluctuating. Some get higher, some lower. But being around the million,
because
for now,
that's why he's removing the campaign format. He's trying to spin it to his cultists that will repeat it and eat it up because this is a cult that. Oh yeah, no, he got rid of the campaigns because like he's just releasing now for sale every month, so it doesn't need a campaign. He's already paid for the books and they're done. It's not a pre-order, it's just available, which is like, all right, he's 4 books in, he's still doing pre-order sales to gauge how much to print. So if he's just going to do a straight sell space that's not pre-order, that means he's already printing them. And so he has he's not dealing with comic stores where you get a gauge of how much as a company to like, all right, speculation. All right, we should probably print 20,000 copies. And that'll probably put us a little bit over for like word of mouth hype. Because you always want to like some excess, but like sometimes you get shit where it's, I think Conan They sold, I think, like 80,000 copies or something. So one of these books like came out and was like a huge success. They had to do a second printing, third printing to make up for like the demand. That's how you want to do it. You actually want to underprint and make it more valuable. So then it's like, oh, every issue is sold. You're guaranteed cash, not I have a bunch of excess that I'm sitting on. And this is what Eric's stuck with. And then he's trying to like move differently into selling pre-printed stuff with no speculation.
Well, it seems to lose value afterward, which is
loses value.
Which that sounds even worse, because as many people that hate EVS and everything, a lot of people do not like EVS and whatever. His comics are still selling very well, considering.
If you buy a $25 book, you can sell it for probably 40 at least.
Like that alone is that's interesting, and there's always somebody looking for it, and they'll pay pretty high for it.
Yeah, he sold one of his boxes, I think, for like $600 because it just like the bid went that high because there's like that demand for it because it's like kind of rare, and he printed based on like exclusive, purchasing. He probably made a few more, and so they're like, "Ooh, I missed out, but I got the cash now. Let me try." Eric again even talks about this where he's like, Eric, here's secondary market. You can get this for this thing. So he's like, well, that's what I should sell it for now. And it's like, no. The value increased in part because it's exclusive. It's rare. You don't make that price at the start. You sell like a normal price, like the $25 or $35. That's fine for the page count. Someone on eBay can sell it for $100 because, oh wow, actually a lot of people are talking about this. People want to, even if it's shit, people want to read it. This guy's a fucking idiot, and he's gonna whatever idiots latch onto his RippaVerse to be like cronies, they're gonna set themselves up to sink, and that's gonna be funny. Hopefully Anna sells her calendars through RippaVerse.
Well, I feel like with the RippaVerse, each person, whether it's Drunk 3PO, Neurotic, whatever, I'm sure that their first campaign will be successful. Whatever minimum they're trying to reach, they'll probably reach it. But then
3PO's got a woke book with a black girl.
But then it's after. but I'm sure, I think that they'll still fulfill it. But then it's like, but after that, I don't know. That's hard to say. But let's continue, I guess.
I learned about this industry, the more it humbled me. Most of our material is in North America. This includes the printing of our books as well as our shirts. We wanted to do the same thing or go the same route with the toy and statue market stuff, but I thought this was possible. And it showed how ignorant I was on that topic, because the reality is this: America has little to no infrastructure in place to do such a thing. It's not that you can't get it done for cheap or how expensive it is. It's that there's basically no infrastructure for mass producing these at a high quality. 3D printing.
Mass producing ISOM toys, Ricky. He's like, well, I could get ISOM toys in America, but it's better if I go to Brazil, where the dollar goes 5 times as far down there because they're poor, or like better yet, China.
So correct me if I'm wrong. So he's trying to make a large amount of high quality statues. Essentially, that's his main goal with the statues, right?
Well, let's see. I don't know if he's going to make a statue like this Hellraiser, which is like, it's pretty much like essentially plastic, like it's solid, but it's like resin or something. Versus like the Sideshow. These are like, I think he's trying to do like Sideshow, which like that Hellraiser, like these little statues, like $100, like 70 to $100 when they come out. These are, from like 3 to like 5+, because they're like sculpted. Even if they got like a printing system, you still got to like have actual artists sculpt the initial, which I mean, I guess you're doing for these too, but it's way easier.
Where were those made?
Kotobuki. I'm not sure Sideshow. I know Sideshow's in California, but I think they're just so rich they can probably actually just make everything in America, but I don't know. Kotobukiya is Japanese, so
okay.
Now, do they print them or create them in Japan? I don't know. They probably outsource as well to save money, but I mean, the creator is Shun Yamashita. He's Japanese, so he's the artist.
Well, I guess do you think like not to be specific about RippaVerse, but I mean just based on what he wants to do you think that it would be smart to go the route he's doing, trying to go for a mass production of high quality statues, or should go for something a little bit lower to even gauge the interest in that?
There's no interest.
I don't know.
he can't get 2 million. I mean, he might at the very end.
This goes with what I'm saying. If I'm just focusing on the comic for now, like getting a hold of that and how that works first.
You know what you do, Eric? You make posters, you make bookmarks, you make keychains, you make mouse pads. Maybe you make like a Magic the Gathering like table pad for card play. You don't shoot for the fucking stars with a company that's clearly declining, and the more and more people talk about it, the more people are exposed to, like, you have a dwindling fan base that we've gauged off of your numbers, and also an increase in detractors.
But people might say in response to you, but he's trying to be like Alexander Angus.
No, he's again, it's like the economy. You can be Alexander or you can be Napoleon. Both are bold and daring. But you know, again,
well, he is short, so Napoleon's probably the
he is only 5'8". He's literally as tall as me. So he's got it's a combination of niggonomics, and he's like, you know, this little man syndrome. And so he tries to put up a front, like he's a hard nigga and shit, but no, you don't bring this into like business. This is why, like, you know, you hear about like mobsters. Some of them like get out clean their whole life and die peacefully because they whack enough people because they got like muscle around them. But like the hood niggonomic shit, like they're all killing each other, you know. There's not longevity in this mentality because it's like ape tribalism. You know, you make little coalitions, but they're always trying to like stab each other. There's never like, he's got a little sycophants like Andrew that are little cucks that will just say yes, sir, because the bread's butter with Eric. But like real players aren't going to fucking hang. Look at EVS, Shane Davis. They're not fucking with him. He's had to get Kanan White on the rebound because Kanan was approached by Rippa to do ISOM, and he said no. And then Rippa makes 3.7 million. So now look who's here at RippaVerse when they're declining. Kanan White. Which Kanan White's great. I have a cover for a second book for Meth Gear by him, which it wasn't the intention. And it was just like, wait, I got enough. Yeah. I'm going to save that and let me snag him for issue 2. So I got a Kanan White down the pipeline. So you super chat me, you get the posters of Meth Gator, you're helping fund making a comic book so you can get to issue 2, get that fucking sweet Kanan White cover. Not that I'm not trying to put quality in issue 1, but I really want to see the Kanan White cover because that'd be just a fun troll on the Rippatards too. Which was never the intention. I sought him out independent of, you know, RippaVerse. I didn't know he was attached to RippaVerse back then. You know, this was clearly a building thing, but it just kind of works. Like, hey, I'm a detractor, and I got Kanan White, art director of RippaVerse, cover. Like, great work he's done for Angus. Maybe it could be my EVS.
Maybe.
Like how Rippa's ruined it, you know. But yeah, it's like, even if he gets 2 million, it's like the way he's like fucking just barely inching to it, praying he gets it so then he can follow through to make the statue he's now like kind of vowed. It's unfortunate. Like he could be winning, but he's really stretching himself thin. He's going all over the place. He's not focused.
This is what's disappointing too. He likes to talk about the business part, but he almost never talks about the creative part, which, you know, I know that he's had his opinions on creativity and all, but I would assume with your own characters and worlds that you're trying to create, you'd have some level of passion for him, which I think I've heard him say, yeah, he's so excited and he loves doing this and stuff, but but then never really proceeds to talk about anything about it,
because this was a get rich quick scheme.
I'm Darren Fontano, man. The inspiration for that goes back to this and this with that, and I tried to bring this to life here or there. Those two at the club, surprisingly, there's something that I got a little bit of inspiration from this and a little bit of that, I don't know, something that shows that he really enjoys making this. And the Taylorsville guy, oh man, that's my favorite part that I'm trying to do and focus on. And there's a lot here. I'm not gonna tell you what, but I got a lot of plans for this.
Eric.
Just like something
like Norfolka. This is the shade of Eric that this is what I envision if I could have landed right in the music industry. This is who I'd be. And then Yaira is like, if I was a white woman, I would be Yaira. And then Isom is his like do right black guy self. And then Darren is his Nigonomics success Eric.
They're and all together they form the Captain Planet of
Eric July. Together assembled, they create Eric July. Cedric Gaucho is the fragment of Eric if he would have like stuck to like collecting Jordans and bling and his costuming in life. He would be a Cedric Gaucho. These are all shades of Eric.
If that's what they were derived from, little parts of himself, that'd be, if he was just upfront about that being their source. I mean, would that spoil the comic? I don't think it would. That would just be insight. That would just be insight information.
This would be a great thing is someone make an Eric July universe or multiverse, whatever, where it's like 50 Shades of Eric.
Well, it's like
spoiler, they're all black except Yaira.
Well, it's like Akira Toriyama that made Dragon Ball always talked about his influences, or he's like Frieza, the character of like that was inspired by a few different things, by Darth Vader partially, and then because like the evil emperor of huge galactic organization, and then like his like some of the politicians in Japan he saw as like these awful people that will like planet trade and go to their place and root up their stock and destroy it. Essentially, he as vultures. He hates them, and he put some of that into Frieza. Like he'll explain what
he said. He hates vultures.
No, did you hear what I said about the Japanese politics a second ago? No. Were you listening to me?
No, I was listening. I just now said in chat, but I thought you said vultures.
No, he said culture? He said politicians are like vultures or something that like and then when you watch Dragon Ball Z, Frieza's the emperor of this galactic organization and planet trades and stuff, and that he took some of that from people in his life, and he's like, those stupid bastards, basically, and some of it from Darth Vader a little bit with that, and that's where he got that.
What you're saying is what's his name?
Akira Toriyama.
His view of politicians was something in the vein.
Thanks a lot, Jews.
And that's what he channeled in Frieza. Is that what you're telling me?
A little bit, yeah.
Is this the subtext of Dragon Ball? This is just gonna make me love it more now, isn't it?
Well, you'll love his depiction of black people. There's only like three of them. There's only three of them in
Popo or whatever.
Well, not even him, because he's not even really black, but the actual black humans. The few. There's only like three.
Isn't Popo actually based on like some sort of Japanese mythology?
He's based on a Japanese sort of thing, or whatever. Same with
like he made a black person, blah blah blah. It's like no, it's Japanese shit. Like
exactly. No, but then you do see the human black characters that he's made. It's like okay, but again, those are minor characters.
Well, it's funny. He's got like this. He's got this in-depth, ingrained Japanese mythology shield, and he's like, "How could you ever think this was black people? This is my heritage. These are my black people."
Well, yeah, he makes one really tall and lanky, and he's like,
I hope Goalpost zooms in on you and clips this. He says, like, this is what Rookie Critic said on Black Eggs' channel about Eric July.
Eric July likes Dragon Ball as well, and I'm sure Goalpost does too. So I think he knows what I'm talking about with who I'm referring to. So these are characters I don't even know their name of because they're minor. They're not even. They're extra random characters in an episode or two. They're nothing important.
God, this guy is great. Because he's so, and what's funny is he's showing imagery of making a frog toy. Now I'm wondering what he'll say next, if it's layered or if it's either layered like snide. This is me interpreting subtext. I don't know if Eric's actually smart enough to have it, but this might be layered as like, look, I'm making a cheap frog toy, whoop-de-doo. Or he's completely oblivious, which is more likely, that him showcasing ideas of making toys is like, oh yeah, frogs. You know, it makes me think of frogs. I think of comics and this. Oh, cyber. You know what? I need to back the new Cyber Frog. Idiot.
Has made great strides, but it's not there yet for higher volume things. But now that we've accepted this as a reality, the good news is that our
good news is I can now outsource to China.
Possibilities are now endless. We've had many internal discussions with overseas manufacturers. We've accepted this as a reality. The good news is that our possibilities are now endless. We've had
it didn't bother me or stick out until you pointed it out, and now I'm like, wait, there it is again.
What's the point of that? The zoom in, the black and white, and the word on screen. That was all not needed at all. Remember, Angus, endless. That's important. Endless.
Had many internal discussions with overseas manufacturers, and it looks as if this is something that can happen very soon. Much like our books, it'll be something that we'll have to learn a lot about along the way, but I'm really looking forward to this. The other long-term aspirations that we have are associated with RippaVerse Studios. We've released trailers for our comics that are both animated, and our first live action was released with
Sweet Dreams Chilled. Even Yaira's laughing about it.
again, I'm okay that his first trailer was dog shit. I just want them to, if they ever make anything ever again with live action, to learn from it is all I want.
Oh, you don't know, Rookie. Oh man, I saved this because I tweeted that meme I sent you. I made of Eric with Dylan Mulvaney.
No, I saw your meme. Yeah.
So
you call that a blowjob? It was meant to be a death blow.
Because Eric's like this.
Yeah, with his...
And so I pair it with like
I know
Dylan,
I like
Dylan is looking down
kind of
at the camera, and it's I have a bubble. It's like, you call that a blowjob, Eric? It's like, it was meant to be a death blow. What it is. And anyway, what's funny when it came to mind is the Saska sisters. So RippaVerse Comics says, while you're browsing the Yaira pre-order campaign, remember to add RippaZine #1 to your cart for the first appearance of the new character, the Salvage, and Salvage PI, written by Eric and drawn by whoever. And so the Saska's tweet, books for sale, $25 for a 96-page issue of Yaira #1 with the strong emoji, $7 for RippaZine #1. They got like a flaming heart, and it says, let's go, chomps.
Are that they're doing the meme on?
They're memeing themselves, and so
all right.
When they say books for sale on top of that meme, it seems like backhanded, where it's like, oh look, selling. We got things for sale. Get it because it's for sale. Like, and then like when you're pairing it again, these people, even though they're like fucking weirdos with the art they've made. I'm not talking about the incest shit or whatever. Just the stuff they make and that they seem delighted to do with their like trying to destroy masculinity through their art. They understand subtext. They're not dumb people. Yeah, like we can think they're dumb because they don't like their politics or whatever, but like they're not dumb. They're intelligent with the craft of like narratives, you know, whether they're outright with what they're trying to say or not. They understand, you know, they watch Cronenberg stuff. They understand the depth of what film can be and art. So I'm I'm not reading it as like, oh, it's just a coincidence, or they don't mean that. It's like, this feels backhanded.
Maybe.
Which is funny. I love it. Because like we'll see in the future if they ever like peace out, if they start like, yeah, we did those stupid books for that retarded guy in Texas. Like he paid us, what do you expect? We couldn't find work at Marvel, so kind of take what you get. Like I'm expecting that in the future.
With Yaira, these were very short trailers that were meant to sell the comic, but in the future, we love.
Why does he stress shit so weird?
Sell the
comic. He's got such weird. Again, this is the whole nigganomic shit. The hood
Black
shit.
Angus reviews.
Like, it's very clear that he's got like a black vernacular, Texas black vernacular. Some of it's regional, some of it is black influence because he likes rapping shit. I really think it's a guy who he got to go to college, off of athletics. I think Eric got this weird tick to like try to enunciate shit strangely, trying to sound smarter because like he's aware, at least when he's in school, wherever he's aware. I think this is like a subconscious thing he's not aware of anymore. But I think he was definitely aware of like, oh wow, people ain't worried about like getting shot and stuff every day. Because I'm at school with a bunch of white people mostly, and international kids probably. I think he went to like University of Memphis, I think. So that had been a culture shock for who he's hanging out with and stuff. And so people probably noticed he said shit weird or they couldn't understand him or something. And so he's like enunciating to try to sound, how do I sound more white, and that's in the books, how like sometimes I saw him, he sounds like a black guy, and other times he like says that like white people don't talk this complicated around shit, where it's like, it's we've seen you under pressure before, but like you seem this way, it's unlike you, and like what, just hey, you seem that
you good,
anxious.
you good,
like,
bro?
Yeah.
If anything, white people try to talk relaxed
like,
black or something.
You're really on one, aren't you, Stacy? Like, like either way, black or white, you can say it really simple, but he like overcomplicates shit in very strange ways. I think he's trying to sound smart. This must be some like implicit thing transitioning from like the hood shit he was hanging out with, however much it was actually hood or not, people he was hanging out trying to be cool with, to then going to like school with like normal people trying to like have careers. I think this is like a weird tick he got, and he's never stopped. No one's called him out. Like, yeah, including his wife apparently is my guess. Where it's like, you're not doing him any favors. It really sticks out. Because again, I like to try to learn language here and there, and so like I pay attention to stuff like that, and it's like, well, what's the underpinning,
Studios to do self-contained projects. That means shorts, shows, movies. With
wait. When he says shorts,
booty shorts,
does he mean like YouTube shorts or booty shorts? Because like you've made it unclear now with things you've pitched.
Well, actually, I actually don't even know if he means YouTube shorts or if he just means like a short trailer, like a short 2 minutes thing. That I don't think he'd make it a YouTube short. I think he means like a short film or sequence, a clip.
Yeah. I'm trying to find
the animation trailers. I'm assuming that's what he thinks.
Oh, I found it. It's from the Saska sisters. Yes. Oh, you're gonna love this, Ricky. You haven't seen this. Let me stop this really quick so you can look at this. I can't wait to see your reaction to this. Wait. Let me scroll up. No, I can't scroll up. It's not a lot of text. Damn it. Okay. Present
them.
So when we unlock the Yaira booty shorts, those are all I'm going to be wearing.
Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, it looks like balls hanging out.
Even though this is clearly an ass, it's like,
I think it's like the lighting on the breasts make it look like, in the angle with the way the legs are, it's almost like the right tit ball is hanging out. Like,
Yeah, it looks like you're getting
He's popping out
some hanging brain from behind.
Some fruit ball, like a fruit ball right here, essentially.
Who thought this was a good idea? Again, you need.
Look at it, it's just like what came into mind? Booty shorts. If anything, you'd think the like headband that she has, or some of the some of the outfit
like the
or
symbol
something
on one of the cheeks, or like the name of Yaira across the ass, like Victoria's Secret. They put like secret across the ass, or whatever.
Well, I'm trying to think of like the fans, like the girls that like the RippaVerse stuff. Like they've seen people cosplay. You'd almost think they'd have like, well, here's a couple of items that you can get to do that with, or something, and that at least get female audience to maybe.
He didn't say the thing, Angelus. He said
he just did funny edits.
Thing.
He does
these weird edits where he's like he'll randomly stress words. It's like endless, but it's also like a zoom in and black and white.
Yeah, it's something I noticed that he does in a lot of these videos.
It's a TikTok. Catch your attention. Hey, you still here? You still here? Hey, I'm changing the image. You see?
Yeah.
Look, there's a word there. You got to pay attention.
Yeah.
That's
it's
what
just
that
funny.
is.
It's just funny to me. It's like
what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are the booty shorts, at least conceptually. I just
dedicated budgets that are meant to exist on their own. Of course, maintaining our independence will make this a tall task, but not impossible. We think the overhaul of the RippaVerse website, with the emphasis on our upcoming app, will open these avenues. This
an app now,
man.
Yeah, he's making a RippaVerse app, which my guess is it's going to be like essentially his own controlled Discord that you have to pay to get in. So unless you're willing to pay probably like $20 a month or something,
like a chat room, essentially.
That's my guess. Is it'll be like a way to like.
I could see him doing that because he did. I know he didn't like Discord. He has a whatever other thing at the moment, and yeah, he probably wants to make his own.
Yeah, he's trying to control his feedback loop to be yes man and simps. But
he'll probably ask them, say, anybody want to ask me any criticisms or myths about the RippaVerse or something? And it's like, well, gee golly, no, Eric.
He's really underestimating detractors though, because
they'll probably get in just fine.
Tiso spent $300 to get the $100 ripoff official concept art book of 16 pages of jibber jabber. So like this idea of like he can just hide from everybody besides his simps is unfounded. It's already disproven that detractors will invest.
Well, and detractors will give you money to make fun of you.
Yeah.
Which is funny because that's what happens to EBS all the time, but he accepts it as Tor. Eric does not like that.
He is he's evading. He's trying to make that's my gut feeling when I heard about this like months ago. RippaVerse, I was like, this is a hug box because Twitter's not safe, but he's also blocked. He's lost count of who he's blocked. That this will be an avenue like, hey, if you're a fan and you bought it, and you might have some QR code or some sort of membership gay op tag to get in or something.
I wonder if you have to like when you agree to it, it's like a virtual NDA to not talk about anything in the chat room or something, so he can sue you if you
right. But all you have to do when you screenshot is then release it on a dummy like bot account you have. That
I'm just trying to think of if he tries to make another roadblock or two to like, yeah, you can't do this or that.
Well, it's funny that he's spending money to put up roadblocks when he has the free African American owned Twitter as a great avenue to spread.
You're right. This just goes into what I'm saying about just focusing on the comic part for a couple of years and then trying out other
God's
things.
Work,
but he's doing so many things that it just doesn't seem like he'll be successful.
This is God's work.
Well, whenever he's advertising, so that's the funny thing about Yaira too, because he's not even going to focus all his marketing on Yaira. He's going to focus on Yaira and RippaZine and RippaSend and these other things and blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, I thought you wanted Yaira to sell comics to sell, right?
Yeah, he's doing the Disney thing. Remember when Eternals
advertise a lot of shit, and it's like, well, what, I don't know, man. Like
he had Shang-Chi. Which I say Shang-Chi, but apparently it's supposed to be Shang-Chi, whatever. Shang-Chi, and then Eternals. And a couple months later, you had Spider-Man. And before Eternals released, they started covering what should be the space of Eternals and already starting to advertise for Spider-Man No Way Home. Overshadowing Eternals before it even released. And then it became a box office bomb. And it's like, but the other problem is like Disney has so many problems trying to manage their like Disney animation, Pixar animation, Marvel, and
Star Wars,
Disney Plus Marvel, Star Wars, and Disney Plus Star Wars.
They don't want to compete with themselves, but they almost do have to compete with themselves because they have so much shit to try to put out.
Yeah, Planet of the Apes, Alien.
That happened with their TV shows, right? With one of their shows that was out. One of the other shows was out at the same time for Star Wars.
I think
and
it was
Marvel.
Loki and She-Hulk. I think maybe it was Andor and She-Hulk at the same time.
Yeah, I think it was Andor and She-Hulk. Yeah, they were out at the same time.
And it's like they're overshadowing each other, where like you can't gauge the like market, left and right, because it's like, oh well, this releases like day after day simultaneously, so you're not getting like windows for like, oh well, like they have Disney Plus, so they don't really care about Star Wars. Maybe they'll start checking in because it's a new thing to get up to date on,
Yeah.
And it's like he's doing this with like, oh, Yaira, but then we have Gading, but then he's already pushed Horseman in summer, and then
Bloodruth
is also.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about.
He's still somewhere down.
He says all these, but then he's talking about these other things that aren't even comic books, and it's like, dude, I thought you wanted Yaira to make at least multi-million, to be a multi-million-dollar campaign. Of course, you got to get to that, but it sounds like that's not really where they're going. Even with the live action trailer, that was even the live action trailer had people more thinking about if they could make a short film rather and skip the comic. Technically, is what it kind of seemed like. It was like, whatever with the comic, but
I don't have to read. Okay, cool.
Well, honestly, that's kind of like I haven't made a video on my channel because I'm like, there's too much stuff to cover in terms of the comic, but I'm not as knowledgeable on it. But with the trailer, I'm like, well, I could do. I do it all the time. That's perfect for me to detract in.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because you had the book for months, and then I hear about Dick talking about it, and I'm like, huh, okay, now I got to read this. And so I found a way, and I'm like, rookie, what the fuck, dude?
And I'm glad I did it in that order because I would have gone in disappointed first, but would have gone in happy and then disappointed, and then hearing from you, I'm trying to prove you wrong, and then I can slowly deflate. And so I'm like, no, he's right. No.
I planted. See, this is all God's plan, rookie. God works in mysterious ways. He's working through the enemy cult of RippaVerse to undermine the RippaVerse. It's God's will. So let it be written, so let it be done, as the Pharaoh would say.
So saith.
Yeah, so saith the Lord. We have effectively bullied Eric, and by bully I mean laugh at his bad comics that he can't take the criticism that was good faith to begin with.
It's funny because we give him money for it too.
So we've bullied him to the point of trying to run and hide and spend money to make a Hugbox app that maybe 10,000 people will pay for, but probably not.
I can see a lot of people pay for it and then be like, this is kind of boring, and then leave because that's what they do with Discord.
Look at the RippaVerse. You think the app's going to be worthwhile? Look at their fucking website. Their website, they've gone months in between any fucking article, like updates on anything. Like, hey, it's like, it's so fucking poor in content. What makes you think their app's going to be better?
Well, this is again, Angus. I keep on beating a dead horse here, but like even on the website, they could put like information about what they're working on. Surprisingly enough, with it, like yeah, as we tried to talk to this one company talking about the toy stuff, we looked into this or that. This is what we found out, and we were trying to make it look like this or something. Like you can give small updates. That's barely even any information because it's not official. But you could tell them your process, what you've gone through it all. Like you could even do your hype up thing. We just talked to someone big and blah blah blah. You know, you can do that spiel. At least they seem to like hearing that stuff on the website. Who would go? You know, they have to go to the website. I assume the app would give you updates if they have updates on the website as
You
well.
get notifications.
'Cause who would go to the website that often to check? I mean,
yeah, I feel like most of the traffic on the website is detractors where we're like, wait, did I misread that? Okay, this is now another thing in my pocket to laugh at.
Anyway, let's finish this.
Especially animation. For big companies, including anime, especially anime, animation is a loss leader for them. The point of that is to use it as a vehicle to sell other items like merch. We can't afford to have a loss leader that expensive, so we must be strategic. But imagine if we could make this a profitable venture. I love to do longer format animated stuff, live action stuff, and adaptations of our comic book universe. Is there an end game? I don't think it's that simple. It's more about whatever we can do to remain
This is like that fucking Tyrone Magnus.
Why do you make the video? Why do you make this video?
It's like, what is the RippaVerse's end game? And it's like, what is an end game? That's not an idea here. It's like, what? Why did you make this? What?
Well, I'm looking at the purpose of the video, and it's like, I guess.
Also, the first part, true aspirations. You know what this says? It's like, what would we like to do? That's it. It's like, these are thoughts. These are dreams.
I don't know. I don't know what the point of that is, though, to have. I don't know what. Again, like, is he afraid that people are going to lose interest if they don't know that he's got more on his mind? Like,
Dude, I mean to stop sharing. Let me see. 5 hours old. He's got 1,600 views. Let me refresh it. Yeah, he's still at 1,600 views. Let me look at his channel. RippaVerse. Meet Mr. White. It's King and White. It's got the fucking Marcos art, and it's got like a weird collage of like the Irish shit in the background, but it's got like the weird like ghetto font that Eric's been using. It says Meet Mr. White, and it's a black guy looking in glasses, all stern. It's just like, do you not like? Are they aware of like the joke they're making on themselves already at the start? Also, it's funny because like a lot of these like Marcos art, like Eric, where he's like doing this.
Mm-hmm.
They have this like collage of all their like people at work at RippaVerse, and it says join us, but they're all like looking either like snide or like snotty, like Andrew and stuff, looking like from the side, or like Eric just like this.
Why?
And it's like this is from the guy that his first for canon's sake, and he keeps running this off and on, where it's like whether you're a normie or this or they like 3 tiers, and they're all beneath him. Like, there's nothing fucking inviting about this, with all these weird heads looking at me strangely with weird emotive faces that don't seem human. Again, this is a weird fucking cult.
Angus, he was on with Star Wars Theory.
Why?
I don't know.
Is Star Wars Theory going to make a shitty comic book now?
Star Wars Theory is like friends with Jeremy and
right.
Them, so I'm assuming that.
Oh, you know what it is they probably like
Ryan Kennel.
They probably roped in a favor to try to boost Eric.
So I'm just saying I haven't watched that yet, but there might be something funny in there. I don't know if Katie did has clipped anything from that, or
I'm gonna, dude. Wow, you may be a Katie did informer now. Wow, this is
because like I don't because like Star Wars Theory is made as fan film, which again I don't think was very good, but I appreciate he had passion for it. He talked about it.
This is 3 days ago.
Showed his thing.
Wait, let me look at Katie did. I might have to beat Katie to the punch on this. No one tell her.
I'm just curious what type of thing Star Wars Theory would ask him, because Star Wars Theory has made stuff, and even his videos, he's made some creative videos here and there. I don't think his commentary is all that great on some things. Oh god,
but she's clipped a lot today and yesterday. one of these. Wait, EVS versus Sturgis. Oh my god, there's so much goodies here on Katie's channel. Fuck me. I got so much to fucking catch up on. God damn it.
EVS probably covers a lot of it in Trash Cast.
Right, but fuck me.
If you're
Yeah,
trying
she
to
got like a
double
Trash Cast clip, 30 minutes of EVS versus Sturgis. That sounds interesting. As Clout puts the Saskas to bed. Animation costs a lot of fucking money, Eric July. Eric July explains creative freedom. Oh, that sounds funny. Especially with like the racial humor I've been making. Creative freedom. Ooh, I don't know if I'd be using them kind of words now, Mr. Awesome.
I have a dream.
I have a dream of creative freedom here at my warehouse. Eric July is trending? Question marks. That's a funny title. Geeks and Gamers thoughts on Ed Pisker. Huh. Maybe that's why Malin's lost. Maybe that's why he's like, oh, maybe if I off myself, maybe they actually care about C2E2 canceling us. But now that their little crony Star Wars girl is canceled, by the way, because it might just be she got low end on the totem pole.
Well, Katie will probably be that stuff, so you can see it when she uploads that instead of anything else. So
this is God. She's got a bunch of good stuff, man. I can't wait to investigate. Katie did recent content. Love what she does, and it also infuriates. Like, oh, fuck, why didn't I think of that?
Well,
like,
it's kind of funny because, like, people might be going, "Oh, she's taking views away from live streams." It's like, I'm not going to watch their live stream. I got other things to do. Like, there's too many other things I'm actually doing or watching. So
there's actually
don't get any
stuff.
bit of it.
Right. That's
she's
the thing.
She's clipping out the substantive parts. Thank you. I wish
it's like I would. Yeah, it's like
that.
No, you don't know what you're up against, Eric. It's like I'm not watching Comics Explain content, and he's awesome, and he's like informing me about stories.
Yeah. Good night, Papa Cotton.
I have Alexander videos to watch or rewatch. It's like not just that I listen to a video or stream or podcast, but just like I rewatch them, I re-listen to them.
Yeah, I can imagine that, like, somebody would look at our stream, and I mean, there's probably a few points you could clip out that are more substantive than the rest, because we do go on tangents, but even our tangents I feel like sometimes our tangents are still substantive here and there in their own way.
And it's like, especially if you're interested in like me being creative, you're getting like in my head with these streams because it's like unfiltered. Exactly. It's just like, but the everyday person, like, I'm not selling a 5-hour stream to everyday viewers. Like, hey, these are for fans. That's what the videos are for like new people to maybe come in. But god damn, that's hilarious. I'm gonna have to do a live stream tomorrow covering.
So she has no clips of him in Star Wars series?
Shut up. What are you talking about?
Okay, yeah, sure.
What do you mean? There's who? A theory of Star Wars? Wait, what is this?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of Star Wars channels out there.
Eric July doesn't talk about Star Wars. What? That's not even. Never heard of it.
That's some fictional nonsense right there.
Fictional nonsense on Black History Month, no less.
See, how can people not enjoy the funny things he says? Like, that's funny.
Or his cultists, his ripatards.
His phrasing
like
of things,
LG.
The way they phrase things.
I can't remember what the context was. I think it was something Eric July. Richard, I missed a great opportunity to get a comment on this. Let me see. Wait. I think
Black History Month notice.
Right. But I'm gonna find the context so I get it right, so it's more layered. Let me look at
wasn't it something about some famous black person doing something, and it's on Black History Month?
LG Black History Month. All right, let me find it.
As is possibly a closeted homosexual.
There's a lot of posts by him saying Black History Month. Here's one. I don't know the concept. It's like, and it is Black History Month. Oh, I found it. Okay. This is with Richard. All right. So they're having an argument. And so LG says, simping for who? I literally do my own thing. You wish Eric would retweet you. Oh, wait, you got blocked. And Richard quote 2 says, poor LG. He grows his hair in a broom-like fro, hoping that one day Eric will dance with him and try to seduce him like that video he saw in Trashcast. And then someone replies, hilarious. Black people have black hair. Very clever. Next up, some comment about fried chicken and watermelon, right? Whatever to drive engagement, hoping to drive sales, I guess. And then LG replies, on Black History Month, no less. Shaking my head.
Fried chicken on Black History Month, no less. It's even funnier. now
Honestly,
I'm imagining the Colonel talking like this. Why don't you have some fried chicken on Black History Month, no less?
What's up, Bitfruit? He says, "Hey, look, it's the fats." I don't know if Goalpost is posted me or not. Let me see.
I don't think I got tagged or nothing. I don't know if.
Well, yeah, the bitch doesn't tag me. Like, I didn't even know about that fucking video, which is hilarious. It's like, why would you tag me? Like, I'm not like blocking you or hiding from you. You're like, oh no, he showed me. It's like, it's funny. Yeah, he's posting all this like he's posting about Anna, so I'm sure he'd probably go through this and try to clip me like Black Angus supports canceling Anna. It's like, no, literally
you say Black Angus supports cancer.
I'm in the war against cancer on the side of cancer.
I can't fight cancer, but I can fight someone with cancer.
You hoe ass hater, says Bit Fruity. You're right.
Yes.
As opposed to
even the phrase hoe.
Do not confuse me with a hoe ass road.
I don't remember hoe ass being said before Eric July ever, so that's funny.
Fuck them hoe ass roads.
Oh, you've had lots of good tangents, Goalpost. Yeah, he's in the chat.
Still streaming, impressive. Oh yeah. What is it? Bane says like, speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Exactly.
Yeah, man, I love hanging out with Rookie, and y'all are hanging out with me. So why the fuck not? I don't work tomorrow, so yeah. Some days it's like I gotta like cut short because work, but like I got a free weekend, creative freedom to dream in a warehouse like Eric July.
Indeed.
I do have a dream. It's just so detracting. It's so fun, man. Again, the 4-minute video of Eric, it's just like so many tangents about him and his dumb shit that it's immersive, and we know so much. It's not like we're like, yeah, people are talking about this Eric July guy. Yeah. Let's check in on one of his videos. And it's like, oh, whatever, he's just selling comics. But like, no, I'm in this. I know it. I know his books. I know his cult.
Well, it's like how could anybody see our commentary on it as like coping and seething anyway? Like what Goalpost always says, but it's like we're having fun. Like we're having conversation.
Oh, okay. This is 2021. LG says, folks really out here still trying to bully other content creators, small ones at that, over making videos that call out their BS and during Black History Month. He's got a gift that says, done.
Is he doing that as like an intentional meme or
2022? Like... Oh, I can't wait to have these discussions on Black History Month. ... And he's got Patrick rubbing his hands together nefariously.
He must like have that as a meme or something, because I don't know how that would be serious.
Here's one 2022. He's got SpongeBob looking nervous. Says, white folks and companies, when they see Black History Month around the corner, because they know they'll have an influx of Black creative streamers berating and or begging them for free stuff because of their skin tone.
Okay.
Are you anti Black History Month? Because you tried to like guilt Richard because this is Black History Month. So how dare you criticize black men on Black History Month? 2022. For those who don't get selected for Twitch's Black Brilliance this year, don't let that get you down. Continue to grind and show your brilliance all year round. You don't need a company to validate you. Hashtag Black History Month. Here's one this year, February. So someone says, I love that this is all he got. By that logic, Eric July and all the anti-fans were right near Disney World, yet they didn't stage a massive protest or tear down their walls or whatever these clowns think is normal behavior. LG, I thought you were smarter than this. It's because someone screenshotted him saying like, oh, it's funny all you detractors can't come to MegaCon in person and pull up. It's almost if those concerns didn't really matter. It's so much for your own enemies' fun. So then Eduardo says that thing, and then Gilmer retweets says, the fact you're arguing with a black man during Black History Month is wild.
Imagining the Mario like star power shield where they're like invincible. That's what they think is Black History Month makes them.
Yeah, it's a shield. It's what you might call a diversity shield. Let me see. I had no idea there was so many Black History Month tweets by LG. This is funny.
You should make a little compilation video.
Here's Hypnotic. So he retweets LG saying, I have a serious question. Maybe some of y'all can help me. What in the fiery hell did Eric July ever do to y'all clowns personally to warrant this level of dumbassery? Perhaps he talked shit about your mama, maybe kicked your dog or cat, stole your goldfish, stole your girl, because there ain't motherfucking way y'all barnyard bastards are this mad over Eric making a comic book universe and company. Ain't no way. Anywho, y'all be great this morning. And so then Hypnotic says it's quite simple. Black man creates successful comic company, makes millions. Other people in the same business with campaigns that barely pass 50,000 at best lose their mind because they feel like it should be them. Envy sets in, then it gets ugly from there. They don't understand. They can't understand why him. It should have been them. They should be the one making millions. It can't be due to their failures. It has to be someone else's fault. It's Eric's. Let's commit the rest of our free time to creating excuses and errors make up for the lack of income. That $3 million campaign with Ison broke them worse than Trump broke Hollywood. It should have been them. It should have. They will never admit the envy. It's all envy. And Alfredo, who's a detractor, says immediately brings race into it. Hypnotic says his race is what's upsetting people the most. Let's not lie. When a black man becomes successful in a way that's not allowed by mainstream norms, they get upset.
What?
And then LG says, and it is Black History Month.
He must be doing that intentionally as a joke because that sounds like it's like a stinger.
His stinger is diversity. It's DEI. It's funny, these people like to pretend they're like unwoke or anti-woke, but then they immediately like Anna. I'm diverse. I'm Azorian. Like what? We're talking about.
There's not much of my people left.
Oh my god! I did not expect to like be so tickled with LG. Hey, was that Chica?
Yep.
Chikorita, right, from Pokemon.
Yep. Chica for short.
You brushed that pussy on cam.
I'm brushing that pussy, don't you?
All right, let me close out. I found a funny video. I think I sent it to myself.
Trying to chew on my controller.
On Black History Month, no less. Just add that to anything, and it's probably funnier.
I'm trying to eat some Captain Crunch.
On Black History Month. How How could you?
How could they?
Wait, no, not video file. Screen. There we go. All right, here we go. This is Shane Davis. No, not Shane Davis. Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis doing a skit.
I'm Hitler. They didn't have anyone to play Hitler, so they called me. The studio called me. They said, Donald, could you please get us out of this?
He sent me 27 voicemails.
Hello, Lauren. This is Donald Trump, and I can be Hitler here. Watch. Bad Jews. Not good. Lauren, it's Donald again. If I need to be naked in this, which Hitler was, he was naked quite a bit. I do have a guy as a replacement. He has a big penis.
He took a perfectly good script and he improv the whole thing.
Look at the size of this crowd. We've got a lot of Jews here.
I don't think he ever read the script.
That guy right there, he's a Jew. No, I'm kidding. Don't get him. We could do something about the Jews. Might not, but we could. We've got big trains, beautiful trains. We could get them on there, but I'm not going to kill the Jews. I want to work with them. Is that so bad? I didn't like all the Jew stuff in the script. If I was to put anyone on a train, it would be Crooked Hillary.
Crooked Hillary. Oh, that's good, ain't it, Rookie?
That was good.
We could put him on a train. Great contextually aware joke there, Shane Gillis. True mastermind of the Trump impersonation. Thank you all for joining. Appreciate if you're watching the replay. I love you. If so, I don't know why you'd make it this far into our shenanigans. But we did have
Goalpost, one of our most dedicated viewers. Thank you.
Yeah, I love Goalposts. Again, I don't know why you didn't fucking tag me on Twitter.
Yeah.
I would repost it. I'm not.
I liked a couple.
Eric
I like
something. You're funny.
I liked a couple of the questions they asked.
There's one thing I got to show.
Those led into some long conversations.
There's one thing I got to show Goalpost. This is funny as fuck. Let me. I think I sent a message. Yeah, you blocked some people in this chat, so they couldn't see what I did. Let me see. Here we go. All right, so Gulpo says, I don't know this individual. You were a guest on the Jack Show where John Malin is a co-host. You spoke to him multiple times and said his name in those interactions, but now you don't know this individual. This othering behavior is an attribute of cancel culture. So this is Goalpost taking up for friend of Detractor. I wouldn't call EVS Detractor Prime, but the Trash Cast host, oft critic of Eric, EVS, his main bro in comics, Malin. Goalpost is kind of like backhanding quartering with this post by showing that he is in fact having to have been lying, acting like he doesn't know the little peon that is John Malin to him. And so I say, wrong account, Goalpost, wrong account. he accidentally posted on Maine, because I think he saw this and is like, oh, look at the quartering, this fat grifter who is pretending little John Malin's a nobody. He has no idea who this guy could be. This is a very pro CG spin of a post. And Goalpost is kind of has to, if he's a Rippa defender, has to like kind of be anti-CG. And so that inspires this reaction by me, because famously there's lots of people that will accidentally post on Maine. Hence, horny on Maine is a common trope. But I just thought that was funny. Goalpost, don't stop your double agent gay opping that you do. It's great. Me and AVS love you. And with that, take care. See you around the next time.